Warrior Lore. Chapter 1410. Boom. Along with his chi expanding to the limit like a balloon before exploding, Duanling Tian felt a wave of dizziness. However, when he regained his senses, a look of joy appeared on his face. My chi, it's so big now. Duanling Tian noticed that his chi had changed, completely changed, and became extremely exaggerated. Previously, his chi was only the size of an egg. Now, his chi was as big as a basketball on Earth in his previous life. The true energy that had exploded his egg-sized chi only occupied a corner of his basketball-sized chi. It did not seem worth mentioning at all. However, Duanling Tian knew he had taken another step forward. He had broken through half of the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. The remaining half was to open up Saint Veins. I opened up 15 Saint Veins when I was on the early Mortal Shedding stage. I opened up another 17 Saint Veins when I was on the intermediate Mortal Shedding stage. By right, I should be able to open up at least 18 Saint Veins now that I've broken through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. Duanling Tian took a deep breath when he thought of this. Let's hope there's an accident. The so-called accident referred to the fact that Duanling Tian was able to open more than 18 Saint Veins. It was similar to when he opened up more than 16 Saint Veins when he was on the intermediate Mortal Shedding stage. Due to the fact that Duanling Tian had experienced it twice in the past, it was smooth sailing for him to open his Saint Veins again. However, it would still take him some time. Half a month later, Duanling Tian, who had opened up more Saint Veins, stopped when he felt he could no longer open up more Saint Veins. How many Saint Veins have I opened up? At this moment, Duanling Tian finally had the mood to check the number of Saint Veins he had opened up in his body. After counting the number of Saint Veins he had opened up, Duanling Tian's body began to tremble violently due to excitement. I didn't count wrongly, right? Taking a deep breath, Duanling Tian excitedly observed the extra Saint Veins that he had opened after breaking through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. After counting back and forth a few times, Duanling Tian finally confirmed it. He did not count wrongly. 20. He actually opened up 20 more Saint Veins. Duanling Tian couldn't help but feel excited. Initially, he had thought he would only be able to open up 19 Saint Veins at most. Who knew he would be able to open up 20 more Saint Veins than he had expected? In addition to the original 32 Saint Veins, I now have a total of 52 Saint Veins. In fact, an ordinary Paramount Mortal Shedding stage powerhouse who could open more than 50 Saint Veins in their body was considered to have the talent to break through to the Saint stage and become a Saint stage powerhouse. Duanling Tian was only at the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage, but he had already opened 52 Saint Veins. In the future, even if there's no accident, I'll be able to open up at least 21 Saint Veins when I'm at the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage and 22 Saint Veins when I'm at the Paramount Mortal Shedding stage. The moment Duanling Tian thought of this, he began to feel excited again. In other words, even if there's no accident in the future, I'll be able to open up at least 94 Saint Veins? I still remember. Hua Lao said that even the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, only opened up 93 Saint Veins in the ancient myths on Earth in my past life. I can open up more Saint Veins than him? Duanling Tian gasped. Although he had opened up more Saint Veins, it did not mean he could win against those who had opened up fewer Saint Veins. However, Duanling Tian was still elated to be able to surpass Sun Wukong in this aspect. The moment Duanling Tian thought of this, he became even more excited. Warrior Lore. He could not help but feel excited. Currently, he had only broken through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage, but the number of Saint Veins in his body was more than many martial and Dao cultivators at the Paramount Mortal Shedding stage. Right now, he only needed a blink of an eye to circulate the true energy in his sea of qi to the surface of his body. With just a thought, his true energy appeared instantly. Silver shirt. With just a thought, the true energy in Duanling Tian's sea of qi instantly flowed through the 52 Saint Veins and spread throughout his body. It was as though he was wearing a shiny silver shirt. In the next second, he casually threw a punch. His true energy shot out like a gigantic dragon and crashed into the wall in the distance, creating a series of loud noises. During this process, The air seemed to have been sucked out of the places where the gigantic dragon passed. What a powerful strength! Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. With my current strength, even if I don't use the strange pupil, there shouldn't be many martial and Dao cultivators at the perfection mortal shedding stage who's a match for me. I'm not afraid even if I have to face Su Qi. Su Qi was the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City. His cultivation base was at the peak of the perfection mortal shedding stage. More than a month ago, he defeated Ling Yun, the leader of the latent dragon camp's 13 gangsters, in 3 moves. One could see how powerful his strength was. After breaking through his cultivation base, Duan Lingtian cultivated for another half a month. Apart from consolidating his cultivation base at the mastery mortal shedding stage, he also accumulated some true energy in his basketball-sized sea of qi. There are still 10 days left in the outside world. It's time to collect the Saint Stones again. 10 days outside is equivalent to a month in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. It's just right for me to cultivate my martial arts techniques. In the following month, Duan Lingtian began to cultivate the techniques in the Saint Grade martial tactic, Colossal Aerolite Arrow. He mainly cultivated the offensive technique, Aerolite Strike, and the movement technique, Body and Arrow Synchronization. Aerolite Strike was Duan Lingtian's most powerful attack technique at the moment. Body and Arrow Synchronization was also the technique that maximized his speed. I've finally broken through. A month later, Duan Lingtian stopped what he was doing. He was pleasantly surprised. Heaven rewarded those who persevered. With Duan Lingtian's perseverance, he had finally cultivated the offensive technique, Aerolite Strike, in the Colossal Aerolite Arrow, to the competent stage. The competent stage was the 3rd stage of the Saint Grade martial tactic. The Colossal Aerolite Arrow is a human rank prominent Saint Grade martial tactic. The power of the offensive technique, Aerolite Strike, recorded in it, far surpasses the offensive techniques in the human rank primitive and human rank mediocre Saint Grade martial tactics. According to my calculations, the Aerolite Strike that has been cultivated to the 3rd stage, the competent stage, is comparable to the offensive techniques in the human rank mediocre Saint Grade martial tactics that have been cultivated to the 5th stage, the impeccable stage. In Mount Hill City, apart from Teacher, I'm afraid not many people have access to human rank mediocre Saint Grade martial tactics. Therefore, even Su Qi must not have cultivated a human rank mediocre Saint Grade martial tactic. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly when he thought of this. Unless Su Qi has broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. Otherwise, I'm confident I can defeat him. The breakthrough of the offensive technique, Aerolite Strike, in the Colossal Aerolite Arrow gave Duan Lingtian great confidence. Now, apart from those saint beasts and savage beasts at the perfection mortal shedding stage who have powerful bodies, human martial and Dao cultivators at the perfection mortal shedding stage should be no match for me. Duan Lingtian's confidence grew as he muttered to himself, "It's a pity that I haven't broken through to the body and arrow synchronization. Otherwise, my ability would have been elevated to another level." Duan Lingtian thought to himself. As the saying went, a man whose heart is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. It was a perfect description of Duan Lingtian. I'll go collect the Saint Stone. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian left the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and walked out of the wooden house in high spirits. He headed to the pavilion at the side of the high platform to collect the Saint Stone. After receiving the Saint Stone from the Heavenly Harm Guardian, Duan Lingtian expressed his gratitude and turned to leave the pavilion. This Duan Lingtian seems to be a little different compared to a month ago. I can't put my finger on it, though. The Heavenly Harm Guardian shook his head as he watched Duan Lingtian's silhouette leaving. That's right. I almost forgot. All of a sudden, the Heavenly Harm Guardian seemed to have recalled something. His eyes gleamed as he sent a true energy voice transmission out of the pavilion and into Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian, Lord City Governor has ordered that you can cultivate by his side after you come out of closed-door cultivation. Right now, Ling Yun, Xionghu, and Jin Yuan Bao are also cultivating by Lord City Governor's side. The Heavenly Harm Guardian reminded him, cultivating by Teacher's side? Duan Lingtian was stunned. He turned around and looked at the Heavenly Harm Guardian in the pavilion. He asked through true energy voice transmission, You mean, I can enter and leave the latent dragon camp at will? Yes. The heavenly harm guardian nodded. Half a month ago, Lord City Governor ordered that you, Ling Yun, Xiong Hu, and Jin Yuan Bao can enter and leave the latent dragon camp and the city governor's estate at will. I didn't expect that having a teacher would bring me such benefits. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and left the latent dragon camp to look for his teacher, the city governor of Mound Hill City. As the city governor of Mound Hill City, he had a huge independent mansion in the city governor's estate. The front and back courtyards were as big as the soccer fields on Earth where Duan Lingtian was from in his past life. Of course, it was a regular giant soccer field. Teacher. Duan Lingtian bowed when he saw the city governor of Mound Hill City again. When they heard how Duan Lingtian addressed the city governor of Mound Hill City, the expressions of the three people standing behind the city governor changed slightly. One must know that when they acknowledged the city governor of Mound Hill City as their teacher, they would address him as master. Although master and teacher had the same meaning in general, there was a huge difference when it was broken down into details. Usually, only registered disciples would address the city governor as teacher. However, as far as they knew, Duan Lingtian's treatment in the city governor's estate was no different from theirs. It did not seem like he was just a registered disciple.
Yes.
When the city governor of Mound Hill City responded with a smile, Duan Lingtian also noticed the three people standing behind him. They were Ling Yun, Xiong Hu, and Jin Yuan Bao, who were ranked first, second, and third among the 13 gangsters. I'm discussing martial arts with them. You're here just in time to listen. The city governor of Mound Hill City said.
Yes.
Duan Lingtian nodded. Chapter 14:11. Duan Lingtian gained a new understanding of the Saint grade martial tactic when he listened to the city governor of Mound Hill City's discussion. In fact, he had learned about the Saint grade martial tactic through the Saint token in the past. The things he learned were rigid and were not as vivid as the city governor of Mound Hill City's explanation. No wonder there's a Saint token in the Dao martial Saint land and so many people want to have a master. They want to have a master not only to have a backer, but also to improve their strength. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. For the next period of time, Duan Lingtian was not in a hurry to return to the latent dragon camp. Instead, he stayed in the mansion of the city governor of Mound Hill City. The mansion of the city governor of Mound Hill City did not lack anything. Moreover, the cultivation environment was even better than the latent dragon camp. According to Jin Yuan Bao, he did not want to return to the latent dragon camp after staying here for a few days. Today, the four of you will decide who's the strongest in front of me. In the Dao martial Saint land, the strong are respected. All of you will be ranked according to your strength. Based on your ranking, you'll be ranked according to your ranking, the city governor of Mound Hill City said to Duan Lingtian and the other three. Among the four of them, apart from Jin Yuan Bao who addressed Duan Lingtian and Ling Yun as senior brothers, the other three had never addressed each other as senior brothers. None of them addressed themselves as junior brothers as well. The city governor of Mound Hill City noticed this and planned to let Duan Lingtian and the other three determine their junior brothers today. Master, let me go first. If Xionghu can defeat me, I'm willing to be your little junior brother. Jin Yuan Bao took the initiative to volunteer. All right. The city governor of Mound Hill City nodded. Then, he stood aside with Duan Lingtian and Ling Yun as they watched Jin Yuan Bao and Xionghu who were confronting each other. They were on the verge of a fight. Jin Yuan Bao, you're still the same as before. You don't give in to me at all. Xionghu was not surprised that Jin Yuan Bao wanted to challenge him. Instead, he looked at Jin Yuan Bao solemnly, ready to deal with him at any time. Although his ranking among the latent dragon camp's 13 gangsters was higher than Jin Yuan Bao's, his strength was not much stronger than Jin Yuan Bao. Every time, the outcome would only be decided after 100 moves. After breaking through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage, Duan Lingtian discovered a problem. Even if he did not activate the strange pupil, he could still clearly see the movements of Jin Yuan Bao and Xionghu when they were fighting. It seems like my body has become stronger after breaking through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. My organs have also become different from ordinary Mastery Mortal Shedding stage martial cultivators. Duan Lingtian secretly guessed. Duan Lingtian could not think of a second explanation. Jin Yuan Bao and Xionghu fought back and forth and it was extremely intense, facing two people who were evenly matched. In the end, Duan Ling Tian felt a little drowsy as he watched. After 100 moves, Jin Yuan Bao fell into a disadvantageous position. Only then did Duan Ling Tian regain his senses. After another 30 moves, Xionghu defeated Jin Yuan Bao in one strike. Another 130 moves. Jin Yuan Bao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and frowned. 2 more moves than last time. Xionghu smiled faintly and said, "Junior brother Jin, shouldn't you call me senior brother now?" Senior brother Xiong. Although Jin Yuan Bao was a little unwilling, he did not act shamelessly. He called Xionghu senior brother obediently and stood aside. Whether it was Duan Ling Tian, Ling Yun, or the city governor of Mount Hill City, none of them were surprised by this outcome. After consuming a 2-star healing pill that the city governor of Mount Hill City threw to him, Xionghu quickly recovered to his peak condition. His eyes immediately locked onto Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, I admit that I'm no match for Ling Yun. If you win, I'll respectfully call you senior brother. If I win, you. Xionghu looked at Duan Ling Tian. However, before he could finish, Duan Ling Tian interrupted him. If you win, I'll also respectfully call you senior brother. Good. That's straightforward. Xionghu grinned when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Let's go. Under the gaze of the city governor of Mount Hill City, Ling Yun, and Jin Yuan Bao, Duan Ling Tian strode out. A moment later, he stood in front of Xionghu without moving an inch. Jin Yuan Bao looked at Xionghu with a hint of pity in his eyes. In his opinion, Xionghu's ability was at most slightly stronger than his. It was impossible for Xionghu to be a match for Duan Ling Tian, whom he was ashamed of being inferior to. At that moment, he seemed to have seen Xionghu being defeated by Duan Ling Tian after a few moves. However, what happened next was out of his expectations. Not only was it out of his expectations, but it was also out of the city governor of Mount Hill City and Ling Yun's expectations. Under the gaze of the three of them, Duan Ling Tian stood there without moving for a long time. In the end, Xionghu made the first move. Although Xionghu was ranked second among the 13 gangsters, he did not dare to be careless when facing Duan Ling Tian, whom even Jin Yuan Bao was ashamed of being inferior to. Once he made the first move, he gave it his all without holding back. However, even though he gave it his all, he was still sent flying by Duan Ling Tian, who suddenly disappeared from his sight. The moment before he was sent flying, he only saw a flash in front of his eyes and Duan Ling Tian appeared in front of him, just inches away from him. With a raise of his hand, Duan Ling Tian's fist landed on his body. When this fist descended, it caused his body to tremble. He felt as though Duan Ling Tian's fist was like a sledgehammer that descended on his chest, causing his internal organs to tremble and his entire body to fly out like an arrow that left the bow. After cloud riding, Xionghu fell to the ground pathetically. It was a clean defeat. Silence. The scene was dead silent. Xionghu's heavy breathing could be heard clearly. Amazing! After Jin Yuan Bao regained his senses, he gave Duan Ling Tian a thumbs up. Senior brother Duan is indeed a genius martial cultivator from the mortal continent. I'm afraid his ability is on par with an ordinary martial cultivator on the perfection mortal shedding stage. Although Jin Yuan Bao looked calm on the surface, waves of shock had already surged in his heart. Although he was confident in Duan Ling Tian, he thought Duan Ling Tian would only be able to defeat Xionghu after a few moves. Who knew Xionghu would be defeated in just one move? This gave him a new understanding of Duan Ling Tian's ability. At the same time, his heart was filled with an inexplicable shock. Is he really just an intermediate mortal shedding stage martial cultivator? Jin Yuan Bao secretly gasped when he thought of this. Disbelief was written all over his face. Ling Yun looked at Duan Ling Tian solemnly. He clearly saw how Duan Ling Tian attacked earlier. At that moment, he even felt that Duan Ling Tian's speed was not much slower than his. Although he knew Duan Ling Tian could defeat martial and Dao cultivators on the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage with his intermediate Mortal Shedding stage cultivation base, he did not expect that Duan Ling Tian would be able to defeat martial and Dao cultivators on the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. However, he did not expect Duan Ling Tian's ability to be so powerful. Even Xionghu, who was at the peak of the mastery mortal shedding stage, was no match for him. A mastery mortal shedding stage? The city governor of Mount Hill City used his spiritual secret tactic to probe Duanling Tian's current cultivation base. He could not help but inwardly gasp. It was as though thousands of horses were galloping in his heart, and he could not stop for a long time. How long had it been? And Duanling Tian had broken through again. After a while, the city governor of Mount Hill City finally calmed down after a few heavy breaths. However, although he was shocked, he did not say anything. As the city governor of Mount Hill City, he naturally knew what to say and what not to say. He did not doubt it at all. Once the news of Duanling Tian breaking through 2 cultivation bases in such a short time spread out, he would definitely become the target of public criticism. If that happened, it would not be a good thing for Duanling Tian. This was because everyone, including himself, would think since Duanling Tian was able to break through 2 cultivation levels consecutively in such a short period of time, it was highly likely that there was a huge secret hidden in his body. Naturally, there could be other reasons as well. However, others would not think so. They would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. That was the rule of a greedy person. Therefore, in order to protect Duanling Tian, he remained silent even though he was extremely shocked. As long as he remained silent, Ling Yun and the other 2 would not know that Duanling Tian had broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage again. In their eyes, Duanling Tian was still a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. A freakishly terrifying intermediate mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. When he was at the intermediate mortal shedding stage, he could already defeat most of the mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivators. Now that he has broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage, even Ling Yun might not be a match for him. The city governor of Mount Hill City thought to himself. At the same time, he was delighted. He felt like he had found a treasure. Senior brother Duan. Xionghu slowly stood up after consuming a healing pill. When he regained his breath, there was a hint of respect in his eyes when he looked at Duanling Tian again. He admired Duanling Tian from the bottom of his heart. This purple-clad young man who had defeated him and sent him flying in just one blow. Are you all right? Since the other party had addressed him as senior brother, it was only natural that Duanling Tian asked with a smile on his face. After confirming that Xionghu was fine, he shifted his gaze to Ling Yun. You're very powerful. Ling Yun stood up and looked at Duanling Tian with a serious expression. Before today, I've never thought that one day I'd feel fear in front of a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. You're not weak either. Duanling Tian responded calmly. Duanling Tian. At this moment, the city governor of Mount Hill City's voice entered Duanling Tian's ears through true energy voice transmission. Don't expose your cultivation base at the mastery mortal shedding stage so easily. Duanling Tian was not surprised that the city governor of Mount Hill City knew about his breakthrough. This was because when he defeated Xionghu, he noticed that the city governor of Mount Hill City's spiritual energy swept toward him. Once again, he felt like he was completely seen through. At that time, he knew that the city governor of Mount Hill City had doubts about his cultivation base and had cast the spiritual secret tactic on him to pry into his cultivation base. Duanling Tian could hear the urgency in the city governor of Mount Hill City's tone. Chapter 14:12. It seems like this teacher is quite concerned about me. He reminded me because he doesn't want too many people to know about my breakthrough. After all, it hasn't been long since I broke through to the intermediate mortal shedding stage. If the news of me breaking through to the mastery mortal shedding stage spreads, it'll inevitably attract unnecessary trouble. After all, the speed of my breakthrough is too ridiculous. Duanling Tian could understand the good intentions of the city governor of Mount Hill City. At that moment, he felt a sense of warmth in his heart. Previously, he had addressed the city governor of Mount Hill City as his teacher out of courtesy, but now, he really regarded the city governor of Mount Hill City as his teacher. Ever since Duanling Tian came to this world, the city governor of Mount Hill City was the second person he truly respected as his teacher. The first person was Sima Changfeng from Cloud Continent. Sima Changfeng was the dean of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Paladin Academy. Before Duan Lingtian left the overseas Saint Islands, he was brought to the Lingtian sect by Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had always respected Sima Changfeng as his teacher. This did not change even though his current ability was millions of times more powerful than Sima Changfeng. It was not because Sima Changfeng had taught him anything. On the contrary, Sima Changfeng had almost never taught him anything. The reason he respected Sima Changfeng was because Sima Changfeng had helped him many times back then. He would never forget that kindness for the rest of his life. At that moment, although the city governor of Mound Hill City's position in Duan Lingtian's heart could not be compared to Sima Changfeng's, it was still extremely important. Duan Lingtian, you're a worthy opponent. Ling Yun stared at Duan Lingtian as he stared at Duan Lingtian. Ling Yun stared at Duan Lingtian and said solemnly, "If it's an ordinary intermediate mortal shedding stage martial cultivator, I won't even bother to use my sword. Even most mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivators aren't qualified for me to use my sword. However, I have no choice but to use my sword to fight you. However, I'll let you make the first move as a favor to an intermediate mortal shedding stage martial cultivator like you." When Ling Yun said this, he couldn't help but blush. With his cultivation base at the perfection mortal shedding stage, it would be unfair for him to fight a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage, even if he did not make the first move. Therefore, even he felt a little embarrassed. But he had no choice. If it was an ordinary martial cultivator at the middle stage of the mortal shedding stage, he wouldn't even put them in his eyes. However, this Duan Lingtian in front of him had defeated Xiong who was ranked second among the 13 gangsters. His strength was so strong that he deserved to be cautious. "Are you sure you want me to attack first?" Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Ling Yun calmly. "Yes." Ling Yun nodded. What a joke. It was already unfair for him to fight a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage with his perfection mortal shedding stage cultivation base. If he were to make the first move, where would he put his face? "You will regret this," Duan Lingtian said as he looked deeply at Ling Yun. "I, Ling Yun, have never regretted anything," Ling Yun said with a gleam in his eyes. Duan Lingtian smiled brilliantly, causing Ling Yun's hair to stand on end. Then, under the gaze of the 4 people, including Ling Yun, a layer of silver light appeared on Duan Lingtian's body. It was glowing as if he was wearing a layer of silver armor. Silver shirt. Seeing the faint silver light on the surface of Duan Lingtian's body, the city governor of Mound Hill City's eyes lit up. He recognized the defensive technique that Duan Lingtian was using. No matter what, the human rank mediocre saint-grade martial tactic, silver shirt, was a saint-grade martial tactic that was kept in the merit pavilion of the city governor's mansion. As the city governor of Mound Hill City, he naturally knew about it. After performing silver shirt, Duan Lingtian raised his left hand, and the sun shooting bow appeared. Then, true energy spurted out of his right hand and formed an arrow. He placed it on the sun shooting bow. As the bowstring made of the 5-clawed devil dragon's dragon tendon was pulled back a little, Duan Lingtian immediately let go. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, a solidified arrow ray shot out like a meteor sweeping across the sky. Then, Duan Lingtian shot out and stood firmly on the arrow ray. He stepped on the arrow ray and shot out. Wherever he passed, the air was sucked dry, and the sound of air exploding was heard. Body and arrow synchronization. Duan Lingtian's speed was so fast that Xiong Hu and Jin Yuan Bao could not catch a glimpse of it at all. So fast. The city governor of Mound Hill City narrowed his eyes as shock filled his face. Although he knew Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage, and his ability was on par with the perfection mortal shedding stage martial or Dao cultivator. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian's arrow to be so fast. Even an arrow shot by a martial cultivator at the peak of the perfection mortal shedding stage might not be that fast, right? The city governor of Mound Hill City's heart skipped a beat. So fast. As the person involved, Ling Yun regretted it the moment Duan Lingtian shot the arrow. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Just when he was about to dodge to the side and reach for the hilt of the long sword that was sheathed on his back, he noticed the silhouette that was originally far away had appeared in front of him in just a blink of an eye. Bang! Ling Yun did not even have time to react before he was sent flying by Duan Lingtian's punch. He followed in Xionghu's footsteps. However, unlike Xionghu who fell to the ground in a wretched manner, Ling Yun stood firmly on his feet. His body swayed, his face was pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Duan Lingtian again, as though he had just seen a ghost. Although he knew Duan Lingtian's ability might be on par with an ordinary perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator, he did not expect Duan Lingtian's ability to be so powerful. He did not even have the chance to dodge or draw his sword when he made the first move. Is he really a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage? At this moment, Ling Yun was deeply skeptical. However, when he recalled Duan Lingtian had only broken through to the intermediate mortal shedding stage 3 months ago, and it was the two Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses who detected his cultivation base using the spiritual secret tactic, he dismissed his doubts. It's impossible for Duan Lingtian to have a breakthrough in 3 months. Ling Yun was very sure of this. What a joke. To break through from the intermediate mortal shedding stage to the mastery mortal shedding stage in 3 months. Even the top genius in the Dao Martial Saint Land would not be able to do that. Even if he had the best cultivation resources and environment, it was impossible for him to break through in such a short time. Good. The city governor of Mount Hill City stared at Duan Lingtian with bright eyes. His cheeks were trembling from excitement. Although he had guessed Duan Lingtian might be able to defeat Ling Yun when he discovered Duan Lingtian had broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage, he did not expect Duan Lingtian to defeat Ling Yun in just one move. Duan Lingtian's current strength had already surpassed Su Qi's strength in the past. Xionghu and Jin Yuan Bao, on the other hand, were dumbfounded. They stood there in a daze, unable to regain their senses for a long time. Although they knew Duan Lingtian was powerful, they did not expect him to be so powerful. He had made the first move and defeated Ling Yun before Ling Yun could even react. He defeated senior brother Ling Yun in just one move. Doesn't that mean Duan Lingtian is even more powerful than senior brother Su Qi? Jin Yuanbao sucked in a breath of cold air and murmured, "That's right. Even senior brother Su Qi needed 3 moves before he could defeat senior brother Ling Yun." Xionghu nodded. Xionghu and Jin Yuanbao were completely convinced of Su Qi's strength. As expected, my strength has already surpassed someone at the peak of the perfection mortal shedding stage, when I unleash my full strength with the silver shirt and my physical strength. Earlier, when Duan Lingtian made the first move, he had used almost all his strength to defeat Ling Yun in just a blink of an eye. With my current strength, I might be able to fight a martial or Dao cultivator who has just broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. Of course, it'll be difficult to win. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. The paramount mortal shedding stage was far from what the perfection mortal shedding stage could compare to. If it was Su Qi in the past, he would indeed not be a match for Duan Lingtian. However, Su Qi has already broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage half a month ago. The city governor of Mount Hill City smiled when he heard Jin Yuanbao and Xionghu's mumbling. Ling Yun, Xionghu, and Jin Yuanbao were stunned by what the city governor of Mount Hill City said. Senior brother Su Qi has broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage? He's not even 40 years old, and he's already at the paramount mortal shedding stage. Oh my God! What kind of innate talent is that? With such innate talent, he'll be a genius even if he enters the Moon Illumination sect. He'll be valued by the Moon Illumination sect's senior officials, and they'll train him. There was envy in Xionghu and Jin Yuanbao's eyes as they whispered to each other. Su Qi has broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage? Duan Lingtian was surprised as well. Like him, Su Qi was a martial cultivator from the mortal continent. As a martial cultivator from the mortal continent, even though he had just broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage, Su Qi's strength was not something an ordinary paramount mortal shedding stage native from the Dao Martial Saint Land could compare to. Duan Lingtian asked himself if he had any confidence in defeating Su Qi, who had just broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. Speaking of the Moon Illumination sect, the Moon Illumination sect will open its doors to recruit disciples in 6 months. At that time, the 18 cities, including our Mount Hill City, will bring their most outstanding disciples there. The city governor of Mount Hill City said, Among the four of you, Duan Lingtian and Ling Yuan will definitely pass the Moon Illumination Sect's test and enter the sect. Xiong Hu, Jin Yuan Bao, it's not impossible for both of you to improve in the next 6 months. The Moon Illumination Sect was a powerful sect that ruled the 18 cities, including Mound Hill City. It was a 7th-rated force that controlled a 7th-grade Saint Stone Reserve. Even the city governor of Mound Hill City was a disciple of the Moon Illumination Sect. In order to amaze the Moon Illumination Sect's entrance assessment in 6 months, Su Qi has been in closed-door cultivation recently. He's preparing to cultivate the 3 human-rank mediocre Saint-grade martial tactic techniques to the impeccable stage. Chapter 14:13. The 3 of them were shocked when they heard the city governor of Mound Hill City's words. He wanted to cultivate all 3 moves of the human-rank mediocre Saint-grade martial tactic to the impeccable stage. The impeccable stage was the 5th stage of the Saint-grade martial tactic. It was also the highest stage. Su Qi wanted to cultivate all 3 moves to the highest stage at the same time. The 3 of them did not even need to think to know that the 3 moves were an offensive move, a movement move, and a defensive move. However, they did not expect Su Qi to be so ambitious. Duan Lingtian was the only one who was not surprised. Of course, this was also because he had cultivated the human-rank prominent Saint-grade martial tactic. Moreover, the human-rank prominent Saint-grade martial tactic that he had cultivated was not an ordinary human-rank prominent Saint-grade martial tactic. This was because there was a defensive move in the human-rank prominent Saint-grade martial tactic that he cultivated that was comparable to the defensive move in the Earth-rank Saint-grade martial tactic. The Earth-rank Saint-grade martial tactic could only be cultivated by Saint-stage powerhouses. Due to this reason, as long as Duan Lingtian successfully cultivated that defensive technique, before he broke through to the Saint stage, even if he only mobilized his true energy and did not use his brute strength, no martial or Dao cultivator at the same level would be able to break through his defense. One could imagine how powerful a move that was comparable to an Earth-rank Saint-grade martial tactic was. Any of the moves in the Colossal Aerolite Arrow would be comparable to a human-rank mediocre Saint-grade martial tactic move that had been cultivated to the 5th stage, the impeccable refinement stage, if one cultivated it to the 3rd stage, the competent stage. This was the difference between a human-rank prominent Saint-grade martial tactic and a human-rank mediocre Saint-grade martial tactic. Therefore, Duan Lingtian was not surprised at all when he heard Su Qi wanted to cultivate all 3 moves of the human-rank mediocre Saint-grade martial tactic to the 5th stage, the impeccable stage. I can't believe the entrance assessment of the Moon Illumination Sect will be held in half a year. Duan Lingtian had long heard about the Moon Illumination Sect from Guali and the relationship between the Moon Illumination Sect and the 18 cities including Mound Hill City. For this reason, he was only surprised that the Moon Illumination Sect would hold the entrance examination in half a year's time. Duan Lingtian, your innate talent isn't inferior to Su Qi's. Work hard. I believe you'll definitely achieve great things in the Moon Illumination Sect in the future. The city governor of Mound Hill City communicated with Duan Lingtian through true energy voice transmission. Based on his words, he was confident in Duan Lingtian. Teacher, I will do my best. Duan Lingtian nodded. When he addressed the city governor of Mound Hill City as his teacher, he was much more sincere than before.
Yes.
The city governor of Mound Hill City nodded with a smile. He had high hopes for Duan Lingtian and was not worried about him. Teacher, I want to leave the city lord's mansion for a while. In the evening, Duan Lingtian said to the city governor of Mound Hill City when he was about to return to his room to rest. The city governor of Mound Hill City agreed and did not ask any further questions. Duan Lingtian left the mansion and walked out of the city governor's mansion under the glow of the setting sun. He was holding a small jade token in his hand. It was given to him by the city governor of Mound Hill City earlier. After Duan Lingtian left the mansion, the city governor of Mound Hill City called out to the 3 of them. The 3 of you mustn't spread the news about the strength that Duan Lingtian displayed today. Do you understand? The city governor of Mound Hill City said sternly to the 3 of them. As the saying went, the tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Now that there was still half a year before the entrance assessment of the Moon Illumination Sect would be held, he did not dare to be careless. Naturally, He was not worried that someone from Mount Hill City would look for trouble with Duanling Tian. What a joke. He was the city governor of Mount Hill City. If something happened to his disciple in Mount Hill City, he would find a piece of tofu to kill himself with. What he was worried about was the other 17 cities finding out that apart from Su Qi, he had another genius like Duanling Tian. The competition between the 18 cities that the Moon Illumination sect controlled was intense. If the other 17 cities found out about Duanling Tian's existence, they might do something secretly. It was easy to dodge a spear in the open, but difficult to defend against an arrow in the dark. He had to be careful.
Yes.
Although they did not know about the concerns of the city governor of Mount Hill City, the three of them obeyed the words of the city governor of Mount Hill City. They agreed without any hesitation. Go back and rest. The city governor of Mount Hill City nodded in satisfaction. After the three of them returned to their respective rooms, the city governor of Mount Hill City smirked. I can't believe that after Su Qi, I'll meet a peerless genius like Duanling Tian again. A peerless genius. That was his evaluation of Duanling Tian in his heart. In fact, even Su Qi did not make him give such an evaluation. It was obvious that in his opinion, Duanling Tian's innate talent was above Su Qi's. At least, that was the case for now. At the entrance of the city governor's estate, after Duanling Tian showed the jade token in his hand, the few guards at the entrance bowed at him respectfully. They only straightened their backs when he walked out of the city governor's estate's entrance. The jade token was given to Duanling Tian by the city governor of Mount Hill City. Mount Hill Order. He's Master City Governor's favorite disciple, Su Qi? One of the guards muttered to himself as he watched Duanling Tian's departing silhouette. Seeing the Mount Hill Order was equivalent to seeing the city governor. There were only 2 Mount Hill Orders in the entire city governor's estate of Mount Hill City. It was said that one of them was in the city governor's hands, while the other one was given to his favorite disciple, Su Qi. I've seen Su Qi in person. He's not Su Qi. Another guard shook his head. He's Duanling Tian, one of the 4 new disciples that Master City Governor has taken in. However, although he's not weak, he should be weaker than Ling Yun, the leader of the 13 gangsters in the Latent Dragon camp. Why would Master City Governor give such a precious Mount Hill order to him instead of Ling Yun? I can't figure it out. One of the guards recognized Duanling Tian. His brows were tightly knitted together as he kept shaking his head. It's said that he's from the mortal continent. Young Master Su Qi seems to be from the mortal continent as well. Perhaps Master City Governor takes special care of genius martial cultivators from the mortal continent. One of the guards speculated. Naturally, Duanling Tian did not know that the jade token in his hand had caused such a huge commotion. Although he had received the jade token from the city governor of Mount Hill City, he did not know what it meant. This was because the city governor of Mount Hill City had only told him that he could enter and leave the city governor's estate anytime he wanted with the jade token. The city governor did not say anything else. After leaving the city governor's estate, Duanling Tian immediately went to the house of Hongyu, the captain of the city guards, and saw the little girl, Sure. Brother. When the little girl saw Duanling Tian, she immediately pounced on him excitedly. Her little face was flushed, and she looked very cute. Sure, did you miss me? Duanling Tian asked as he looked at the little girl dotingly.
Yes.
The little girl nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Sure missed you a lot. I even dreamed of you yesterday. Really? Duanling Tian asked with a smile. What did you dream of me doing? I dreamed of you flying in the sky with Sure. We flew so high, even higher than when Brother Hongyu took me. The little girl raised her hand and gestured as she spoke. Brother Hongyu took you flying? Duanling Tian said with a smile. Sure. You weren't naughty, were you? No, Sure is very obedient. You can ask sister-in-law if you don't believe me. As the little girl spoke, she looked at the beautiful woman next to her. She was Hongyu's wife. Yes, Sure is very obedient. Hongyu's disciple looked at the little girl dotingly and played along with her words. Sister-in-law, I'll have to trouble you to take care of Sure during this time. Duanling Tian looked at Hongyu's wife and smiled. Then, he took out a spatial ring and passed it to Hongyu's wife. Sister-in-law. This is, however, Hong Yu's wife did not take it. There are 1,000 8th-grade saint stones in here. You and Brother Hong can use them. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. 1,000 8th-grade saint stones. Hong Yu's wife was shocked when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Even though Hong Yu was the captain of the city guards, his monthly salary was only a few dozen 8th-grade saint stones. He would have to save up 1,000 8th-grade saint stones for 2 years. Brother Lingtian, take it back. Take it back. Hong Yu's wife rejected Duan Lingtian's offer when she regained her senses. Sister-in-law, just take it. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. This is just a small token of my appreciation. Brother Lingtian, since you're brothers with my husband, you're not an outsider. There's no need to be so formal. If I accept your origin stones, my husband will be unhappy. Hong Yu's wife continued to reject Duan Lingtian's offer. She would rather die than accept his saint stones. If you really want to give it to him, just give it to him yourself. Hong Yu's wife could only say this when she saw Duan Lingtian was still insisting. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. He knew this was the only way out. After asking the little girl, sure, to play with Hong Yu's son, Duan Lingtian looked at Hong Yu's wife and asked in a low voice, Sister-in-law, has Brother Hong found anything about Shurshu's background? No. Hong Yu's wife shook her head. He investigated according to what you said. In the end, he confirmed that the person who abducted Shurshu was an outsider. He only stayed in Mount Hill City for a day and never appeared again. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh when he heard this. Although he knew it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack to find out the little girl's background, he could not help but feel disappointed when he found out that there was really no other way. In an inconspicuous inn in Mount Hill City, on the second floor of the inn, there were 3 people gathered in a guest room in the corner. A young man, a middle-aged man, and an old man. At this moment, the middle-aged man and the old man sat at the table and stared at the young man standing before them. Uncle Chong, Elder Lin, that Duan Lingtian has left the city governor's estate. The young man's eyes gleamed with killing intent as he told the 2 people before him excitedly. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would definitely be able to recognize this young man was none other than Zhang Jin, whom he had defeated and had fallen into the manure pit. He was the person who ranked 5th among the latent dragon camp's 13 gangsters. Chapter 14:14. That night, when Hong Yu returned home and saw Duan Lingtian, he was pleasantly surprised. Brother Lingtian, we brothers haven't seen each other in a while. I heard that you've become the city governor's disciple. As your brother, congratulations. Tonight, we brothers won't go home until we're drunk. Hong Yu's face was full of smiles as he pulled Duan Lingtian to drink until they were drunk. Of course, it was Hong Yu who was drunk. Although Duan Lingtian did not use his true energy to force the alcohol out of his body, his current physique was stronger than a 5-clawed divine dragon of the same level. It was difficult for him to get drunk. The next day, Duan Lingtian handed over the 1,000 8th-grade saint stones that were rejected yesterday to Hong Yu, who was sober. However, Hong Yu's face darkened. Brother Lingtian, what do you mean by this? Brother Hong, I'm indebted to you and sister-in-law for taking care of Shurshu all this time. Treat these saint stones as Shurshu's living expenses. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Brother Lingtian, who do you think I am? Since I've acknowledged you as my brother, I naturally treat Shurshu as my sister. Quickly take back the saint stones. Otherwise, don't blame me for falling out with you. Hong Yu's face darkened. It was obvious that he was dissatisfied. Brother Hong, please calm down. I said the wrong thing. Duan Lingtian did not expect Hong Yu to have such a big reaction. He smiled awkwardly. How about this? I'll leave these 1,000 8th-grade saint stones as my 2 nephews and Shurshu's cultivation expenses. Brother Hong, your monthly salary is not much. After deducting your and sister-in-law's cultivation expenses and daily expenses, as a beast tamer, you still have to use a large amount of saint stones to tame ferocious beasts. Duan Lingtian said with a serious face, Brother Hong, I don't care what you think, but it's time for the children to lay down their foundation. They can't slack off. Hong Yu fell silent after hearing Duan Lingtian's words. That was right. It wouldn't be long before his 2 children could start cultivating as well. If he had an endless supply of holy stones, he would definitely be able to soar into the sky. He wouldn't be like back then, when he didn't have any holy stones to cultivate and could only absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to cultivate. Although he was the captain of the city guards, his monthly salary was only a few dozen 8th-grade saint stones. If he wasn't a beast tamer, perhaps it would be enough for his family. However, he was a beast tamer. Every month, he had to pay a high price for the food he gave the ferocious beasts. Big brother Hong, keep it. You and I are brothers. Why do you need to be so calculative? Moreover, you know that I'm not only one of the 13 gangsters in the latent dragon camp, but I've also become the governor's disciple. I don't lack saint stones at all. Seeing Hong Yu's silence, Duan Lingtian knew that Hong Yu's heart was wavering, so he quickly struck while the iron was hot. When Hong Yu heard this, he was silent for a moment. Then, he gritted his teeth and said, Brother Lingtian, as your elder brother, I won't refuse you. However, this is the only time. There won't be a next time. As he spoke, Hong Yu's face stiffened. All right. Naturally, Duan Lingtian agreed. It was fine as long as Hong Yu was willing to accept it. At most, he would give the saint stones to Shir next time, so that she could give them to his 2 little nephews. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian and Hong Yu began to talk about Shir's background. Brother Lingtian, if we can't find out about Shir's background, just let her stay at my place. Both my wife and I like her very much. Moreover, my 2 little brats can't leave her now, Hong Yu said. Duan Lingtian nodded. All right, Duan Lingtian agreed. He knew very well that this was the best choice. The little girl, Shir, could not always follow him. If she stayed at Hong Yu's place, she would have a home to return to. In the future, when she grew up and got married, she could have a complete life. If she followed him, not only would it be inconvenient, but she would also have to go through many dangers. After all, his goal was to become a powerhouse who stood at the peak of the Tao Martial Saint Land, who knew how many dangers awaited him along the way. It was impossible for him to let Shir take the risk with him. In the next few days, Duan Lingtian did not go anywhere and stayed at Hong Yu's place. During the day, he would accompany the little girl, Shir, and at night, he would cultivate in his room. I'll have to leave Mount Hill City and head to the Moon Illumination Sect in 6 months. Once I go to the Moon Illumination Sect, I don't know when I'll be back. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian decided to spend more time with the little girl, Shir. This night, Duan Lingtian cultivated quietly in his room. To be more precise, he cultivated on the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. The 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda had turned into a speck of dust and was lying quietly on the bed. I've succeeded. Although Duan Lingtian only cultivated on the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda at night for the past 6 days since he arrived at Hong Yu's place, he had cultivated there for a total of 9 days. In these 9 days, he finally cultivated the body and arrow synchronization in the Saint Grade Martial Tactic, Colossal Aerolite Arrow, to the competent stage. The competent stage was the 3rd stage of the Saint Grade Martial Tactic. It was comparable to the 5th stage of the human rank mediocre Saint Grade Martial Tactic, the impeccable stage. Now that my speed is caught up, I'm confident I can kill a native of the Tao Martial Saint Land who has just broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. Duan Lingtian was filled with confidence as his eyes shone brightly. Boom, 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 boom. Just when Duan Lingtian was filled with confidence, the entire 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda shook as though there was an earthquake. Before Duan Lingtian could react, he was blasted out of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda by an irresistible force. After being blasted out of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Duan Lingtian felt a wave of dizziness and discomfort spread all over his body, causing his expression to turn extremely grave. What do you mean? There was no need for him to think about it. He knew something must have affected the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Otherwise, the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda would not have blasted him out. Uncle Chong, Elder Lin, he's Duan Lingtian. Just when Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically and killing intent flashed in his eyes, a deep voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears. This voice sounded somewhat familiar. When Duan Lingtian looked over, he saw a familiar figure. Zhang Jian. Duan Lingtian recognized the person. It was Zhang Jian, who was thrown into the septic tank by him and was expelled from the latent dragon camp and the city governor's mansion for accidentally killing Hu Jie. The person who ranked 5th among the 13 gangsters was a mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. At this moment, Duan Lingtian also saw the other two people. One was a middle-aged man while the other was an old man. Both of them were obviously Zhang Jian's helpers. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian activated his divine eye right away. With just a glance, he saw through their cultivation base. One was on perfection mortal shedding stage while the other was on perfection mortal shedding stage. Perfection mortal shedding stage? Duan Lingtian's face turned slightly grave. That's not right. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed something. This old man's cultivation base seems to be unstable. Did he just break through to perfection mortal shedding stage? Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief when he realized that. If he had just broken through to perfection mortal shedding stage, he would still be able to fight him. Duan Lingtian, you caused me to be expelled from the latent dragon camp and ruined my future. You must die today. Zhang Jian stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. His eyes were suffused with scarlet red, and it seemed as if he wished for nothing more than to forcefully swallow Duan Lingtian alive. Looking at the rising anger in his eyes, it was as though Duan Lingtian had killed his father and snatched his wife away from him. I caused you to be expelled from the latent dragon camp and ruined your future? After confirming the other two people's cultivation base, Duan Lingtian calmed down. When he heard Zhang Jian's words, he smirked. It seems like you were the one who killed your distant cousin. That's why you were expelled from the latent dragon camp, right? You? How can you blame this on me? What a joke. Duan Lingtian smirked as he looked at Zhang Jian mockingly. If you didn't, I wouldn't have failed. Zhang Jian clenched his teeth even more when he recalled what happened in the past. However, he was too ashamed to tell Duan Lingtian about what had happened to him because it was too embarrassing. If I didn't throw you into the septic tank, you wouldn't have failed? However, Duan Lingtian had no intention of cooperating with Zhang Jian when he wanted to gloss over it. Septic tank? Both the middle-aged man and the old man were stunned when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. They looked at Zhang Jian in unison. Although they were from New South Town's Zhang clan, they knew Zhang Jian was expelled from the latent dragon camp and the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City because of this purple-clad young man. However, they had never heard Zhang Jian mention anything about a septic tank. Zhang Jian had been thrown into a septic tank before? Just the thought of it made them feel disgusted as though they had swallowed a fly. They could not help but sympathize with Zhang Jian when they looked at him. Naturally, it was an instinctive reaction. Why don't you think about it? If you didn't provoke me time and time again, and even made me challenge you, would you have been thrown into the septic tank by me? Would you have accidentally killed Hu Jie? Duan Lingtian continued smirking when Zhang Jian was so angry that his body began to tremble violently. Uncle Chong, Elder Lin, kill him, kill him. Zhang Jian roared with bloodshot eyes. Zhang Chong, he caused the #1 person among the younger generation of our New South Town's Zheng clan to be expelled from the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City. His sin is unforgivable. If you kill him, it can be considered as venting for the family. The old man said calmly as he stared at Duan Lingtian with his cold eyes. Based on his words, it seemed like he did not plan to kill Zhang Jian. Perhaps, in his opinion, the purple-clad young man before him was not worth his time. Yes, Elder Lin. The middle-aged man, Zhang Chong, nodded and looked at Duan Lingtian coldly. Boy, repent on your way to hell. Not everyone can afford to offend our New South Town Zheng clan. I'm the disciple of the city governor of Mount Hill City. If you kill me, aren't you afraid that the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City will annihilate your Zheng clan? Duan Lingtian glanced at Zhang Chong, Zhang Lin, and Zhang Jian with a piercing gaze. Duan Lingtian, as long as you die here, who'll know our Zheng clan killed you? Aren't you powerful? I'd like to see how many moves you can take from Uncle Chong, a powerhouse on the perfection mortal shedding stage. Chapter 14-15. Does that mean the Zheng clan is looking for death? Duan Lingtian asked calmly as he narrowed his eyes. Duan Lingtian's expression had not changed since the beginning. Even when he found out that the person who wanted to kill him was a martial cultivator at the perfection mortal shedding stage, he was still calm. Zhang Lin's heart sank when he saw that. For a moment, he even thought that someone was secretly protecting Duan Lingtian. That was why Duan Lingtian dared to do that. However, he quickly denied that thought. According to Zhang Jian, there was no one following Duan Lingtian since he left the city governor's estate. Moreover, they had been observing him for a few days before they made a move. They only decided to make a move after confirming that there was no one secretly protecting Duan Lingtian. After all, if news of them killing the disciple of the city governor of Mount Hill City spread out, it would bring disaster to the Zhang clan of New South Town. The city governor's estate of Mount Hill City was an 8th-rated force. It would be a piece of cake for them to destroy a 9th-rated force like the Zhang clan. Unless there's a Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse hiding in the air to protect him. That's why we won't notice him. However, that's impossible. Zhang Lin was relieved when he thought of this. There were not many Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses even in the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City. In his opinion, even if Duan Lingtian was the disciple of the city governor of Mount Hill City, it was impossible for the city governor of Mount Hill City to send a Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse to protect him secretly. Duan Lingtian, stop trying to be mysterious. No matter how calm you pretend to be today, no matter what you say, you won't be able to escape death. Zhang Jian smirked. From the moment you became my enemy, your fate has been sealed. You'll definitely die. This won't change even if you become the disciple of the city governor of Mount Hill City. Zhang Jian's eyes were filled with jealousy when he reached the end of his sentence. He was jealous that Duan Lingtian could become the disciple of the city governor of Mount Hill City. However, not only did he fail to become the disciple of the city governor of Mount Hill City, but he was also expelled from the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City. He wanted Duan Lingtian dead. Only in this way could he vent the anger in his heart and balance his mind. So what if he's the disciple of the city governor of Mount Hill City? Aren't you still going to die in the hands of my New South Town's Zhang family? Zhang Jian looked at Duan Lingtian, and his eyes revealed slight disdain. Despise me? Seeing Zhang Jian's gaze, Duan Lingtian smiled brightly. Zhang Jian, you're just a loser. How dare you look at me like that? Looks like the lesson from last time wasn't enough. The moment his words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian had already pounced toward Zhang Jian before Zhang Chong could even react. Zhang Jian did not expect that Duan Lingtian would attack him, and his face immediately changed. You are courting death. Zhang Chong shouted coldly. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning as he flashed towards Duan Lingtian. His speed was even faster than Duan Lingtian's. With Duan Lingtian's current speed, by the time he arrived in front of Zhang Jian, Zhang Chong would be able to make it in time. He would definitely be able to stop Duan Lingtian in time. Due to this, Zhang Lin, a martial cultivator at the paramount mortal shedding stage, did not plan to make a move. Instead, he watched coldly from afar. Is he really only an intermediate mortal shedding stage martial cultivator? His speed is not inferior to most mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivators. However, he's still too inexperienced to kill someone in front of Zhang Chong. Zhang Lin sneered in his heart as he watched coldly from the sidelines. When Duan Lingtian arrived in front of Zhang Jian, Zhang Chong had indeed made it. He cut the queue and landed between Duan Lingtian and Zhang Jian, blocking the Duan Lingtian. Uncle Chong, kill him. Zhang Jian, who was drenched in cold sweat, roared hysterically. Idiot! Seeing Zhang Chong appearing in front of Zhang Jian, Duan Lingtian smirked. It was a smirk of a scheme succeeding. Zhang Chong's heart skipped a beat when he saw the smirk. An ominous feeling rose in his heart. Just when he was about to suppress the ominous feeling, he noticed Duan Lingtian, who was standing in front of him, had taken out an old bow with a raise of his hand. Sound of death, accompanied by a loud and unpleasant clang. A solidified true energy light blade that seemed to have transformed into a death god's scythe swept across the sky and cut off Zhang Chong's head. Zhang Chong's eyes widened as he looked at the other half of his body. His consciousness gradually faded. From the beginning until the end, he did not even have time to make a move. However, all of this was not over yet. After the true energy light blade that was like a death god scythe cut off Zheng Chang's head, it continued to sweep across the sky and cut off Zheng Jian's head as well, causing him to follow in Zheng Chang's footsteps. In just one move, 2 people were killed. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. It was so fast that Zheng Lin did not even have time to react. In Zheng Lin's field of vision, Zheng Chang had just appeared in front of Duan Lingtian when his head was severed from his body in just a blink of an eye. Zheng Jian's fate was the same as his. At this moment, he also realized that Duan Lingtian had been concealing his strength earlier. He had purposely unleashed his speed to make him lower his guard. "You're seeking death, brat," Zheng Lin shouted when he regained his senses. His robe fluttered, and his long hair fluttered like pythons even though there was no wind. At the same time, a powerful aura exuded from his body. It was as though he had transformed into a mountain as he charged toward Duan Lingtian. "You've just broken through not too long ago, and your foundation is still unstable at the paramount mortal shedding stage. Just nice for me to practice." In the face of Zheng Lin, who was charging toward him like a madman, Duan Lingtian was not afraid at all. Instead, his eyes lit up. At the same time, the 52 saint veins in his body guided the true energy in his qi to cover his entire body as he cast the silver shirt. At that moment, Duan Lingtian seemed to have put on a silver shirt as his aura changed. In the face of Zheng Lin, who was charging toward him menacingly with a punch, Duan Lingtian did not plan to take advantage of him. Just in time, Duan Lingtian charged forward excitedly and threw out a punch. It was as though it had transformed into a cannonball that was surrounded by true energy as it collided with Zheng Lin's fist violently. This punch contained all of Duan Lingtian's strength without any reservation. After casting the silver shirt, his physical strength had become even more terrifying. The true energy that was transported by the 52 saint veins had completely erupted at this moment. A punch against a punch. Before their fists collided, an ear-piercing explosion sounded in the air like thunder. Bang! In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian's fist finally collided with Zheng Lin's fist. "Do you think you can fight me just because you killed Zheng Chang? You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." The moment their fists collided, a disdainful smile appeared on Zheng Lin's face. However, the smile on Zheng Lin's face soon froze. As the 2 fists collided, a loud sound rang out in the air. A vast wave of air swept out, shaking the various furnishings in the room into powder. Even the doors and windows were blown open. "Brother Lingtian." Such a big commotion naturally alarmed Hongyu. Hongyu rushed over at the first moment. When he arrived, he saw Duan Lingtian confronting an old man. Compared to Duan Lingtian's pale face, the old man was in an even worse state as he spat out blood. "No. Impossible. Impossible." Zheng Lin raised his head and looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. He did not use a saint weapon, and neither did his opponent. However, it was under such circumstances that his preemptive and aggressive punch was still blocked by the other party. Not only that, after he was severely injured, he realized his opponent was only slightly injured. He could not accept this. Was Duan Lingtian not a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage? Was his ability not on par with a martial cultivator at the mastery mortal shedding stage? Why did he not only kill Zheng Chang, who was at the perfection mortal shedding stage, but also suppress him? "Nothing's impossible," Duan Lingtian sneered. There was a hint of excitement in the depth of his eyes. He did not expect that he could defeat a martial cultivator at the paramount mortal shedding stage with his full strength. Although his opponent had clearly broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage not long ago, a paramount mortal shedding stage was still a paramount mortal shedding stage. His ability was not something a peak perfection mortal shedding stage could compare to. "Don't be too smug. I didn't use a saint weapon earlier." Zheng Lin, who had recovered slightly from his injuries after consuming a healing pill, raised his hand and took out a full moon scimitar. As soon as the scimitar was in his hand, his entire aura changed. He exuded a sharp aura from head to toe. "You didn't use a saint weapon? Don't tell me I'm going to use it?" Duan Lingtian sneered and raised the sun-shooting bow in his hand. A person who was defeated by him without using a saint weapon, how could he defeat him with a saint weapon? Did he really think the sun-shooting bow in his hand was useless? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words and seeing the sun-shooting bow in Duan Lingtian's hand, Zhang Lin's expression was extremely grave. He recalled that his opponent had not used a saint weapon earlier as well. At this moment, he felt a sense of helplessness. Duan Lingtian, you're fine now, and 2 people from my New South Town's Zheng clan have died. Why don't we just let bygones be bygones and mind our own business from now on? After realizing that it would be difficult for him to kill Duan Lingtian, Zhang Lin's expression changed abruptly as he gave in. Let bygones be bygones? Mind our own business? Duan Lingtian smiled. His smile was bright and sarcastic. Do you think that's possible? If my ability was slightly weaker today, would you be willing to let bygones be bygones? Mind our own business? Bang! In the blink of an eye, even Duan Lingtian did not expect Zhang Lin would stomp on the ground and use the force to fly out. His speed was so fast that it was not inferior to him when he had not made a breakthrough in his previous technique. When Duan Lingtian returned to his senses, Zhang Lin had already flown out of the window. His figure was about to disappear into the night. Trying to escape? Duan Lingtian sneered. He raised his hand and prepared to shoot an arrow. He was prepared to cast his movement technique, body, and arrow synchronization to chase after Zhang Lin. He was confident he could catch up to Zhang Lin with his body and arrow synchronization after he had made a breakthrough. However, when an afterimage appeared in his left eye's field of vision and flew into the room, his attention was diverted. When the person revealed himself, Duan Lingtian finally saw that it was a middle-aged man with a handsome face and an extraordinary bearing. Chapter 14:16. Who are you? Zhang Lin, who was being held in the middle-aged man's hand, was scared out of his wits. He did not manage to run far before he was captured by this person without any ability to fight back. This person's strength was far stronger than his. He was at least at the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage. However, the middle-aged man ignored him. Instead, he looked at Duan Lingtian and smiled. Duan Lingtian, I'll leave him to you. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, he tossed Zhang Lin toward Duan Lingtian. Zhang Lin was freed from the restraints after being tossed out by the middle-aged man. He wanted to use the same trick to escape again. However, could he escape? Whoosh! As an unpleasant sound reverberated in the air, a solidified true energy light blade swept out and sliced Zhang Lin's neck effortlessly, cutting his head off. The paramount mortal shedding stage martial cultivator who was still alive and kicking just a moment ago was now dead without any chance of turning the tables. Zhang Lin's head rolled to the side of the wall, leaving a glaring trail of blood along the way. He stood by the wall with his eyes wide open. There was only horror in his eyes. Gasp! Hongyu, who had rushed over, gasped when he saw this. At the same time, he also noticed the other 2 severed bodies. Brother Lingtian, are you all right? Hongyu looked at Duan Lingtian worriedly. If something happened to his brother in his house, he would not be able to rest in peace for the rest of his life. I'm fine. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled at Hongyu. He then looked at the middle-aged man who was smiling at him. Thank you for your help, Senior. May I know who you are? No wonder Lord City Governor values you so much. You're indeed extraordinary. The middle-aged man smiled. Why your teachers, man? Duan Lingtian was shocked. Then, a thought flashed in his mind as he asked curiously, Senior, are you one of Teacher's 36 guardians? Duan Lingtian did not activate his divine eye in front of the middle-aged man. This was because he felt like he was facing his teacher and the heavenly leader guardian. Whether it was his teacher or the heavenly leader guardian, they were both Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses. You're smart. The middle-aged man smiled. I'm ranked 2nd among the 36 personal guards under the City Lord. Heavenly Dipper guards? Duan Lingtian gasped. He didn't expect that he'd really guessed correctly. This person really was one of the 36 personal guards under his teacher's command, and he was the 2nd-ranked Heavenly Strength Guard. Of the 36 Big Dipper stars, Big Dipper was ranked 1st, and Big Dipper was ranked 2nd. I've already sent a message to the City Lord about what happened here. No one from the Zheng family of New South Town can escape. The Heavenly Strength Guard said indifferently, as if he was talking about something unimportant. As far as he was concerned, annihilating the Zhang clan couldn't be any easier. He only needed to make a move, and he would be able to topple the entire Zhang clan and make it so that the Zhang clan would never be able to rise again. To be able to force a paramount mortal shedding stage martial cultivator to flee. I'm afraid even Lord City Governor doesn't know you have this ability, right? The Heavenly Strength Guard sized up Duan Lingtian with great interest. Not long after Duan Lingtian entered the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City, he had already heard about Duan Lingtian. In the beginning, he did not think much of him, but he had no choice but to take him seriously in the end. A few days ago, when Duan Lingtian left the city governor's estate, the city lord had personally ordered him to protect Duan Lingtian secretly. At that moment, he finally realized how important Duan Lingtian was to the city city governor. From the beginning until the end, the Heavenly Strength Guard who was hiding in the air to protect Duan Lingtian had seen everything. Initially, he thought he would have to make a move. However, it had never crossed his mind that Duan Lingtian would be able to kill 2 people from the Zhang clan on his own and force a paramount mortal shedding stage martial cultivator from the Zhang clan to flee. He knew very well that Duan Lingtian would definitely be able to catch up with Zhang Lin. The reason he made a move was because he wanted to meet Duan Lingtian face to face. This young genius who would take the initiative to join the Moon Illumination sect in half a year's time was even more dazzling than Su Qi's paramount mortal shedding stage. Upon hearing the Heavenly Strength Guard's words, Hong Yu, who was stunned by the Heavenly Strength Guard's identity, could not help but exclaim out loud. His gaze then landed on Zhang Lin's head. This is a martial cultivator on the paramount mortal shedding stage? Hong Yu's heart was filled with shock. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, disbelief was written all over his face. He's just a martial cultivator who has just broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. His foundation is not stable yet. If it weren't for that, I might not be a match for him, Duan Lingtian said as he shook his head. Naturally, Hong Yu and the Heavenly Strength Guard saw his words as humble. Greetings, Lord Heavenly Strength Guard. I'm Hong Yu, the city guard's captain. At that moment, Hong Yu suppressed the shock in his heart and bowed at the Heavenly Strength Guard. You're Hong Yu from the city guard? I've heard of you. You're really not bad. After secretly protecting Duan Lingtian for a few days, the Heavenly Strength Guard also knew that Duan Lingtian and Hong Yu were close. Therefore, he was very polite to Hong Yu. He knew that Duan Lingtian was destined to leave Mount Hill City. His future achievements would definitely not be inferior to the Master City Governor. Therefore, he naturally did not dare to neglect Duan Lingtian's friend. Whoosh! As the Heavenly Strength Guard waved his hand, the 3 bodies on the ground were put away by him. He bade farewell to Duan Lingtian and nodded at Hong Yu before he left. At that moment, Duan Lingtian and Hong Yu were the only ones left in the room that was filled with blood, and the doors and windows were destroyed. Hong Yu looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze. Although he knew Duan Lingtian was a rare genius martial cultivator, he did not expect him to be so powerful. Even a martial cultivator on the paramount mortal shedding stage was no match for him. Big brother Hong, I'll have to trouble you to clean up here. Duan Lingtian glanced at the room and said a little awkwardly. It's all right. I'll bring you to another guest room first. As for this place, I'll get the servant to clean it up later. Hong Yu returned to his senses and shook his head. Subsequently, he helped Duan Lingtian to another guest room. His feelings were very complicated from the beginning until the end. What did Hong Yu do to deserve such a brother? At that moment, a ridiculous thought rose in his mind. Should I go to his family's ancestral grave to see if there's smoke coming out of it? Otherwise, how could he, Hong Yu, have such a great opportunity? What happened tonight was just a small episode to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian knew very well that the Zhang family of New South Town intended to kill him. It would be fine if they succeeded, but if they did not, it would mean that they would be annihilated. Duan Lingtian did not care about that at all. This was the law of the world where the strong ruled. The weak were prey to the strong, and only the fittest survived. Since he was a rat, he should stay in his rat's nest obediently. If he tried to pull the whiskers of a cat, he was destined to die. In the middle of the night, 2 figures appeared in the sky above the city governor's mansion of Mount Hill City. After leaving the city governor's mansion, they flew all the way. Half an hour later, they stood still in the sky above a vast town. New South Town? As the two figures descended from the sky, a huge mansion at the foot of the town stirred up a storm of blood. The Zhang family of New South Town was annihilated just like that. Before dawn, everyone in New South Town had woken up from their sleep. More than half of New South Town was filled with the thick smell of blood. Oh my God! Who did the Zhang family offend? Their entire family was annihilated overnight. The people of New South Town gasped when they found out that no one from the Zhang family was left alive. After staying in Hong Yu's house for a few more days, Duan Lingtian left and returned to the city governor's mansion directly. After returning to the city governor's mansion, he did not return to the mansion where the city governor of Mound Hill City stayed. Instead, he returned to the latent dragon camp to inform Guali. He planned to stay at the city governor's place to cultivate for a period of time until the day of the entrance assessment of the moon illumination sect. Duan Lingtian. As soon as Duan Lingtian entered the latent dragon camp, he heard someone calling out to him. Zhu Lang. The person who called out to him was Zhu Lang. Haha. Duan Lingtian, have you heard? The Zhang family of New South Town has been annihilated. How delightful. Zhu Lang was beaming. He seemed to be in a good mood. New South Town Jing family? Zhang Jian's family? Duan Lingtian asked. Although he knew what was going on, he could not help but feel shocked. His teacher's actions were too fast, right? Duan Lingtian had no idea. His teacher was enraged when he found out that the Zhang family of New South Town wanted to kill him. He immediately ordered the Heavenly Leader Guardian and a Saint Rudiment revered elder to head to New South Town to annihilate the Zhang family. As the city governor of Mound Hill City, how could he swallow his anger when he was provoked by someone from a ninth-rate clan in the surrounding area of Mound Hill City? Duan Lingtian, with your innate talent, it's only a matter of time before you enter the Moon Illumination sect. I wonder when we'll meet again after you leave. Guali could not help but sigh when she was called out by Duan Lingtian and found out that Duan Lingtian would not be staying in the latent dragon camp for the next 6 months. She had entered the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City together with Duan Lingtian. Currently, Duan Lingtian was about to enter a 7th-rate force, but she still had to stay in this 8th-rate force. I'll come back to visit you and my teacher when I'm free. Moreover, you might be able to enter the Moon Illumination sect in the future. Duan Lingtian smiled. This time, he also had the intention of saying goodbye to Guali. After all, it would be a rush if he left in half a year. He did not know if Guali would be in closed-door cultivation at that time. Therefore, it was better to bid farewell in advance. Even today, Duan Lingtian only wanted to try his luck. If Guali was in closed-door cultivation, he could only look for her next time. After all, he was not here to challenge Guali. If he was here to challenge Guali, naturally, it did not matter if she was in closed-door cultivation or not. Guali's gaze was extremely complicated as she watched Duan Lingtian's silhouette leaving. She muttered to herself, Guali, a man like him is not someone you're worthy of. It was apparent that Guali had fallen in love with Duan Lingtian, whom she had only known for a few months. However, this feeling was hidden by her. She could tell that Duan Lingtian only treated her as a good friend and did not have any other intentions. If she rashly broke the ice, they might not be able to be friends in the future. Chapter 14-17. In the following days, apart from occasionally listening to the city governor of Mound Hill City talk about martial Dao, Duan Lingtian spent the rest of his time cultivating in his room. Of course, he entered the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda to cultivate and did not waste any time. It was worth mentioning that Su Qi had also moved into the courtyard of the city governor of Mound Hill City. As soon as Su Qi entered, Xionghu wanted to stir up trouble. He wanted the Duan Lingtian and Su Qi to fight to see who would be the eldest senior brother. However, his plan was ruined by the intervention of the city governor of Mound Hill City. Among all of you, Su Qi is the oldest, and he was the first to follow me. Theoretically speaking, he's the eldest senior brother. The city governor of Mound Hill City did this because he was worried that Su Qi would not be able to recover after being defeated by Duan Lingtian. Su Qi had been with him for many years. Naturally, he knew Su Qi's character. He was unruly and unruly. Among his peers, he had an unimaginable sense of superiority. Sometimes, standing high might not be a good thing, because once he fell down, he would be smashed to pieces. The reason he was worried Su Qi would be defeated by Duan Lingtian was because he learned that Duan Lingtian had killed a martial cultivator at the paramount mortal shedding stage from the Zhang clan. However, although the city governor of Mound Hill City had concealed his intentions, Su Qi still managed to catch some clues. Duan Lingtian. When Su Qi found out that his master had the intention of stopping him from competing with Duan Lingtian and even discussed it with the Duan Lingtian in private, his pride was greatly provoked. Therefore, he went straight to Duan Lingtian. Senior brother Su Qi, what's the matter? Duan Lingtian opened the door and walked out, only to find Su Qi standing there with a gloomy face. He couldn't help but look puzzled. I don't remember offending Su Qi, right? Duan Lingtian, I know Master looked for you and told you not to spar with me. So I want to challenge you today and prove that I'm worthy of my title as the eldest senior brother. Su Qi said with a gloomy expression. When he first met the Duan Lingtian, he did not think much of the Duan Lingtian. It was not until recently that he found out Duan Lingtian had defeated Ling Yun in just one blow. Moreover, his master thought he might not be a match for Duan Lingtian even though he had broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. He couldn't stand it. His opponent was only a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage, while he was a martial cultivator at the paramount mortal shedding stage. Su Qi was unaware that Duan Lingtian had broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage. Even if he knew, he wouldn't be able to accept it. Senior brother Su Qi, is there a misunderstanding? Teacher didn't say anything to me. I admit that I'm not as good as you. Duan Lingtian said with a wry smile. Naturally, he would not tell them that the city governor of Mound Hill City had looked for him. Although he did not have much contact with Su Qi, he could tell that Su Qi was a proud and arrogant person who might not be able to withstand the blow of being defeated by him. After all, he was only a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage in Su Qi's eyes. No matter what, you and I must fight today. Su Qi's persistence was beyond Duan Lingtian's expectation. In the end, it even alerted the city governor of Mount Hill City, Ling Yun, Xiong Hu, and Jin Yuanbao. Duan Lingtian, you'll fight him. He'll have to face what he has to face. The city governor of Mound Hill City sighed and transmitted his voice to Duan Lingtian. Remember, don't show any mercy. He knew very well. If Duan Lingtian showed mercy and Su Qi saw through his weakness, he would definitely have a heart demon even if he won. Although inner demons were illusory, they were real. Once the heart demon was formed, it would be difficult for Su Qi to break through to the Saint Rudiment stage, let alone the Saint stage. Yes, teacher. Since the city governor of Mound Hill City had spoken, there was no reason for Duan Lingtian to refuse. To be honest, he also wanted to know how powerful Su Qi was. Although he could defeat the paramount mortal shedding stage martial cultivator from New Southtown Zheng clan, that was because he had just broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage and was a native of the Dao martial saint land. However, he could see Su Qi's cultivation base at the paramount mortal shedding stage through his divine eye. Although it had not completely stabilized, it was still stronger than Zhang Lin. Most importantly, Su Qi was also a genius martial cultivator from the mortal continent. His foundation was solid. Since they were going to fight, naturally, Duan Lingtian would not show any mercy. Even if the city governor of Mound Hill City did not say anything, he would still go all out. Xiong Hu was the most excited about the battle between Duan Lingtian and Su Qi. Haha. Senior brother Su Qi and senior brother Duan Lingtian are finally going to fight. This is going to be a fierce battle. It'll definitely be exciting. Although Ling Yun and Jin Yuanbao did not say anything, their eyes were filled with anticipation as they stood at the side. Let's begin. Standing at the side of the spacious front yard, the city governor of Mound Hill City looked at the two people who were facing each other and said, at this moment, Duan Lingtian and Su Qi, who were standing in the middle of the field, made their moves almost at the same time. Both of them were like two cheetahs as they shot out like lightning and collided head-on. Bang! A loud explosion reverberated in the air when Duan Lingtian's fist collided with Su Qi's fist. A thunderous explosion rang in the air. A rolling airwave swept out and wreaked havoc in all directions. It was only because the gravity in the Dao martial saint land was strong and the space was stable. Otherwise, the collision between the two of them was enough to set off a vast shockwave. If this shockwave was placed on Cloud Continent, it would have swept out at least a few hundred meters away. Even so, the shockwave that swept out still caused the flowers and trees in the front yard to sway and flutter. As expected of a genius martial cultivator from the mortal continent, Duan Lingtian, who was pushed back 7 steps by the force of Su Qi's punch, had a solemn expression on his face when he saw Su Qi, who only took 5 steps back. The punch earlier was the full force of his silver shirt. He did not hold back at all. In just a blink of an eye, his 52 saint veins had activated his true energy and his brute strength. However, even then, he was still at a disadvantage when he faced Su Qi, who did not use any saint-grade martial tactic. Although it wasn't obvious, they had fallen into a disadvantageous position, and that was that. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had to admit that Su Qi was indeed not simple as a disciple whom the city governor of Mound Hill City had put in all his effort to cultivate. At the very least, he was not on the same level as the paramount mortal shedding stage from the Zhang clan. Duan Lingtian was shocked by Su Qi's ability, but Su Qi was even more shocked. Is this Duan Lingtian really only a martial cultivator on the intermediate mortal shedding stage? How can a mere martial cultivator on the intermediate mortal shedding stage be so powerful? If I hadn't broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be able to take a punch from him. Su Qi was so emotional that he could not calm down for a long time. He was completely shocked by Duan Lingtian's ability. Under the premise that both of them did not use any saint weapons or saint-grade martial tactic, his punch that he did not hold back only managed to gain a slight advantage. One must know he was a martial cultivator on the paramount mortal shedding stage. However, the person standing in front of him was only a mere martial cultivator on the intermediate mortal shedding stage. Duan Lingtian, I heard you have a bow that's as powerful as a human rank prominent saint weapon. Take it out. Use the saint-grade martial tactic. Let's fight with all our might. A narrow saber suddenly appeared in Su Qi's hand. It was the saint weapon that he always carried around with him. As the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City, it was only natural that he would not be shabby. His saint weapon, the narrow saber, was also a human rank prominent saint weapon. Light swirled around it like a bright moon. Of course, Duan Lingtian also took out his sun-shooting bow immediately. With the sun-shooting bow in hand, Duan Lingtian's aura changed completely. He was like a ferocious tiger that bared its fangs. Come on. Su Qi's eyes narrowed. The narrow saber pierced through the air. Layers of blue waves seemed to appear in the air as it passed by, pushing and blasting toward Duan Lingtian. The saber seemed simple, but it contained an extremely terrifying power. If this saber is a move from a human-rank mediocre saint-grade martial tactic, then it must have been cultivated to the 5th stage, the impeccable refinement. At that moment, Duan Lingtian could see the extraordinariness of Su Qi's saber move. It was simple and clean. It seemed to be able to destroy the void. A move from a human-rank mediocre saint-grade martial tactic that had been cultivated to the 5th stage, the impeccable refinement, was so powerful that it was comparable to the aerolite strike that Duan Lingtian had mastered. Although the aerolite strike had only been cultivated to the 3rd stage, the competent stage, as a move from a human-rank prominent saint-grade martial tactic, not only was it more difficult to cultivate, but it was also more powerful. Body and arrow synchronization. Faced with Su Qi's preemptive saber move, Duan Lingtian did not dare to be careless. He shot an arrow through the air. It was as though he was riding a bird as he soared rapidly in the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, Su Qi was not someone to be trifled with. Faced with Duan Lingtian, who had dodged his attack, he quickly chased after him. The saber ray that shone from the saber in his hand even split into 3. It was impossible to tell if it was real or fake. Each saber contained an extremely sharp aura. Just as Su Qi smirked, thinking that he could suppress Duan Lingtian with these 3 saber moves, he noticed that Duan Lingtian had suddenly come to a halt. He was staring blankly at the sky in the distance. What are you doing? Su Qi's expression changed drastically. His expression was extremely grave as he withdrew his saber force. Was Duan Lingtian trying to lose to him on purpose? This made him feel extremely humiliated. However, Duan Ling Tian did not pay any attention to Su Qi. This was because he could see a figure charging toward the city governor's estate at a terrifying speed through the strange pupil. He's coming with ill intentions. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat for no reason. He could smell danger. The second person who noticed that something was amiss was the city governor of Mound Hill City. However, by the time he reacted, the figure had already appeared above the city governor's mansion and arrived above Duan Lingtian and the others. Trespassing on the city governor's mansion is a capital offense. At this moment, two figures rose into the sky from both sides of the mansion. They charged toward the intruders like two bolts of lightning. Be careful. The city governor of Mound Hill City had a drastic change of expression. In the next moment, the expressions of Duan Lingtian and the others changed as well. Chapter 14:18. They're dead? Duan Lingtian gasped when he saw the two bodies on the ground. One of them was no stranger to him. He was the leader of the 36 guardians of the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City, the heavenly leader guardian. He was also one of the few Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses in Mound Hill City. The other person was an old man. Although he did not know him, he knew he was a Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. The fact that he could fly in Mound Hill City was enough to prove his cultivation base. However, these two Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses were instantly killed by this newcomer in just a single blow. When Duan Lingtian looked at the newcomer again, his eyes were filled with dread. At the same time, he also saw the newcomer clearly. It was a handsome young man dressed in a white robe with silver trimmings. However, there was a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth as he looked down at them condescendingly. Gasp, 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 gasp. Su Qi, Ling Yun, Xiong Hu, and Jin Yuanbao regained their senses and gasped. When they looked at the white-robed young man again, they were filled with dread as well. The two Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses from the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City were not even a match for this person. Just how strong was this person's strength? They did not even see any trace of his attack earlier. It was as though a powerful force had appeared out of thin air and suppressed and killed the two Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses. Naturally, they knew that things were not that simple. He must have made a move. However, since their cultivation base was too low, they could not see any trace of his attack. Zhou Qi. At this moment, a thunderous roar snapped Duan Lingtian and the other four back to their senses. Then, they saw it. The city governor of Mound Hill City had a ferocious look on his face as he stomped on the ground and flew up with a bang. The ground where he was standing earlier had cracks that looked like a spider web. The cracks even extended to the feet of Duan Lingtian and the other three. Before they regained their senses, they realized the city governor of Mound Hill City was already fighting with Zhou Qi. However, the speed of their attacks was so fast that they could not see their movements at all. Even when Duan Lingtian activated his strange pupil, he could only see two afterimages crossing each other. What's that? Suddenly, Duan Lingtian clearly saw that when his teacher and Zhou Qi were fighting with their saint weapons, true Qi had spread out above Zhou Qi's head and turned into a huge hammer. This was a giant hammer that was completely condensed from true energy. Just as Duan Lingtian was wondering why the other party had the mind to spare a portion of his shenqi to do this, the giant hammer came crashing down on his teacher. At that moment, the sky shook. Accompanied by a dull thud, the city governor of Mound Hill City spat out a mouthful of blood and fell from the sky in a wretched state. Teacher! Master! Immediately, Duan Lingtian and the other four moved to catch the falling city governor of Mound Hill City. One could see that the city governor of Mound Hill City's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth and dripped onto the ground, making a soft sound. True energy condensed weapon. You broke through to the Saint Realm Mastery stage? The city governor of Mound Hill City looked at Zhou Qi with fear in his eyes. Saint Realm Mastery stage? The city governor of Mound Hill City's words stunned Duan Lingtian and the other four. This white-clad young man, Zhou Qi, was actually a powerful person at the Saint Realm Mastery stage? Feng Hui, you're still the same as last time. You haven't improved at all. It seems like you'll only be like this for the rest of your life. Zhou Qi looked down at the city governor of Mound Hill City. His eyes gleamed with condescension and blatant disdain. You. Zhou Qi had severely injured the city governor of Mound Hill City and even humiliated him. This caused Duan Lingtian and the other four to turn pale. Although they knew the other party was powerful, they could not bear it. The city governor of Mound Hill City was their respected teacher and master. Just as Duan Lingtian and the other four were about to attack, the city governor of Mound Hill City, Feng Hui, stopped them anxiously. You're no match for him. Feng Hui, why are you stopping them? Are you afraid that I'll kill them? Zhou Qi laughed. It was a mocking laugh. Zhou Qi, did you come here just to show off your prowess? If that's the case, you can leave now. You've achieved your goal. Feng Hui took a deep breath and suppressed the shame and anger in his heart as he said in a deep voice, in terms of seniority, I should call you junior uncle. However, based on the difference between our cultivation bases, I think you'll be embarrassed if I call you junior uncle. The smile on Zhou Qi's face grew wider as he insulted Feng Hui to his heart's content. Junior uncle? Duan Lingtian and the other four were stunned when they heard Zhou Qi's words. Why? Are you surprised? Zhou Qi smiled when he saw the expression on Duan Lingtian and the other four's faces. Your master is my master's junior brother. However, compared to my master, your master is much more useless. He's already so old, but he's still an outer court deacon who's sent to manage this small Mound Hill city. Intermediate Saint Rudiment stage. My good junior uncle, if I remember correctly, you were at the intermediate Saint Rudiment stage when I first met you 10 years ago, and I was only at the paramount mortal shedding stage. Now, I've broken through to the mastery Saint Rudiment stage, but you're still at the intermediate Saint Rudiment stage. The contempt in Zhou Qi's eyes grew as he spoke. Are you here to humiliate me? Feng Hui asked in a deep voice as he stared at Zhou Qi with a piercing gaze. There was an extremely cold gleam in his eyes. If it was not for the fact that he was severely injured and had lost the ability to fight, Feng Hui would have attacked again. A warrior would rather be killed than humiliated. However, Zhou Qi completely ignored his gaze and said indifferently, I heard that martial Uncle Feng Hui has a disciple who came from the mortal continent. He's quite impressive. I think his name is Su Qi. May I know who he is? Zhou Qi asked curiously as he glanced at Duan Lingtian and the other four. Upon hearing Zhou Qi's words, Duan Lingtian and the other four could not help but look at Su Qi. This Zhou Qi who came with ill intentions was actually looking for Su Qi? What was going on? Humph. Su Qi snorted coldly. His eyes were filled with hostility when he looked at Zhou Qi. After confirming Su Qi's identity, Zhou Qi looked at him immediately. You're Su Qi? Not bad, you're good-looking. No wonder Master likes you so much. When Zhou Qi reached the end of his sentence, he nodded in satisfaction. The moment Zhou Qi's words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian and the other three were stunned. Based on Zhou Qi's words, it seemed like he was here to poach him. Zhou Qi, what do you mean by that? Feng Hui asked with a grave expression. However, Zhou Qi ignored Feng Hui directly and looked at Su Qi with a smile. Su Qi, I, Zhou Qi, am the direct disciple of Elder Lu Huan of the Moon Illumination sect. My master, Elder Lu Huan, intends to take you in as his direct disciple so that you can enter the inner court of the sect directly and become an inner court disciple. You'll be able to enjoy a rich cultivation environment and cultivation resources. Moon Illumination sect, inner court disciple. The moment Zhou Qi's words left his mouth, it was no different from a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. It shocked Duan Lingtian and the other four. They would be heading to the Moon Illumination sect to participate in the entrance assessment in 5 months. For this reason, Duan Lingtian and the other four knew a little about the Moon Illumination sect's rules. Those who had just passed the entrance assessment and entered the Moon Illumination sect were only outer court disciples of the sect. To become an inner court disciple of the Moon Illumination sect, one must pass a certain test. It was said that one must have a cultivation base at the early Saint Rudiment stage at the very least. Naturally, there were exceptions. It was said that some young geniuses who were chosen by the Moon Illumination sect's high-ranking officials could directly enter the inner court and become inner court disciples regardless of their cultivation base, as long as they were recommended by the Moon Illumination sect's high-ranking officials. Naturally, It had to be the Moon Illumination sect's high-ranking officials who had real power. For example, an outer court deacon like Feng Hui, the city governor of Mount Hill City, who was sent out, although he was considered a high-ranking official in the Moon Illumination sect to a certain extent, he did not have any status in the sect, let alone real power. In the Moon Illumination sect, his status was even lower than many of the inner court disciples. However, Zhou Qi had just said that his master, Elder Lu Huan, intended to take Su Qi in as his direct disciple. Moreover, he would allow Su Qi to enter the inner court of the Moon Illumination sect directly. Duan Lingtian, Ling Yun, Xiong Hu, and Jin Yuanbao immediately looked at Su Qi. All of them wanted to know what he would choose. Would he betray the sect and join another sect? Or would he reject the offer? However, if he rejected the offer, it would not end well for him. Based on the fact that Zhou Qi had killed 2 Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses as soon as he arrived at the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City, it was easy to tell that Zhou Qi was not a kind person. Did that scoundrel, Lu Huan, send you here? Feng Hui asked through gritted teeth. His eyes were wide open as his body began to tremble violently. He was so angry that he was on the verge of breaking down. Slap. A crisp sound rang out. It was Zhou Qi who had struck at lightning speed and slapped Feng Hui, leaving a clear palm print on half of Feng Hui's face. Master! Horror dawned on Duan Lingtian. He immediately raised the sun-shooting bow in his hand. True energy shot out of his right hand and consolidated into an arrow. He wanted to attack Zhou Qi with the aerolite strike. At this moment, he did not have the time to think about whether he was a match for Zhou Qi or not. He had long regarded Feng Hui as his master. As his disciple, he could not just stand by and watch his master being humiliated. However, as soon as he knocked the arrow on the bowstring and before he could pull the string, a cold snort resonated in his ears. The sound contained a terrifying sound wave that caused his body to tremble. Before Duan Lingtian could even react, he felt a huge force attack him, and it fiercely slapped his body, blasting him away. Barf. Duan Lingtian felt something sweet in his throat when he fell heavily on the ground. He then opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, Duan Lingtian heard 3 people spitting out blood beside him. He noticed that Ling Yun, Xiong Hu, and Jin Yuanbao were sent flying with him. They were holding saint weapons in their hands. It was obvious that they wanted to avenge Feng Hui just like him. How dare 4 little ants act so presumptuously in front of me? Zhou Qi? Zhou Qi did not seem to have done anything. He appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and the other 3 in just a blink of an eye. He looked down at Duan Lingtian and the other 3 with his nose in the air. Oh, no. Chapter 14:19. How shabby. I'm afraid such a lousy bow isn't even a human-rank primitive saint weapon. It seems like Feng Hui doesn't think highly of you. Zhou Qi sneered as he looked at the sun-shooting bow in Duan Lingtian's hand. Zhou Qi glanced at Duan Lingtian in disdain as he sneered. He did not bother with Duan Lingtian and the other 2 anymore. He turned around and looked at Su Qi. Su Qi, what do you think? Duan Lingtian sighed in relief inwardly. At that moment, he thought Zhou Qi had seen how extraordinary the sun-shooting bow in his hand was and wanted to snatch it away. At that moment, his heart also hung in the air. It was only now that he felt relieved. It was a close call. A Mastery Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator is actually so powerful, I feel like a child in front of him. I don't even have the strength to fight back. Even if I activate my strange pupil, I'm still no match for him. Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with bitterness. Zhou Qi was definitely the most powerful opponent he had ever encountered in his life. However, Duan Lingtian quickly shifted his gaze to Su Qi. Apart from him, even Xiong Hu, Jin Yuanbao, and Feng Hui, the city governor of Mount Hill City, were looking at Su Qi. All of them wanted to know what choice he would make. Su Qi, a wise man submits to circumstances. I believe you're a smart man. Zhou Qi seemed to have noticed Su Qi's hesitation, so he continued to say, moreover, water flows to the lower places while people walk to the higher places. This is the truth no matter where you go. You're destined to have no future if you follow Feng Hui. Feng Hui's cultivation base is even lower than mine, let alone my master, Elder Lu Huan. My master, Elder Lu Huan, is at the paramount Saint Rudiment stage. He's only half a step away from the Saint stage. Zhou Qi finished his sentence in one breath. Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. The moment Zhou Qi's words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian, Xiong Hu, and Jin Yuan Bao were shocked. They did not expect Zhou Qi's master to be at the paramount Saint Rudiment stage. An elder with such strength must have a high position even in the Moon Illumination sect. Although the Moon Illumination sect was a seventh-rate force, there were only a few Saint stage powerhouses in the sect. Zhou Qi's master, Lu Huan, could be considered to be in the second echelon of the Moon Illumination sect. The first echelon was none other than the few Saint stage powerhouses from the Moon Illumination sect. I agree. Su Qi finally made up his mind. Haha, good. From now on, I'll call you Junior Brother Su Qi. Zhou Qi immediately laughed out loud when he heard Su Qi's reply. His laughter was filled with joy. Junior Brother Su Qi, congratulations. You've made the best choice. Senior Brother Zhou Qi. Su Qi bowed respectfully at Zhou Qi. Su Qi, you ingrate. You ungrateful bastard. Xiong Hu was enraged when he saw that Su Qi had actually agreed to it. Hearing that, the smile on Zhou Qi's face immediately disappeared. He looked at Xiong Hu with a murderous look in his eyes, and the true energy on his body was faintly discernible. He's just an ant. Why do you have to care about him, Senior Brother Zhou Qi? Su Qi glanced at Xiong Hu indifferently and said to Zhou Qi with a smile, That's right. He's just an ant. Zhou Qi smiled as well. When Xiong Hu heard Su Qi's words, he became even more enraged. He still wanted to say something, but Jin Yuan Bao, who was standing next to him, covered his mouth. Xiong Hu, if you're seeking death, don't drag us down with you. Jin Yuan Bao glared at Xiong Hu and shouted in a deep voice. Duan Lingtian looked at Su Qi with a slightly gloomy expression. He knew very well how much his master, the city governor of Mount Hill City, loved Su Qi. For Su Qi's sake, his master had even secretly asked him not to spar with Su Qi. Yet now, Su Qi had actually betrayed his master. For a moment, Duan Lingtian only felt that his heart was filled with rage that was about to burst out. Senior Brother Zhou Qi, let's return to the sect. I'd like to go back and meet Master as soon as possible, Su Qi said to Zhou Qi. Su Qi said to Zhou Qi. His tone was respectful, and Zhou Qi enjoyed it. There's no hurry. Zhou Qi shook his head and smiled. Then, he looked at Feng Hui, the city governor of Mount Hill City. At this moment, Feng Hui was looking at Su Qi in disbelief. It was as though he did not expect Su Qi to betray him. A hint of anger could be seen on his face. However, his anger soon disappeared. He sighed as though he had aged a few years in an instant. Feng Hui, if I were you, I would have killed myself a long time ago. Zhou Qi glanced at Feng Hui coldly and said mockingly, It's one thing if you have poor innate talent, but you can't even protect your own woman. Now, the disciple you've trained wholeheartedly has betrayed you. Every word Zhou Qi said was heart-wrenching. After he finished speaking, Feng Hui was so angry that his body trembled violently. His eyes were bulging, and he could not help but spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. He looked extremely wretched. However, I still have to thank you on behalf of my master, your senior brother, Elder Lu Huan. Thank you for finding such an outstanding disciple for him. Zhou Qi continued. Feng Hui was so angry that he rolled his eyes and fainted. Trash. Zhou Qi spat before he looked at Su Qi and said with a smile, Junior Brother Su Qi, let's go. We'll go back to the sect to meet Master and perform the ceremony. I'll listen to Senior Brother Zhou Qi's arrangement. Su Qi glanced at Feng Hui, who had fainted unwillingly before he looked at Zhou Qi and said respectfully, Let's go. Zhou Qi shouted in a deep voice. He lifted his arm and grabbed Su Qi's shoulder. He flew away with Su Qi and disappeared into the horizon in just a blink of an eye, returning to the Moon Illumination sect. Master City Governor, Big Brother, Elder Huang. Not long after Zhou Qi left, people came one after another. They were the members of the 36 guardians of the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City and some revered elders. As for the servants and maids who came after hearing the news, they were blocked outside. After all, it was not something to be proud of. At this moment, the medicinal effect of the healing medicinal pill gradually took effect. Duan Lingtian, Xiong Hu, and Jin Yuan Bao could finally stand up. After they stood up, they immediately ran to Feng Hui, who was unconscious. The three of them had a worried expression on their faces. What's going on? More than 10 people from the 36 guardians and a few revered elders came. All of them looked grave as they questioned Duan Lingtian and the other two. They rushed over when they heard the commotion. As soon as they entered the courtyard, they saw the city governor of Mound Hill City, the heavenly leader guardian, and a revered elder lying on the ground. This scene scared them to the point their souls almost flew out of their bodies. In fact, the three of them who were lying on the ground were all at the St. Rudiment stage. The city governor of Mound Hill City, especially, was at the intermediate St. Rudiment stage. He was only a step away from breaking through to the Mastery St. Rudiment stage and mastering the True Energy Consolidated Weapon technique. The True Energy Consolidated Weapon was a technique that could only be mastered by a Mastery St. Rudiment stage powerhouse. Consolidating the true energy into a divine weapon phenomenon to attack the enemy by surprise would have a miraculous effect. For example, the technique Zhou Qi used to defeat Feng Hui, the city governor of Mound Hill City, was the True Energy Consolidated Weapon. Consolidating the true energy into a divine weapon phenomenon. His divine weapon phenomenon was a gigantic hammer. When the gigantic hammer fell, it was as though Mount Tai was crashing down. Its power was unstoppable. Su Qi, that ingrate. Xiong, who gnashed his teeth in hatred. The moment he thought of Su Qi's betrayal, he was filled with rage. Jin Yuan Bao recounted what had happened earlier with a bitter expression on his face. Upon hearing how powerful Zhou Qi was and how powerful the Moon Illumination sect's elder, Lu Huan, was, everyone fell silent. Whether it was the dozens of people from the 36 guardians or the remaining revered elders, the anger on their faces turned into a bitter smile. They knew very well that they would not be able to avenge themselves. Their opponent was an inner court disciple of the seventh-rate force, the Moon Illumination sect, that was above the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. Put aside the fact that the inner court disciple was more powerful than their city governor. Moreover, the Moon Illumination sect's elder behind the inner court disciple made them unable to resist at all. Soon after, Feng Hui, the city governor of Mound Hill City, regained consciousness. His expression was terrifyingly grave. After consuming a healing medicinal pill and recovering slightly, he ordered, "Bury the heavenly leader guardian and elder Huang properly. Apart from Duan Lingtian, Xiong Hu, and Jin Yuan Bao, the rest of you are dismissed." Following Feng Hui's order, only 4 people were left in the huge mansion. "I'm sure all of you have a lot of questions, right?" Feng Hui sighed. Duan Lingtian and the other 2 nodded. Indeed, they had questions in their minds. Based on Zhou Qi's tone, he seemed to be picking on Feng Hui as though he had a death feud with Feng Hui. "Do all of you see anything?" Feng Hui asked again. "Master, Zhou Qi must have a feud with you, right?" Jin Yuan Bao asked. "Zhou Qi?" Feng Hui shook his head before a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. "I have no feud with Zhou Qi. He's just a dog that Lu Huan raised to bite people everywhere. Lu Huan is the one who has a feud with me." Lu Huan. Before Zhou Qi's arrival, Duan Lingtian and the other 2 did not know who the owner of this name was even if they heard it. However, after Zhou Qi's arrival, they knew who he was. Lu Huan was an elder of the Moon Illumination sect. His cultivation base was so powerful that he had even entered the Paramount St. Rudiment stage. "Master, Lu Huan is at the Paramount St. Rudiment stage. Why do you have a feud with him?" Xiong Hu asked. "I'll have to start from when I was young," Feng Hui said slowly. Feng Hui slowly told Duan Lingtian and the other 2 about the things that happened when he was young. As it turned out, Feng Hui and Lu Huan had entered the Moon Illumination sect in the same year. In the beginning, both of them minded their own business, but in the end, they would not rest until one of them died. As for the reason for this, it was because of Feng Hui's wife. Feng Hui's wife had entered the Moon Illumination sect a few years later. Both Feng Hui and Lu Huan had taken a liking to her. In the end, Feng Hui had married the beauty. At that time, Lu Huan, who had already become an inner court disciple, took advantage of the fact that he had been taken in as a disciple by an elder in the sect. He was so bold that he kidnapped Feng Hui's wife on their wedding night. After Feng Hui's wife was defiled by him, she chose to commit suicide. Since then, Feng Hui and Lu Huan had a death feud. They would not rest until one of them was dead. However, Feng Hui's innate talent was not as good as Lu Huan's, and his backer was not as good as Lu Huan's. In his despair, the heart demon grew in him, causing his cultivation base to progress slowly. Chapter 14:20. Later on, Feng Hui knew there was no hope for him to seek revenge. After he became an inner court disciple, he sought the position of an outer court deacon to take charge of Mound Hill City and became the city governor of Mound Hill City. 10 years ago, Lu Huan had brought Zhou Qi here. He had once again recalled his dusty memories, causing him to be filled with grief and indignation. However, what could he do? He could not defeat Lu Huan. In terms of status, he was far inferior to Lu Huan. Due to this reason, he could only endure the humiliation until today. I know there's no hope for me to seek revenge on my own, and I've thought of committing suicide. However, I decided to live on in the end. I'm destined to be inferior to Lu Huan in this life, but it doesn't mean the disciple I train is inferior to the disciple he trains. Feng Hui said through gritted teeth. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with hatred. Naturally, there was something he did not say. He hoped the disciple he trained would avenge him one day. Even if he did not kill Lu Huan, he would die without regrets if he could teach Lu Huan a lesson. It was because of this obsession that he managed to drag out an ignoble existence until today. One must admit that when Feng Hui's words entered the ears of Duan Lingtian and the other three, it was like a sudden clap of thunder. It shocked them so much that they were stunned. It did not cross their minds at all. To think that their teacher and master actually had such an unbearable past. They could feel pain, anger, helplessness, unwillingness, and other emotions in Feng Hui's tone. They could understand it. The reason I'm telling all of you this is mainly because I want to tell all of you one thing. Even if all of you enter the Moon Illumination sect in a few months' time and become outer court disciples, you'll still have to face suppression from Lu Huan's people. Feng Hui looked at Duan Lingtian and the other three solemnly. Now, you can consider. Do you still want to participate in the Moon Illumination sect's entrance assessment and enter the sect? The moment Feng Hui's words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian and the other three could not help but frown. Don't tell me they dare to kill us? Duan Lingtian asked. They won't dare to kill anyone in the sect even if they have 100 guts. Even if it's a remote place, it's still covered by the divine consciousness of a few saint stage powerhouses in the sect. Whoever kills will be severely punished by the sect. Feng Hui enunciated each word clearly. Of course, if there's an irreconcilable feud between the people in the sect, you can apply for a life and death duel. That way, you won't be breaking the sect's rules, and you won't be punished for killing. In other words, if we enter the Moon Illumination sect, they'll at most make things difficult for us, but they won't dare to kill us? Xionghu asked. Something like that. Feng Hui nodded. Teacher, what is divine sense? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Divine consciousness can only be formed by Saint Realm experts. It's a type of spiritual energy. The divine consciousness of a Saint Realm expert can cover a wide area and monitor that area. Feng Hui said, You'll find out about this when you break through to the Saint stage in the future. Saint Realm? Duan Lingtian did not think much of what Feng Hui said, but Ling Yun, Xionghu, and Jin Yuanbao were shocked. Based on what their master said, this senior brother Duan actually had a chance to break through to the Saint stage. With your senior brother Duan's innate talent, it's only a matter of time before he breaks through to the Saint stage, as long as he doesn't die prematurely. Feng Hui seemed to have noticed the shock on Ling Yun and the other two's faces. Based on his words, he was very confident in Duan Lingtian. I'll give all of you a month to think about it. I won't blame you even if you don't enter the Moon Illumination sect. However, once you enter, you'll have to be mentally prepared. Feng Hui continued, After all, I'm the one who recommended all of you to enter the Moon Illumination sect. That's equivalent to being branded with Mound Hill City's label, my label. Fang Hui's face was solemn when he reached the end of his sentence. Apart from Duan Lingtian, Ling Yun, Xiong Hu, and Jin Yuanbao nodded solemnly. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, had already made up his mind when he heard Fang Hui say Lu Huan and his disciple would not kill anyone in the sex estate. He would enter the Moon Illumination sect. Although he would be suppressed, it would not be a life and death situation. There was only motivation when there was pressure. Duan Lingtian had always believed in this. I'll let Lu Huan and his disciple be my touchstone then. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed as he thought to himself. Sigh. Fang Hui seemed to have recalled something as he let out a long sigh before he turned around and left the front courtyard. Duan Lingtian glanced at him and realized Fang Hui's silhouette was a little desolate. It seems like Su Qi's betrayal has dealt a huge blow to teacher. Su Qi's betrayal was also out of Duan Lingtian's expectations. Although he did not have much contact with Su Qi, in his opinion, Su Qi was not a coward who would live an ignoble life. I've misjudged him this time. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly as his eyes gleamed coldly. Su Qi, I'll let you know. Even if you're on Lu Huan's side, I'll still step on you. Since Duan Lingtian truly regarded Fang Hui as his teacher, he could empathize with Fang Hui's humiliation. And Lu Huan and his disciple, the moment Duan Lingtian thought to this point, the coldness in his eyes intensified. After taking a deep breath and suppressing his anger, Duan Lingtian turned around and returned to his room to cultivate. He took out the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and entered the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. It was less than half a year before he would join the Moon Illumination sect. I hope I'll have successfully broken through to the perfection mortal shedding stage by the time I join the Moon Illumination sect. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. After cultivating in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda for 3 days, Duan Lingtian was awakened by a knock on the door. Only a day had passed in the outside world. Teacher. When Duan Lingtian opened the door, he saw Fang Hui. He could not help but feel a little surprised. Duan Lingtian, have you thought about it? Do you want to join the Moon Illumination sect? Fang Hui asked. Duan Lingtian was stunned. Although he already had an answer in his heart, he could not help but feel a little surprised when Fang Hui came to ask him about it after only a day. Did he not say he would give him a month to think about it? Since there's no danger of death, there's nothing for me to be afraid of. Duan Lingtian smiled. Based on his words, he made it clear that he still intended to join the Moon Illumination sect. There's no danger of death in the sex estate. Fang Hui's face turned serious as he said, however, there's no guarantee of safety outside the sex estate. You must know this. Even if someone was killed outside the sex estate, they might not be able to find out who killed him. If I'm killed outside the sex estate, I can only say that I'm useless. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed as he smiled faintly. I didn't misjudge you. Fang Hui took a deep look at Duan Lingtian before taking out a spatial ring and passing it to Duan Lingtian. Cultivate well before you head to the Moon Illumination sect to participate in the entrance assessment. This is? Upon seeing Fang Hui's action, Duan Lingtian could not help but be stunned. There's a saint grade pill, the sensory pill, and some saint stones inside. They'll be helpful to your cultivation. After Fang Hui finished speaking, he did not wait for Duan Lingtian's reply and directly stuffed it into Duan Lingtian's hand. Then, he turned around and left, no longer disturbing Duan Lingtian's cultivation. Teacher, I'll seek justice for you one day. Duan Lingtian promised as he watched Fang Hui's desolate silhouette leaving. He did not know why, but he felt a fire burning in his heart. This was his promise to Fang Hui. His voice was not loud, but it entered Fang Hui's ears clearly. Justice. Fang Hui's body paused for a moment. After a slight tremble, he continued to walk forward. I believe in you. Fang Hui's voice became a little hoarse. He could not hide the excitement in his tone. The reason he, Fang Hui, had dragged out an ignoble existence until today was to seek justice. Back then, Lu Huan had kidnapped and forced his newlywed wife to death, but he did not seek justice. Until today, he still could not seek justice. The reason he recruited so many young geniuses was because he had pinned his hopes on those young geniuses. He hoped they would seek justice for him. Now that someone had promised to seek justice for him, and this person had a high chance of fulfilling his promise, how could he not be excited? However, Feng Hui's feelings were still complicated. Back then, when he took Su Qi as his disciple, he had pinned all his hopes on Su Qi. When he saw Su Qi's rapid growth, he saw a glimmer of hope. In his opinion, with Su Qi's innate talent, he would definitely be able to fulfill his unfulfilled wish as long as he grew stronger after joining the Moon Illumination sect. He would seek justice for him and allow his wife to die happily. However, who would have thought the person he had pinned all his hopes on would betray him? Fortunately, he still had Duan Lingtian. Currently, Duan Lingtian was like a ray of light in the darkness that guided him forward. To put it simply, he had already regarded Duan Lingtian as his last hope. Duan Lingtian did not disappoint him. Don't tell me I can't have my cake and eat it too? Feng Hui's heart was filled with bitterness. Whether it was Duan Lingtian or Su Qi, both of them were people who could seek justice for him after they grew stronger. However, just like how he could not have his cake and eat it too, he had lost Su Qi. Duan Lingtian closed the door and entered the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda again. Sensory Pill. He did not lack saint stones among the things Feng Hui had given him. However, he lacked the saint-grade sensory pill. This is a 2-star sensory pill. This is a 3-star sensory pill? Duan Lingtian claimed ownership of the spatial ring Feng Hui had given him. When he was about to take out the sensory pill to assist his cultivation, he realized there were not only 2-star sensory pills in the spatial ring, but there was also a small portion of 3-star sensory pills. They were all saint-grade sensory pills. The effect of the 3-star sensory pill was undoubtedly much better than the 2-star sensory pill. It's time to change my spatial ring. When Duan Lingtian recalled his spatial ring was refined by himself, he decided to use the spatial ring Feng Hui had given him. Currently, he could not raise the grade of his spatial ring because he could not produce a weapon flame. However, the spatial ring Feng Hui had given him was of a higher grade than all the spatial rings he had. It was a human rank prominent saint weapon, so he changed it without hesitation. The 2-star sensory pill is already so effective. The 3-star sensory pill must be even more powerful. Chapter 1421. After today's incident, Duan Lingtian felt even more pressured. The law of the jungle in the Dao Martial Saint Land was even more exaggerated compared to the Cloud Continent and the overseas Saint Islands. Zhou Qi, the direct disciple of Elder Lu Huan of the Moon Illumination sect, had barged into the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City alone and killed 2 Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses in the city governor's estate before severely injuring the city governor of Mound Hill City. He, Ling Yun, Xiong Hu, and Jin Yuan Bao did not even have the strength to fight back against the arrogant Zhou Qi. All of this was because Zhou Qi was too powerful. The strong were respected. This was an eternal truth that applied no matter where one went. Today, Zhou Qi had further explained this concept to Duan Lingtian. With the 3-star sensory pill, I'm more confident of breaking through to the perfection mortal shedding stage before the entrance assessment of the Moon Illumination sect. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian began to cultivate after consuming a 3-star sensory pill. Unknowingly, a saint stone had appeared in his hand. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, 9 dragons form. As he cultivated the mental cultivation method, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the air and the saint stone surged into Duan Lingtian's body continuously. They were transported by the 9 dragons and circulated in his body. After completing the circulation, the heaven and earth spirit energy transformed into true energy and merged into the basketball-sized qi between Duan Lingtian's brows. The true energy in his qi was increasing every second. It's so fast. Duan Lingtian noticed that after the 3-star sensory pill took effect, the heaven and earth spirit energy he sensed was much richer than before. His cultivation speed had become faster as well. Under such a cultivation environment, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base rose rapidly. Naturally, Duan Lingtian could not keep cultivating like this. Occasionally, he would leave the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and his room to relax. A month's time passed very quickly. At this moment, Ling Yun, Xiong Hu, and Jin Yuan Bao had also replied one after another. Ling Yun and Xiong, who had decided to join the Moon Illumination sect. Jin Yuan Bao, on the other hand, chose to give up. Master, I'm sorry. I can't join the Moon Illumination sect. I am not afraid of them, but I am afraid that they will attack my family. Under the gazes of Duan Lingtian, Ling Yun and Xiong Hu, Jin Yuan Bao bitterly smiled as he explained the reason why he gave up. Although Jin Yuan Bao chose to give up, Fang Hui did not blame him. It was undoubtedly normal for Jin Yuan Bao to be wary of Lu Huan and his disciple. Master, I'll definitely teach that traitor Su Qi a lesson for you in the future. As for that Zhou Qi, I will definitely catch up to him and even surpass him in the future. Xiong Hu said solemnly. His words were filled with strong confidence. Fang Hui was naturally moved by this. Even though Ling Yun didn't say anything, his sharp gaze was enough to explain everything. Duan Lingtian would occasionally leave the city governor's mansion and go out to relax. However, most of the time, he would go to Hong Yu's house to see the little girl, Shi, and play with her. Compared to the past, the little girl, Shi, was like a completely different person. She had become even more cheerful. Brother, Shi will perform for you. The little girl waved her fists excitedly as she blinked her big eyes and said to Duan Lingtian, "What's the performance?" Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Then, he saw a scene that shocked him. As the little girl whistled, a few figures appeared in all directions of the courtyard. In just a blink of an eye, these few figures appeared around the little girl. Duan Lingtian stared at them and saw they were animals like cats and dogs. However, due to the different environment of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the cats and dogs here were different from the ones on the mortal continent. The cats here were as big as adult dogs on the mortal continent. The dogs here were as big as tigers on the mortal continent. However, the cats and dogs surrounding the little girl were unusually docile. They lay there and allowed the little girl to ride on them. They even ran around happily with the little girl. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian was stunned. Shi's innate talent as a beast tamer far surpasses mine. Hong Yu suddenly appeared next to Duan Lingtian and said with a complicated expression as he looked at the little girl who was riding a big dog around the courtyard. As it turns out, she has an innate talent as a beast tamer. Duan Lingtian finally understood. He was wondering how a little girl like Shi could make these cats and dogs so docile. As it turned out, she had an innate talent as a beast tamer. In the beginning, he even thought these were the cats and dogs that Hong Yu reared at home. Only now did he realize they were stray cats and dogs. Brother Lingtian, I want Shi to become a beast tamer, Hong Yu said seriously. Hong Yu said to Duan Lingtian seriously, she really has this innate talent. I don't want this talent of hers to be buried. Big brother Hong, I don't have any objections as long as Shi is happy. Duan Lingtian said, I only hope that she can always be carefree. Everything else is not important. All right. Hong Yu nodded. Big brother Hong, I'll be leaving in 3 months. I'll come to see all of you and bid farewell before I leave Mount Hill City. I'm going to focus on cultivating during this period of time. Duan Lingtian greeted Hong Yu, and Hong Yu expressed his understanding of the situation. He knew Duan Lingtian would be leaving Mount Hill City in 3 months to participate in the Moon Illumination Sect's entrance assessment. As Duan Lingtian's brother, it was only natural that he hoped Duan Lingtian would have a bright future. After returning to the city governor's estate, Duan Lingtian focused on cultivating even more. I've underestimated the perfection mortal shedding stage. The difficulty of breaking through from the mastery mortal shedding stage to the perfection mortal shedding stage is more than twice as difficult as breaking through from the intermediate mortal shedding stage to the mastery mortal shedding stage. Initially, Duan Lingtian planned to break through to the perfection mortal shedding stage before joining the Moon Illumination sect. Soon, he realized it was not easy to break through to the perfection mortal shedding stage. At the very least, he had underestimated the difficulty of breaking through to the perfection mortal shedding stage. As time went by, he had cultivated on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda for a whole year, but he still had not broken through. Moreover, only 2/3 of the true energy in the Qi Si in between his brows had been accumulated. He was still 1/3 away from filling his Qi Si with true energy. A year on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was equivalent to 4 months outside. At this moment, there was only a month left before the entrance assessment of the moon illumination sect would begin. The time was getting closer and closer. Unknowingly, more than 20 days had passed. The day for Duan Lingtian, Ling Yun, and Xionghu to depart to the moon illumination sect had arrived. Get ready. We'll depart early tomorrow morning. In the morning, Fang Hui called Duan Lingtian, Ling Yun, and Xionghu to greet them. Duan Lingtian did not have much to prepare. They would depart the next day. He left the city governor's estate and went to Hong Yu's house to accompany the little girl, Shi, for the entire day. He was only ready to leave in the evening. Shi, I'm going somewhere far tomorrow. I'll come back to see you after a while. Duan Lingtian said to the little girl. Come back soon, brother. The little girl was much more sensible now. If she was still the old her, she would have cried a long time ago. Okay. Duan Lingtian nodded. After patting Shi's head, he looked at Hong Yu and his wife. Big brother Hong, sister-in-law, I'll leave Shi in your care. Don't worry. Hong Yu and his wife nodded. Brother, take care of yourself. I believe with your innate talent, it won't take long for you to make a name for yourself in the moon illumination sect. Hong Yu said. Early the next morning, Duan Lingtian, Ling Yun, and Xionghu were brought out of Mount Hill City by Fang Hui, the city governor of Mount Hill City. After leaving Mount Hill City, Duan Lingtian and the other two could fly on their own without the flight prohibiting formation. They followed Fang Hui to the moon illumination sect. Xionghu, YUVE broken through to the perfection mortal shedding stage? Soon, Duan Lingtian realized Xionghu could still keep up with him and Ling Yun even though he was flying with his physical strength and the true energy in his body. I just broke through a month ago. Xionghu grinned and smiled brightly. However, Fang Hui and Ling Yun did not seem surprised. It was obvious they had known about it. Why didn't you tell me earlier? If you had told me earlier, you and I could have exchanged some pointers. Duan Lingtian smiled. Senior brother Duan, I can't even defeat senior brother Ling Yun, let alone you, Xionghu said with a teary face. Now that Su Qi had left, Duan Lingtian had become the eldest senior brother. Naturally, even if Su Qi did not leave, Duan Lingtian was still the eldest senior brother in Ling Yun and Xionghu's eyes. They knew a little about Fang Hui forbidding Duan Lingtian from sparring with Su Qi. They knew their master was worried Su Qi would not be a match for Duan Lingtian. Fang Hui slowed down on purpose since he had to take care of Duan Lingtian and the other two. They only arrived near the moon illumination sect after 2 days. We'll see the moon illumination sect after we pass the mountain range in front, Fang Hui said to Duan Lingtian and the other two while looking at the mountain range that looked like a long dragon. The three of them shuddered and snapped back to their senses. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he focused his eyes and looked forward. He could not see anything with just a glance. However, as he activated the strange pupil in his left eye, he soon saw a huge mountain gate not far behind the mountain range. It looked majestic. Above the mountain gate, there were 3 large words carved in a flamboyant style. Moon Illumination Sect. I did it. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to take a closer look at the Moon Illumination Sect, a surprised voice resonated in his ears. He could tell it was Hualao's voice. Hualao, what did you do? Duan Lingtian was stunned. I've successfully refined the dragon blood of the little devil dragon, Hualao replied. Upon hearing Hualao's words, Duan Lingtian seemed to have recalled something. His eyes lit up, and his breathing quickened due to his excitement. Hualao, did you really refine it? Duan Lingtian's tone seemed to contain slight excitement mixed within. He could not help but feel excited. Hualao had told him what refining the dragon blood of a 5-clawed devil dragon meant 3 months ago. Divine Dragon Phenomenon. Chapter 1422. 3 months ago, Duan Lingtian had purposely asked Fang Hui, the city governor of Mount Hill City, about Saint Rudiment Stage Martial and Dao cultivators. According to Fang Hui, the early and intermediate Saint Rudiment stage was just an elevation of true energy. It was the real transformation when one reached the mastery stage. A mastery Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse could cast the true energy consolidated weapon technique. They could use part of their true energy to consolidate a divine weapon phenomenon to attack their opponent when they were fighting. For example, Zhou Qi, the Moon Illumination sect's inner court disciple who came to the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City half a year ago, had consolidated a gigantic hammer with his true energy. It was a divine weapon phenomenon. If he did not cast the divine weapon phenomenon, Feng Hui, who was at the intermediate Saint Rudiment stage, might have been able to hold on for a while. However, Feng Hui had no way of fighting back when he cast the divine weapon phenomenon. Duan Lingtian had a deep impression of that scene. When the gigantic hammer divine weapon phenomenon slammed down, it was as though a gigantic mountain had collapsed. It was as though it could suppress everything. The true energy consolidated weapon was a technique at the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage. Once one entered the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage, one would master a new technique, the true energy consolidated beast. As long as a person had merged with the blood essence of a fierce beast or a saint beast and had broken through to the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage, he would be able to consolidate a fierce beast or a saint beast's phenomenon with his true energy. That kind of phenomenon was called the variant beast phenomenon. The more powerful the blood essence of a fierce beast or a saint beast was merged with, the more powerful the variant beast phenomenon would be. Fierce beasts and saint beasts would only have blood essence when they were alive. If they were dead, the blood essence would evaporate and disappear without a trace. When Duan Lingtian killed the five-clawed devil dragon, he did not know about this when he entered the Saint Rudiment stage. Therefore, he did not think about taking its blood essence. Naturally, he might not be able to take it even if he wanted to. After all, he had relied on the Devil Seal tablet to kill the five-clawed devil dragon. It was a close call, so he did not have the chance to take the five-clawed devil dragon's blood essence. Fortunately, Hua Lao has a way to refine the ordinary blood in the five-clawed devil dragon into blood essence. Otherwise, I would have missed this opportunity. Duan Lingtian, S. Saint Rudiment stage. Although Elder Hua was the three-legged golden crow, the divine sunbird in the ancient myths in Duan Lingtian's past life, he did not know that there was a true energy consolidated beast technique here due to the different cultivation laws in every mundane planet. After learning about this, he told Duan Lingtian that he could refine the ordinary blood of a five-clawed divine dragon into blood essence. After all, Duan Lingtian had just learned from Feng Hui that the technique of a Perfection Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse was related to the blood essence of fierce beasts and saint beasts. He felt a little depressed. This was because although he had the five-clawed demonic dragon's corpse, he did not have its blood essence. Saint stage realm saint rudiment stage, saint. Fortunately, Hua Lao had mentioned a way to remedy the situation. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian would have been extremely depressed. And now, hearing Hua Lao say that the refinement was successful, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel a little excited. To him, this was good news that would have a long-term impact on his future strength. It was as if he could already see the scene of him condensing the five-clawed divine dragon Dharma idol in the future. According to Teacher, the variant beast phenomenon formed by powerhouses above the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage not only has a form and spirit, but it also has a force. If I can condense the five-clawed divine dragon Dharma idol, wouldn't the Dharma idols of ordinary beasts collapse when the dragon's might is displayed? With this thought, Duan Lingtian became even more excited. Hua Lao, keep the five-clawed devil dragon's blood essence first. I'll get it from you after I settle down in the Moon Illumination sect. Although Duan Lingtian couldn't wait to fuse with the five-clawed demon dragon's blood essence, he still suppressed the desire in his heart. No matter how anxious he wasn't in a hurry. Right now, he was still far away from the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage. When Duan Lingtian returned to his senses, he realized he had already arrived near the Moon Illumination sect's monastery gate. He could see behind the Moon Illumination sect's monastery gate, but it was cloudy, so he couldn't see what was inside. Let's walk into the monastery gate. When they arrived at the Moon Illumination sect's monastery gate, Feng Hui's expression was solemn as he called out to Duan Lingtian and the other two before descending from the sky. Duan Lingtian and the other two followed suit. Under Feng Hui's lead, Duan Lingtian and the other two arrived at the Moon Illumination Sect's monastery gate. However, they were stopped by the two Moon Illumination Sect's disciples who were guarding the monastery gate. "I'm the city governor of Mound Hill City, leading the young geniuses of Mound Hill City to participate in the entrance assessment organized by the sect's Ming Tian." Feng Hui took out a token and waved it in front of the two Moon Illumination Sect's disciples. On the token, apart from the words City Governor of Mound Hill City and Outer Court Deacon, there was also Feng Hui's name. "Oh, it's Deacon Feng." When the two Moon Illumination Sect's disciples saw the token, they immediately welcomed Feng Hui in with a smile. Although the Outer Court Deacons did not have any real power in the sect, both of them were only Outer Court disciples, so they did not dare to act presumptuously in front of the Outer Court Deacons. "The entrance assessment will begin tomorrow. All of you should rest well today. Get some sleep tonight and recharge your energy so that you'll be ready for the entrance assessment tomorrow," Feng Hui said as he led Duan Lingtian and the other two inside. "With the three of your abilities, it won't be difficult for you to pass the entrance assessment and become an Outer Court disciple." Soon after, Feng Hui brought Duan Lingtian and the other two to the outer area of the Moon Illumination Sect's estate. There were simple houses that were specially made for the participants of the entrance assessment to stay in. There was another row of houses that looked more spacious and luxurious. However, these houses were not as simple as the simple houses. There were only 18 of them. Feng Hui registered with the person in charge and obtained the residence passes for 4 of the houses. The residence passes were hung on the doors of the houses with the words "occupied" written on them. It meant that the houses with the residence passes were occupied so that nobody would enter wrongly. "Master, will Su Qi be participating in the entrance assessment tomorrow?" Xionghu asked in a deep voice as his eyes gleamed brightly. Since he's Lu Huan's disciple, naturally, he doesn't have to participate in the assessment. Not only that, but he can even enter the inner court and become an inner court disciple with Lu Huan's recommendation. Although it had been half a year since Su Qi's betrayal, one could still see some strange emotions on Feng Hui's face. "Traitor," Xionghu said resentfully. "Xionghu," Feng Hui said with a frown, "it's fine if you say these things in private when you enter the Moon Illumination Sect. If you say these things out loud, Lu Huan's people won't let you go easily. The sect forbids killing. Do you think I, Xionghu, am afraid of them?" Xionghu said with a glare. "All in all, when the 3 of you enter the sect, try to keep a low profile. If Lu Huan's people think that you're stubborn, they might feel bored and won't make things difficult for you," Feng Hui said seriously. "I don't want to cause too much trouble for all of you because of me. A moment of forbearance is for a better tomorrow. If we want to avenge Master, we must become stronger first. Otherwise, we're destined to be tortured," Ling Yun said. Feng Hui nodded. "That's right." Feng Hui agreed with Ling Yun's words. Duan Lingtian stood at the side and did not interrupt. His eyes gleamed brightly, making it difficult for others to guess what he was thinking. "Forbearance?" A faint sneer appeared at the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth. Duan Lingtian hung the residence pass with the words "occupied" on one of the houses. Since the people from Mound Hill City were the first to arrive, the houses were all empty. Therefore, he chose the house with the best location and the best air. "The house that Master lives in is different from ours. 18 houses. Could it be that they correspond to the city governors of the 18 cities under the Moon Illumination Sect?" Duan Lingtian glanced at the 18 spacious houses opposite him and thought in his heart as he guessed. At this moment, no matter if it was Feng Hui, Ling Yun, or Xionghu, they entered the house one after another and closed the door. The sign that said "occupied" on the door told the people outside that there were already people inside. Duan Lingtian opened the door and walked in as well. The house was simple. Apart from a small window that he could barely lie down on, there was nothing else inside. This house was obviously much worse than the wooden house in the latent dragon camp's 13 gangsters in the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. However, Duan Lingtian did not mind at all. Compared to the extremely harsh environment in his past life, this place was like heaven. After closing the door, Duan Lingtian carefully observed the house. He realized that the house was not airtight. A gust of wind could blow in from anywhere. It's not easy to put the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda in this case. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. As long as the wind blew in, he would be blown out as soon as the seven treasures' exquisite pagoda was touched. Forget it. It's only a day. I'll just cultivate outside. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. As long as he passed the entrance assessment of the Moon Illumination sect tomorrow, he would become an outer court disciple of the sect. As long as he was capable, he could stay in the independent courtyard in the outer court anytime. The reason he said, as long as he was capable, was because the living conditions of the outer court disciples in the Moon Illumination sect were also divided into different grades and grades. Feng Hui had told them about this on their way here. Only those who had a strong fist could live well. Although I haven't broken through to the perfection mortal shedding stage yet, most of the true energy in my Qi has been accumulated. With the 52 Saint Veins, I can mobilize all of my true energy in just a blink of an eye. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted. Even those on the paramount mortal shedding stage might not be able to compare to me in this aspect. Besides, I've also cultivated the defensive technique, Silver Shirt, to the highest level, the impeccable stage. With my current ability, although I haven't broken through to the perfection mortal shedding stage yet, it's enough to crush many martial and Dao cultivators on the paramount mortal shedding stage. Duan Lingtian was confident about this. Bang! A loud bang sounded out and gave Duan Lingtian a fright. At the same time, a gust of wind blew in, causing Duan Lingtian to regain his senses. His face turned extremely grave. The loud noise came from the sound of the door being kicked. The wind was caused by the door being kicked open. Someone had kicked open the door to Duan Lingtian's house. Boy, I've taken a liking to this house. Get out of here. Chapter 1423. Duan Lingtian walked out of his house with a gloomy expression. With just a glance, he saw an arrogant young man standing at the door of his house as though he was number 2. When Duan Lingtian walked out, Feng Hui, the city governor of Mount Hill City, Ling Yun, and Xiong Hu also heard the commotion and walked out of their houses respectively. At the same time, another middle-aged man and 3 other young men came out as well. The 4 of them were undoubtedly unfamiliar faces to Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian's attention was not on them. His eyes were on the arrogant young man in front of him. Do you feel a sense of accomplishment for kicking my door open and asking me to leave? Is that right? Duan Lingtian asked in his deep voice as a hint of coldness flashed through his eyes. So what if I am? Don't tell me you dare to go against my will? The young man who called himself Xiao Zhuwei sneered with his nose in the air, as though he was a superior talking to a subordinate. He said in a condescending tone, if I were you, I'd leave immediately instead of talking nonsense here. You'll only be humiliating yourself if you continue to stay. When Xiao Zhuwei reached the end of his sentence, his eyes were filled with disdain as he looked at Duan Lingtian. It seems like senior brother Xiao Zhuwei is unwilling to be left out no matter where he goes. That's right. Senior brother Xiao Zhuwei was like that when he was in Luojiang City. I can't believe he's still the same after coming to the Moon Illumination sect. Isn't he afraid of being taken advantage of? Taken advantage of? You've underestimated senior brother Xiao Zhuwei. He's the number 1 genius among the younger generation in the area around Luojiang City. He's only 38 years old, but he's already broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. The other 3 young men were whispering to each other. It was obvious they came from the same city as Xiao Zhuwei. Luoyi. Feng Hui looked at the middle-aged man nearby and said with a frown, Isn't your disciple too much? My disciple didn't offend him, did he? Luoyi was the city governor of Luojiang City. Luojiang City was one of the 18 cities under the Moon Illumination sect. It was as famous as Mount Hill City. The city lord of Luojiang City was also an 8th-rate force that controlled an 8th-grade primordial stone mine. Feng Hui, I heard that your most outstanding direct disciple, Su Qi, has been taken in as Elder Lu Huan's direct disciple. Congratulations. With this relationship, I presume that you and Elder Lu Huan will be able to bury the hatchet, right? Luoyi said with a smile. His words were unbridled, and he did not care about Feng Hui, whose expression was gradually darkening. He knew that it was impossible for Feng Hui and Lu Huan to reconcile. He only said that to provoke Feng Hui. As for Xiao Zhuai, he just wants to spar with your other disciples. Now, only the people from our 2 cities are here. This way, we can pass the time, right? Luo Yi still had a smile on his face. Don't tell me that you, Feng Hui, have no one else besides Su Qi? Sure enough, Feng Hui's face darkened even more. His gaze on Luo Yi grew even colder. Trash, I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me? Xiao Zhuai's face darkened as he asked loudly when he saw Duan Lingtian looking at Luo Yi and the other 3 young men from Luojiang City. Trash, who are you talking to? Duan Lingtian asked nonchalantly as soon as Xiao Zhuai finished speaking. His tone was cold. You. Xiao Zhuai replied angrily. Yes, Trash is talking to me. Duan Lingtian studied Xiao Zhuai from head to toe for a while before he nodded in all seriousness. Haha, senior brother Lingyun, did you hear that? This brat admitted that he's trash. Xionghu laughed out loud. His laughter was wanton and broke the silence. A smile appeared on Ling Yun's face as well. The 3 young men from Luojiang City looked at Xiao Zhuai with a strange expression. This brat is dead meat. However, there was pity in their eyes when they looked at Duan Lingtian. It was as though they could already see Duan Lingtian being tortured by Xiao Zhuai. Feng Hui, does your direct disciple only know how to talk? Luo Yi glanced at Feng Hui nonchalantly and mocked. Your disciple seems to be the most talkative one since the beginning, right? Feng Hui retorted. Luo Yi's face darkened. He then looked at Xiao Zhuai and said through true energy voice transmission, Xiao Zhuai, teach this brat a lesson. As far as I know, Su Qi is the only one among Feng Hui's disciples who has broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. However, he has already joined Elder Lu Huan. This brat is no match for you. Brat, you're seeking death. On the other hand, Xiao Zhuai finally reacted when he heard Luo Yi's true energy voice transmission. He was furious and charged toward Duan Lingtian immediately. At that moment, the true energy on Xiao Zhuai's body dissipated as though he had put on a layer of green clothes. Wherever he passed, it seemed to have turned into a wave that crashed toward Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had no intention of dodging Xiao Zhuai, who was charging at him menacingly. He stood still with a calm expression on his face from the beginning until the end. Let's see how long you can keep up this act. Xiao Zhuai's face turned ferocious when he saw Duan Lingtian's indifference. He swept his palm toward Duan Lingtian like a 5-fingered mountain. Airwaves rolled out. The force of Xiao Zhuai's palm shook the flowers and plants more than 10 meters away. Oomph! Duan Lingtian snorted coldly and made his move as well. As the 52 saint veins in his body were activated, the true energy in his qi surged into his hands. He slammed his palm out as well. His palm was shining with a dazzling silver luster. You want to fight Xiao Zhuai, who's at the paramount mortal shedding stage? You're digging your own grave. Luo Yi smirked when he saw that. He thought the purple-clad brat from Mound Hill City was too arrogant. Did he really think he was Su Qi? Bang! A loud bang reverberated in the air as Duan Lingtian and Xiao Zhuai's palms collided. A rolling airwave raged out from the center of the 2 palms as though it had set off a gale. Both of them retreated in a flash at the same time. Duan Lingtian took 5 steps back, while Xiao Zhuai took 4 steps back. No wonder you're so arrogant. You're quite capable. Xiao Zhuai glanced at Duan Lingtian in shock. However, a look of disdain soon appeared on his face. I'll let you know that the people from Mound Hill City are destined to be stepped on by the people from Luojiang City. A sword appeared in Xiao Zhuai's hand out of thin air as soon as he was done speaking. It was obvious that he was going to use his saint weapon to end the battle quickly. The 4 people from Luojiang City were surprised that Duan Lingtian was only at a slight disadvantage when he collided with Xiao Zhuai's palms. On the other hand, the 3 people from Mound Hill City were not surprised at all. Feng Hui, I didn't expect Mound Hill City to have such an outstanding genius martial cultivator after Su Qi left. Luo Yi looked at Feng Hui. When he saw the smug look on Feng Hui's face, he poured cold water on him. However, he's still no match for Xiao Zhuai with this little bit of ability. Xiao Zhuai's most powerful skill is his sword technique. His most powerful skill is his sword technique? Feng Hui was amused. Does Luo Yi think that Duan Lingtian's most powerful skill is his palm technique? Although Xiao Zhuwei is arrogant, he's quite capable. He's even on par with Su Qi from half a year ago. My punch with 80% of my strength is actually at a slight disadvantage. Duan Lingtian was secretly shocked. Based on the earlier exchange of palms, he was sure that if he did not use any weapons or Saint-grade martial tactic moves, he and Xiao Zhuwei would at most be on par. You're digging your own grave. However, he was delighted when he saw Xiao Zhuwei taking out his saint weapon and trying to defeat him with it. One must know that the reason why he was so confident in defeating so many martial and Dao cultivators at the paramount mortal shedding stage was mainly because of his weapon. His weapon was the sun-shooting bow. Although the sun-shooting bow was not as glorious as it was in its prime, it was not something a human-rank saint weapon could compare to. Trash from Mount Hill City, I'll defeat you with just one strike. Xiao Zhuwei shouted coldly and struck with his sword at lightning speed. He moved with his sword. His body was ethereal and seemed real at the same time. The sword gleam was like a blooming white flower that was dazzling and beautiful. Plum blossom sword, Xiao Zhuwei mumbled. The sword gleam in his hand bloomed like plum blossoms in winter as it flew toward Duan Lingtian, aiming for his vital points. Body and arrow synchronization. Duan Lingtian drew his bow and shot an arrow. He moved with the arrow like a bolt of lightning and dodged Xiao Zhuwei's sword technique easily. Sword shadow pursuit. Xiao Zhuwei continued to mumble. After Duan Lingtian dodged, he chased after him. The sword in his hand was like a gangrene attached to a bone. It did not leave Duan Lingtian's side at all. However, that was just the beginning. A moment later, Duan Lingtian managed to distance himself from Xiao Zhuwei. Xiao Zhuwei was completely defeated in terms of speed. Oh no! Luo Yi's expression changed drastically when he saw that. He thought nobody in Mount Hill City was a match for his disciple since Su Qi was no longer around. He did not expect Mount Hill City to have such a genius even without Su Qi. In the martial Tao of the world, speed was the only thing that could not be defeated. Speed could defeat all techniques. As the city governor of Luojiang City, how could he not know the importance of speed? Xiao Zhuwei is in danger. Luo Yi could not help but look at Feng Hui with jealousy in his eyes. What did Feng Hui do to deserve this? First, he had Su Qi. After Su Qi was snatched away, he had such a disciple. Was Mount Hill City's luck that great? Clang. Humph. The sound of an iron weapon colliding with a muffled grunt resonated. Luo Yi had a bad feeling about this, and his expression changed immediately. When he snapped back to his senses, he realized the disciple he was proud of, Xiao Zhuwei, had been defeated by the purple-clad young man. The purple-clad young man had knocked the sword out of Xiao Zhuwei's hand with an arrow. Moreover, the bowstring in the purple-clad young man's bow was placed in front of Xiao Zhuwei's throat. As long as the purple-clad young man shook the bowstring, Xiao Zhuwei's head would definitely be separated from his body. Don't try to act cool if you don't have the ability. Do you think you can show how powerful you are by provoking me, attracting the attention of others, and defeating me? Do you think you can satisfy your vanity? Duan Lingtian looked at Xiao Zhuwei with a mocking smile on his face. He showed no mercy at all. Speaking of which, I have to thank you for taking the initiative to come to me and giving me a chance to act cool. Chapter 1424. The reason Xiao Zhuwei snatched Duan Lingtian's house was because the location of Duan Lingtian's house was really good. Secondly, his master was not on good terms with the city governor of Mount Hill City. When he found out the people from Mount Hill City were the only ones who came earlier than them, he had his eyes on Duan Lingtian's house. Unfortunately, things did not go as he wished. He did not expect the Mount Hill City disciple he chose to be an iron plate. An iron plate that he, Xiao Zhuwei, could not kick. Scram! Duan Lingtian shouted in a deep voice and kicked Xiao Zhuwei, whose face was turning green and pale, away. He did not show any mercy at all. Even a man made of clay had a temper. Naturally, Xiao Zhuwei had to pay the price for provoking him. Otherwise, he would think he was a pushover. Oomph! When the other three young men from Luojiang City had a change of expression, Luo Yi snorted coldly and took a step forward toward Duan Lingtian. Boy, How dare you hurt someone from Luojiang City? Luoyi. Feng Hui stopped Luoyi as soon as he took a step forward. Don't tell me the almighty city governor of Luojiang City wants to bully a junior? If I remember correctly, you said this was just a sparring session to pass the time, right? You seem to agree with that, don't you? Luoyi was furious when he heard what Feng Hui said. He had indeed said that earlier. What? You thought the people from Mound Hill City were no match for the people from Luojiang City, so you boasted shamelessly. Now that your people are at a disadvantage, you're trying to deny it? Feng Hui smirked. He was not afraid of Luoyi since they were both outer court deacons of the Moon Illumination sect. Feng Hui, I can't believe you're so lucky to have picked up such a monster after losing Su Qi. I only hope he won't be like Su Qi when he joins the sect. He won't part ways with you and join Elder Lu Huan instead. Luoyi snorted and took a good look at Duan Lingtian. I think, if Elder Lu Huan finds out you have such a disciple, he won't let him go. Luoyi smirked when he reached the end of his sentence. Feng Hui's expression changed drastically when he heard that. To be honest, he was really worried about this. He subconsciously glanced at Duan Lingtian, only to discover that the Duan Lingtian was also looking at him. When he saw the determination in the Duan Lingtian's eyes, his heart settled. That will depend on whether he has the ability or not. Feng Hui glanced at Luoyi and sneered. Why don't you hurry up and pick a place to stay and recuperate? Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Luoyi looked back at Feng Hui coldly. He then looked at Xiao Jue, who was in a sorry state, and said indifferently. Xiao Jue took a deep breath and glared fiercely at Duan Lingtian. Only then did he find an empty house to stay in. During this process, Xionghu took pleasure in Duan Lingtian's misfortune and shushed him twice. The geniuses of Luojiang City are only SOSO. Xionghu chuckled. His words made the people of Luojiang City turn pale, but they were speechless. The truth was right in front of them, and they could not refute it. It was unknown if the three young men from Luojiang City felt embarrassed because Xiao Jue had embarrassed Luojiang City, or they were afraid of Duan Lingtian. But all of them returned to their houses one after another. Luoyi did not stay outside for long and returned to his own house. However, before he entered, he looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully. A cold, murderous intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. Naturally, Duan Lingtian noticed the murderous intent in Luoyi's eyes, but he did not care. His name is Luoyi, the city governor of Luojiang City. At this time, Feng Hui also told Duan Lingtian about Luoyi's identity. When we were in the sect, he was Lu Huan's lackey. Because of Lu Huan, he has always been at odds with me. Upon hearing Feng Hui's words, Duan Lingtian and the other two were enlightened. It seems that Xiao Jue deliberately provoked Duan Lingtian. Unfortunately, he kicked an iron plate. Xionghu chuckled, gloating over Xiao Jue's misfortune. Ling Yun did not say anything, but his face was a little solemn. Xiao Jue was a young genius from Luojiang City who was at the paramount mortal shedding stage. His cultivation base pressured him to a certain extent. After all, he was only at the paramount mortal shedding stage. Ling Yun, you don't have to think too much. I've heard of Xiao Jue before. He's already 38 years old. You, on the other hand, are only in your early 30s. You'll definitely surpass him when you're 38 years old. Feng Hui comforted Ling Yun as though he knew what was on Ling Yun's mind. Yes. Ling Yun's expression softened after Feng Hui comforted him. That was right. Xiao Jue was already 38 years old. He, on the other hand, was only 31 years old. Given 7 years, he was confident he could break through to the Saint Rudiment stage, let alone the paramount mortal shedding stage. That Luoyi thought he could let his disciples trample on Mound Hill City since Su Qi was gone. Just thinking about his expression earlier makes me happy. A rare bright smile appeared on Feng Hui's face when he recalled the scene earlier. As time went by, more and more people appeared. These people were either the city governors of the other 16 cities under the Moon Illumination sect and the young geniuses they brought along, or the young geniuses that the outer court elders and deacons of the Moon Illumination sect found outside. At once, the residential area became lively. However, although Duan Lingtian heard the commotion outside, he did not intend to join in the fun. He lay on the bed quietly as his thoughts ran wild. Unknowingly, he thought of his two fiancées and the unborn child in their wombs. He thought of his parents and wondered where they were. He thought of Han Shuanai and wondered if that girl was still looking for him. At the same time, he thought of the three little fellows, the Ling Tian sect, the overseas Saint Islands, and the Cloud Continent. As time passed, he began to recall his past life. That bloody life seemed like a lifetime ago when he recalled it now. As the saying goes, there's always someone better than you. In the past, I thought Emperor Wu was the one who stood at the peak of this world. When I arrived at the Cloud Continent, I found out that what I knew was just a joke. Emperor Wu is just an innate void restoration stage martial cultivator. He's nothing in the Dao martial saint land. Moreover, the environment of the Dao martial saint land is very different from the mortal continent. It's really hard to imagine that these two places are on the same planet. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. Unknowingly, the sky turned dark. That night, Duan Lingtian did not cultivate, but instead had a good sleep. He slept until dawn, until he heard Xionghu calling for him from outside. Senior brother Duan, it's time for us to leave. When Duan Lingtian opened the door, he saw Xionghu standing outside waiting for him. Where's teacher and Ling Yun? Teacher and Ling Yun are waiting for you in front. Xionghu replied. When Duan Lingtian left the house, he noticed that many people were leaving their houses one after another. They were walking in groups toward the Moon Illumination Sect's estate. Among these people, there were middle-aged and old people. Most of them were young people. There were both men and women, but less than 1/10 of them were women. Duan Lingtian could understand this. Whether it was on the Cloud Continent or the Dao Martial Saint Land, women were weaker than men in many aspects due to their innate weakness. Naturally, there were also female geniuses who could defeat many male geniuses. However, in comparison, the number of female geniuses was far less than male geniuses. After meeting up with Feng Hui and Ling Yun, Duan Lingtian realized they were the last group. Most of the people were walking in front of them toward the Moon Illumination Sect's estate. Teacher, why aren't all of you flying? Xionghu asked curiously. At this moment, Duan Lingtian also realized nobody was flying. Everyone was walking on the ground obediently. Those young people were not at the Saint Rudiment stage and above after all. They were more or less restricted by the Moon Illumination Sect's flight prohibiting formation. Duan Lingtian had already noticed the flight prohibiting formation yesterday. As soon as they entered the Moon Illumination Sect's monastery gate, they entered the flight prohibiting formation. The sect's flight prohibiting formation is more advanced than the one in our Mount Hill city. One must be a saint stage powerhouse to fly in the sect sky. Feng Hui explained. Oh, I see. Xionghu finally understood. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian had also obtained his answer. The flight prohibiting formation is really amazing. Saint stage? There don't seem to be many saint stage powerhouses in the entire Moon Illumination sect. In other words, there are only a few people who can fly in the Moon Illumination sect sky. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian and the other three followed the flow of people and arrived at a spacious square. There was a towering stone platform in the middle of the square. The stone platform was spacious. It was as big as a football field in Duan Lingtian's past life. Currently, there was an old man and two middle-aged men standing on it. The two middle-aged men stood behind the old man with the old man as their leader. So many people? Duan Lingtian arrived near the stone platform. When he looked around, he realized there were many people there. There were close to 200 people. Excluding the city governors of the 18 cities, there were over 180 people left. They were all young geniuses who came to participate in the Moon Illumination Sect's entrance assessment. All of them were excited and high-spirited. On average, there were 10 young geniuses in each city. Master, don't you think there are too few people from our Mount Hill city? Also, it seems like there are only 4 young geniuses from Luojiang City. Xionghu said in confusion. Not all of these young geniuses are from the 18 cities. Feng Hui shook his head and said, more than half of them are young geniuses that the outer court elders and deacons of the sect have recruited outside. They're really desperate to recruit so many young geniuses. Xionghu clicked his tongue. As long as the young geniuses they've recruited pass the assessment and become outer court disciples, They'll be able to obtain a large number of merit points based on the number of people they've recruited. How can they not be desperate? Feng Hui was not surprised at all. Merit points. Upon hearing Feng Hui's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. He had long heard that the merit points from Mount Hill City and the merit points from Moon Illumination Sect were the same. Moreover, the things that could be exchanged and the Saint-grade martial tactics that could be borrowed in the Moon Illumination Sect were of a higher grade than in Mount Hill City. It made sense when he thought about it. No matter what, Mount Hill City was only an 8th-rate force. Chapter 1425. Look, it's those fellows from Luojiang City. Xiong Quan's eyes were sharp as he cried out. Duan Lingtian and the other two followed his gaze and saw the 5 people from Luojiang City standing in the distance with Luo Yi, the city governor, in the lead. Luo Yi seemed to have noticed their gazes as he turned around. When he realized it was them, he narrowed his eyes as a sinister smirk appeared on the corner of his mouth. Feng Hui's heart sank when he saw the sneer on Mo Wuji's face. He knew Luo Yi very well and knew he was not someone to be trifled with. He must be plotting something against his 3 disciples for him to smirk like that. The 3 of you must be careful when you enter the sect. Although the sect does not allow killing at will, if someone really wants to harm you, there are thousands of ways to do so. Feng Hui took a deep breath and reminded Duan Lingtian and the other 2. Duan Lingtian and the other 2 nodded. Yo, isn't this Duan Lingtian? Suddenly, a voice resonated from afar and was getting closer. When Duan Lingtian turned around with a bewildered expression, he saw a young man standing in front of him. This was a young man in a black robe. His face was cold, and his entire body emitted a gloomy aura. This aura made one feel uneasy. You're Yi Man? Duan Lingtian asked with uncertainty after he studied the young man in front of him for a while. The young man in front of him was very different from the person in his memory. Therefore, even he did not dare to confirm it. It seems like you have a good memory, Duan Lingtian. You still remember me. Yi Man? Why? Guali didn't come? A cold smirk appeared on the corner of Yi Man's mouth, and his eyes gleamed coldly. Yi Man was one of the first human martial cultivators that Duan Lingtian met when he arrived near the Dao martial saintland. At that time, Yi Man was with Guali and Lin Qingrong. He was also the most outstanding disciple from the Ye family in Fuyu town. His cultivation base was only inferior to Guali among the younger generation in Fuyu town. Initially, Lin Qingrong was going to bring Guali and Yi Man back to the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City. However, Duan Lingtian appeared out of nowhere. Because Lin Qingrong had limited slots, Yi Man was eliminated according to the rules of survival of the fittest. Duan Lingtian never thought that he would meet Yi Man here. One had to know that Yi Man's strength was inferior to even Guali's. Where did his confidence come from? Out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian activated his Heaven's Eye connection. With just a glance, it caused his heartbeat to accelerate. How is that possible? This Yi Man has actually broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. Duan Lingtian was filled with shock and disbelief. He still remembered. A year ago, when he first met Guali and Yi Man, both of them were only at the middle stage of the mortal shedding stage. Until now, even Guali was only at the mastery stage of the mortal shedding stage. However, this Yi Man whose innate talent was not as good as Guali's had actually broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. This Yi Man doesn't seem to have just broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. I'm afraid his strength has even surpassed Xiao Zhuai from Luojiang City. Even Su Qi might not be a match for him. Duan Lingtian was slightly frightened. Even if it was all of a sudden, he did not dare to say he had full confidence in defeating Yi Man now. Duan Lingtian found it hard to imagine. A person who had been defeated by him a year ago, a person whom he had the confidence to defeat in a single blow. Now, a year later, he possessed a strength that even he feared. What exactly had happened to Yi Man in the past year? He knows Guali? Xionghu was a little surprised. Duan Lingtian, he's a friend of yours and Guali's? Yes, we're old friends. Old friends who haven't seen each other for a long time. Especially Duan Lingtian, I haven't been able to forget about him for more than a year. Yi Man smiled. His smile was a little cold, sending chills down one's spine. At that moment, Xionghu also felt that something was amiss. Devil cultivator? Feng Hui asked with a frown as he glanced at Yi Man in fear. Devil cultivator? Feng Hui's words made Ling Yun and Xionghu's expressions change slightly. As for Duan Lingtian, he only had a shocked expression on his face. When he extended his consciousness into his spatial ring, he noticed that the Devil Seal tablet was moving restlessly as though it had sensed something. At that moment, Duan Lingtian confirmed it. Yi Man had fallen into the Devil Dao and became a Devil cultivator. If that was the case, everything would be easy to explain. A Devil cultivator's cultivation speed was beyond logic. At this moment, the dread Duan Lingtian had towards Yi Man vanished without a trace. What a joke. With his current cultivation base, he could even kill a Paramount Saint Rudiment stage Devil cultivator by activating the Devil Seal tablet, let alone a mere Paramount Mortal Shedding stage Devil cultivator. You must be City Governor Fong from Mound Hill City, right? Yi Man looked at Feng Hui and smiled coldly. City Governor Fong, I was abandoned by your subordinate Lin Qingrong a year ago. Speaking of which, if Lin Qingrong didn't abandon me, I wouldn't be where I am today. So, I've decided. I'll definitely take good care of the people from Mound Hill City after I join the Moon Illumination sect. At this point, Yi Man's gaze was filled with interest as he sized up Xionghu and Ling Yun, causing Xionghu's expression to change. As for Ling Yun, his expression also turned solemn. Devil cultivators were known for their fast cultivation speed and ruthless character. Even they had to be wary of them. Moreover, they could faintly sense that the devil cultivator before them was so powerful that they could not compare to him. Feng Hui frowned. At that moment, he also sensed that Yi Man was not friendly. Since we've known each other for a while, I'll take good care of you too. Duan Lingtian glanced at Yi Man indifferently and smiled. Duan Lingtian's reaction stunned Feng Hui and the other two. You'll take care of me? Yi Man was stunned at first, but he could not help but laugh. His laugh was even colder. I'll wait and see. Unfortunately, Guali isn't here. It'd be perfect if she was here. Yi Man ignored Duan Lingtian and turned to leave after he finished speaking. Although he wanted to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces, he knew it was not the right time to attack Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, he might be disqualified from joining the Moon Illumination sect's entrance assessment. Moreover, it would be difficult for him to kill Duan Lingtian with the city governor of Mound Hill City present. Therefore, he was not in a hurry. When Duan Lingtian entered the Moon Illumination sect, would he not be a piece of meat on his chopping board? Senior brother Duan, how did you and Guali get to know this devil cultivator? Xionghu could not help but ask Duan Lingtian when he saw Yi Man leaving. He could not help but look at him. This matter, we have to start from a year ago. Duan Lingtian told him about how he met Lin Qingrong, Guali, and Yi Man a year ago. He did not even leave out the details of how the three of them interacted with each other. Does this mean Yi Man wasn't a devil cultivator back then? Feng Hui asked with a frown. Absolutely not. Duan Lingtian shook his head. He's like a completely different person compared to back then. I couldn't recognize him when I saw him earlier. The change is too drastic. It seems like he's fallen into the Devil Dao for more than a year, and his cultivation base has improved by leaps and bounds. Xionghu said with dread on his face. However, does the Moon Illumination sect accept devil cultivators? Xionghu was not the only one looking at Feng Hui. Even Duan Lingtian and Ling Yun were looking at Feng Hui. They were curious about this as well. As long as he's not a devil cultivator who offends the heavens, the sect will never reject him. Not only that, there are many devil cultivators in the sect, Feng Hui said. Feng Hui replied. Soon after, Feng Hui regained his senses and said through true energy voice transmission, Duan Lingtian, although Yi Man wasn't a match for you a year ago. Since he's a devil cultivator, he can't be judged by common sense. Perhaps his ability has surpassed yours now. If you encounter him, avoid him if you can. Don't fight him head-on. Feng Hui reminded him patiently, I have a feeling that his ability is even more powerful than Xiao Zhuai from Luojiang City. Although he did not probe Yi Man's cultivation base with his spiritual secret tactic, Feng Hui could roughly determine Yi Man's cultivation base based on the aura on his body. He's on the Saint Rudiment stage? Xionghu exclaimed. If he's not on the Saint Rudiment stage, he should be on the paramount mortal shedding stage. However, if he's a devil cultivator, it'll be easy for him to enter the Saint Rudiment stage, Feng Hui said as he shook his head. Feng Hui shook his head and said. His words revealed his foresight and wisdom. However, his ability isn't something that Xiao Zhuai from Luojiang City can compare to. Feng Hui's face was solemn when he reached the end of his sentence. He's so powerful? Xionghu gasped while Ling Yun had a look of dread on his face. Duan Lingtian was the only one who remained calm. It was as though his expression would not change even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. To him, regardless of whether Yi Man was a paramount mortal shedding stage devil cultivator or a Saint Rudiment stage devil cultivator, he could easily crush him with the devil seal tablet that he activated. Duan Lingtian, don't be careless. Feng Hui frowned and reminded Duan Lingtian when he saw how calm Duan Lingtian was. He thought Duan Lingtian had underestimated his opponent. Everyone, please be quiet. Suddenly, an old voice that contained true energy resonated. It suppressed the noisy atmosphere at the scene and temporarily restored peace. It was as though one could hear a pin drop on the ground. At the same time, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, shifted their attention to the old man standing on the spacious stone platform. The old man was surrounded by two middle-aged men like stars surrounding the moon. Welcome to our Moon Illumination Sect's entrance assessment. I won't beat around the bush. What I'm going to say next involves the assessment rules, so I'll make it short. After suppressing the crowd's clamor, the old man continued to say, our Moon Illumination Sect's entrance assessment is divided into 2 stages. The first stage is where we'll perform the spiritual secret tactic to check the participants' age and cultivation base. As long as they're below the age of 40 and have a cultivation base above the perfection mortal shedding stage, they'll be able to pass the first stage of the assessment. Chapter 1426. Now that I've introduced the rules, let me introduce myself. My name is Dong Chong, and I'm the outer court elder of the Moon Illumination Sect, the old man said slowly. These rules, Duan Lingtian could not help but frown when he heard the rules Dong Chong mentioned. Only those below the perfection mortal shedding stage under the age of 40 can pass the first section of the assessment. Although his current combat strength was comparable to an ordinary paramount mortal shedding stage powerhouse, his cultivation base was only at the mastery mortal shedding stage. His cultivation base could not be hidden from the secret spiritual technique. Senior brother Duan, your cultivation base is only at the mastery mortal shedding stage. According to the old man's rules, doesn't that mean you can't even pass the first section of the assessment? Xionghu frowned and scolded. What kind of stupid rule is this Moon Illumination Sect's entrance assessment? They only look at cultivation base and not combat strength? Isn't this a scam? Whether it was Xiong Quan or Ling Yun, both of them knew that Duan Lingtian had broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage. Naturally, they also knew that although their senior brother Duan's cultivation base was only at the mastery mortal shedding stage, his combat strength was invincible among those below the paramount mortal shedding stage. Even an ordinary paramount mortal shedding stage powerhouse might not be a match for their senior brother Duan. Ling Yun could not help but frown as well. It would be a huge joke if even senior brother Duan could not pass the Moon Illumination Sect's entrance assessment. Don't worry. Feng Hui smiled when he saw Duan Lingtian and the other two frowning. Duan Lingtian might not pass the first section of the assessment, but it won't be difficult for Duan Lingtian to pass the second section of the assessment. The second section of the assessment? Duan Lingtian and the other two looked at Feng Hui in confusion when they heard that. Since Dong Chong had not told them the details of the second section of the assessment, they had no idea what it was. The sect gives young geniuses below the perfection mortal shedding stage a chance so that they won't be neglected. Even if they fail the first section, they'll still be able to join the sect as long as they pass the second section of the assessment, Feng Hui said. Feng Hui said, those on the paramount mortal shedding stage don't have to participate in the second stage of the assessment. Those on the perfection mortal shedding stage who participate in the second stage of the assessment will be the rake. Those who didn't pass the first stage of the assessment will be the target when they participate in the second stage of the assessment. As long as they succeed in the challenge, they'll be considered to have passed the entrance assessment and can directly enter the sect. Feng Hui continued. As for those at the perfection mortal shedding realm who are challenged and defeated, they will lose the opportunity to enter the sect. Feng Hui finished explaining the rules of the entrance examination before Dong Chong did. Whoosh! After Dong Chong finished speaking, all the young geniuses present were in an uproar. Only the 18 city masters, including Feng Hui, were not surprised because they already knew the rules. If that's the case, a perfection mortal shedding stage powerhouse will be disqualified and lose the qualification to enter the Moon Illumination sect after being defeated just once. This is too cruel. He was defeated and was not even given a chance. Actually, this is understandable. A person at the perfection mortal shedding realm who can't even win against someone whose cultivation base is lower than his has almost no future. However, I don't think such a situation will happen. It's usually impossible for someone whose cultivation base is below the perfection mortal shedding stage to defeat someone at the perfection mortal shedding stage. That's true. If he's really defeated by someone below the perfection mortal shedding stage, it's because he's not as good as his opponent. He deserves to be disqualified. The surrounding people discussed among themselves and gradually accepted the rules. That's good. Duan Lingtian sighed in relief after knowing the content of the second section of the assessment. It was not difficult for him to defeat someone at the perfection mortal shedding stage. Soon after, the entrance examination of the Moon Illumination sect officially began under the leadership of Dong Chong, the outer court elder of the Moon Illumination sect. The young geniuses from the 18 cities under the Moon Illumination sect who were recommended by the city masters and recruited by the outer court elders and deacons of the Moon Illumination sect ascended the stone platform one after another. 10 of them formed a group and were scrutinized by the 2 middle-aged men behind Dong Chong. The 2 middle-aged men were the outer court deacons of the Moon Illumination sect. Naturally, although it looked like they were scrutinizing them, they were actually probing the young genius's age and cultivation base with the spiritual secret tactic. 36 years old, perfection mortal shedding stage, pass. 34 years old, perfection mortal shedding stage, pass. All the 10 young geniuses in the beginning passed. Don't tell me I'm the only martial cultivator who's not at the perfection mortal shedding stage or above among the group of young men present? Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly in the face of this result. There should be many martial cultivators at the mastery mortal shedding stage. As an experienced person, Feng Hui knew much more than Duan Lingtian. In the Dao martial saintland, there are still many genius martial cultivators who can defeat opponents at a higher level. However, the martial cultivators at the mastery mortal shedding stage that I've seen before can only defeat ordinary martial cultivators at the perfection mortal shedding stage at most. When Feng Hui reached the end of his sentence, he looked deeply at Duan Lingtian. It was as if he was saying to Duan Lingtian, not all martial cultivators are at the same level. Not every martial cultivator at the mastery mortal shedding stage is as crazy as you who can even defeat someone at the paramount mortal shedding stage. Just like what Feng Hui had said. There were 2 martial cultivators at the mastery mortal shedding stage in the second batch of young geniuses who did not pass the second stage of the assessment. However, they were not discouraged because of this. It was obvious they knew this would happen. Their target was the second stage of the challenge. Only those who were eliminated in the first stage would have a chance to challenge in the second stage. There were more martial cultivators at the mastery mortal shedding stage among the third batch of young geniuses who went up. There were even fewer people in the fourth batch. When the fifth batch of young geniuses went up, Xionghu exclaimed, "It's that boy." Upon hearing Xionghu's reminder, Duan Lingtian and the other 2 stared at the stone platform in front of them. They noticed Yi-Man was among the 10 people. Yi-Man stood there with a cold aura exuding from his body. He seemed out of place with the other 9 young geniuses. The other 9 young geniuses were intentionally or unintentionally keeping a distance from him. Devil cultivator? This young man is a devil cultivator. The cultivation speed of devil cultivators has always been heaven-defying. I wonder how old he is this year, and what's his cultivation base? His age and cultivation base must be shocking. Let's wait and see. Yi-Man attracted a lot of attention. More and more people's attention was focused on him. Paramount mortal shedding stage at 30 years old. As one of the middle-aged men next to the outer court elder, Dong Chong, spoke, the entire place was in an uproar. The middle-aged man was talking about Yi Man, as expected of a devil cultivator. He's only 30 years old and he's already broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. Amazing, amazing. He's even more powerful than I imagined. At that moment, the entire place was in an uproar. Yi Man was the first person at the paramount mortal shedding stage to appear in the Moon Illumination sect's entrance assessment today. As expected, he became the center of attention. Not only were the 9 young geniuses standing next to him, but even the young geniuses who passed the first stage of the assessment were overshadowed by him. Yi Man stood on the stone platform with his nose in the air and a proud expression on his face. He enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. At the same time, his condescending gaze landed on Duan Lingtian as he looked down at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, you're destined to be stepped on by me, Yi Man. Yi Man's true energy voice transmission was extremely arrogant. However, Duan Lingtian did not care at all. His expression remained the same as he glanced at Yi Man indifferently. He did not even bother to talk to him. In his opinion, Yi Man was just a defeated opponent. He was, and he would be in the future. How could a defeated opponent be brave enough to speak? Duan Lingtian's attitude made Yi Man's face turn completely grave. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would still dare to ignore him at this moment. For a moment, Yi Man only felt that his anger was about to burst out. Duan Lingtian, if I don't kill you, Yi Man, swear I'm not human. Yi Man's eyes gleamed ferociously as he gritted his teeth and mumbled. Since Yi Man was at the paramount mortal shedding stage, he was exempted from the second stage of the assessment. He was led to the outer court area of the Moon Illumination sect's estate by an outer court disciple. Yi Man was also the first person among the group of young geniuses who passed the entrance assessment and became a disciple of the Moon Illumination sect. Senior brother Duan, the way Yi Man looked at you was as if he wanted to swallow you whole. How much hatred do you have for him? Although Yi Man's gaze was not directed at him, Xionghu still had goosebumps. To a narrow-minded person, even a small conflict can be regarded as the hatred of killing one's father or stealing one's wife. How much hatred do you think he has for me? Duan Lingtian asked back. Xionghu was speechless. The hatred of killing one's father and stealing one's wife were the greatest hatred in the world. Duan Lingtian, be careful of Yi Man when you enter the sect. There's no kind person among the devil cultivators, especially since he might have turned into a devil because of you. Feng Hui said with a solemn expression on his face. If an ordinary martial cultivator or Dao cultivator falls into the devil Dao because of some obsession, then there are only 2 paths before him. The first path is to get rid of the obsession and soar. The second path is to fail to get rid of the obsession. If it's light, he'll go through qi deviation. If it's serious, he'll be devoured by the devil qi and die. Feng Hui had done his research on devil cultivators before. After his wife was forced to commit suicide by Lu Huan, he had thought of falling into the devil Dao and becoming a devil cultivator in order to avenge her. That was the only way he would have a chance to avenge her. However, his wife seemed to have guessed his thoughts. Before she committed suicide, she left him a message that he must not fall into the devil Dao. Otherwise, she would not be able to die in peace. His wife had died such a horrible death. No matter how much Feng Hui hated her and wanted to avenge her, he could not bear to go against her last words. I've heard about that as well. Chapter 1427. This is the craziness of devil cultivators, and also the terror of devil cultivators. Xionghu's face was solemn when he reached the end of his sentence. Archenemy? Duan Lingtian had a disdainful expression when he heard Xionghu's words. He's not worthy. Duan Lingtian was telling the truth. He had the Devil Seal tablet and was a mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. As long as his opponent was not a powerful devil cultivator above the saint stage, he could easily kill him by activating the Devil Seal tablet with his current cultivation base. Even if he was a paramount saint rudiment stage devil cultivator, he could still kill him unless he took out the Devil Seal tablet. The Devil Seal Tablet was one of the 10 great super saint weapons in the Tao Martial Saint Land's 10 great saint weapons ranking. It gave Duan Lingtian immense confidence. Duan Lingtian, don't be careless. However, Feng Hui did not know about the Devil Seal Tablet's existence. He quickly reminded Duan Lingtian when he saw that he did not seem to agree with Xionghu's words. Duan Lingtian was his hope. He did not want anything to happen to Duan Lingtian because he underestimated Yi Man Ling Yun looked deeply at Duan Lingtian. He saw immense confidence in Duan Lingtian's eyes. It was an unshakable confidence. I wonder what senior brother Duan is relying on to look down on Yi Man. Although Ling Yun could see some clues, it would never cross his mind that the Devil Seal Tablet in the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking would be in Duan Lingtian's hands. The first stage of the assessment continued. After Yi Man, many paramount mortal shedding stage martial cultivators appeared. However, they were all over 35 years old. Their potential could not be compared to Yi Man's. Those guys from Luojiang City have gone up as well. Xionghu's sharp eyes saw the 4 young geniuses from Luojiang City, including Xiao Zhuai, going up the stone platform. Duan Lingtian looked over as well. After activating his divine eye, he could easily see the other 3 people apart from Xiao Zhuai. 2 of them were at the perfection mortal shedding stage while the other was at the mastery mortal shedding stage. Xiao Zhuai was a martial cultivator on the paramount mortal shedding stage. Not only did he pass the first stage of the assessment, but he did not even need to participate in the second stage of the assessment. He passed the entrance assessment directly and became an outer court disciple of the Moon Illumination sect. As for the other 3, 2 perfection mortal shedding realm cultivators passed the first stage of the assessment while the mastery mortal shedding realm cultivator failed. Luo Yi, the city governor of Luojiang City, was prepared for this outcome, so he was not surprised. Among the 4 young geniuses of Luojiang City, Xiao Zhuai left with the Moon Illumination sect's outer court disciple while the 2 perfection mortal shedding stage cultivators stayed on the stone platform while the mastery mortal shedding stage cultivator returned to Luo Yi's side. It's the people of Mound Hill City's turn. Luo Yi looked at the people from Mound Hill City, including Duan Lingtian, and a fierce gleam flashed through his eyes. Now, only the last group of people, including Duan Lingtian, Xionghu, and Ling Yun, had yet to go on stage. They were in the 19th group. There were only 7 people in this group. What? He's only at the late stage of the immortal shedding stage? How's that possible? How's that possible? Luo Yi was dumbstruck when the result of Duan Lingtian and the rest investigation came out. It was not only Luo Yi. Even the young genius from Luojiang City next to him was dumbstruck. The young genius from Mount Hill City who had defeated Xiao Zhuai was only a mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivator like him? Oh my god, was he dreaming? The 2 perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivators from Luojiang City on the stone platform were petrified. Yesterday, they had witnessed the battle where Duan Lingtian defeated Xiao Zhuai with their own eyes. Xiao Zhuai was the #1 genius among the younger generation in Luojiang City. His cultivation base had broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage, but he was still defeated by Duan Lingtian. Before this, they were almost certain that Duan Lingtian was also a mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. However, reality gave them a loud slap in the face. The young genius from Mount Hill City was only a mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. Apart from the group from Luojiang City, the rest did not find it strange. After all, among the 187 people who participated in the entrance assessment, 55 of them were on the mastery mortal shedding stage. The remaining 132 people were on the perfection mortal shedding stage and above. Among them, there were 12 perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivators. The 120 perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivators stood on the stone platform, waiting for the second part of the assessment to begin. Below the stone platform, most of the 55 mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivators were rubbing their palms as they observed the 120 perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivators on the stone platform one by one, choosing their target to challenge. At this moment, they would definitely look for targets that they were confident in defeating. After all, they only had one chance to challenge. If they failed, they would have no fate with the Moon Illumination sect. If they succeeded, they would pass the entrance assessment of the Moon Illumination sect and become an outer court disciple of the Moon Illumination sect. Success or failure would depend on this battle. The atmosphere at the scene gradually became somewhat heavy. Almost all the young geniuses on the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage who dared to come here were confident in themselves. Otherwise, they would not have come. Therefore, although the 120 young people on the stone platform were on the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage, some of them were extremely anxious because they had just broken through to the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage recently. They did not have much of an advantage in terms of true energy. They only had a slight advantage in terms of the number of saint veins in their bodies. How's this possible? How's it possible that he's only on the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage? Is there something wrong with the spiritual secret tactic? The four people from Luojiang City kept their eyes on Duan Lingtian as they muttered to themselves. They still could not believe that the young genius from Mound Hill City was only a Mastery Mortal Shedding stage martial cultivator. Now, everyone below the stone platform, please stand on the right side. The left side is reserved for the young geniuses on the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage who have left the stone platform after being defeated. On the spacious stone platform, the outer court elder, Dong Chong, announced loudly. At once, everyone moved to the right side, leaving a large empty space on the left side. I'll tell you the details of the second part of the assessment now. The young geniuses who have been eliminated in the first part of the assessment can go up to the stone platform and choose your opponent. As long as you defeat your opponent, you'll pass our Moon Illumination sect's entrance assessment and become an outer court disciple of the Moon Illumination sect directly. Of course, everyone who goes up to the stone platform can't choose to challenge the young geniuses from the same city. I hope everyone can understand. This is to prevent situations where people give way to each other. Also, any young geniuses on the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage who are defeated won't be able to join the Moon Illumination sect for the next 5 years. Unless you're younger than 40 years old after 5 years, you can participate in our Moon Illumination sect's entrance assessment by then. Otherwise, you won't be able to join the Moon Illumination sect for the rest of your life. Dong Chong's loud voice was transmitted into the ears of everyone at the scene. Once the young geniuses on the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage on the stone platform were defeated, they would not be able to join the Moon Illumination sect. Many young geniuses on the stone platform were nervous when they heard what he said. What are you afraid of? They're just a bunch of guys who haven't even entered the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage. Why are you worried that you can't defeat them? That's right. If we can't even defeat these guys below the stone platform, we'll really embarrass the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage. I'm confident that I can defeat anyone below the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage anyway. Many young geniuses on the stone platform were confident as well. They felt the young geniuses below the stone platform who were eliminated in the first stage were no match for them. When the second stage of the assessment begins, the young geniuses below the stone platform will ascend the high platform one by one. If you're successful, someone will bring you to register as an outer court disciple of our Moon Illumination sect. If you fail, you'll have to go to the left area as well. Dong Chong continued. The left area was empty. There was nobody there at the moment. Those who failed would have to go there to identify themselves. Now, I announce that the second stage of the assessment has officially begun. As soon as Dong Chong's words left his mouth, a young genius below the stone platform flew up to the stone platform immediately. He stood there and glanced at the 120 young geniuses on the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage one by one. I challenge you. Soon, he chose his target, a young genius who was similar in age to him. However, he was defeated in less than 10 moves. How unlucky. I can't believe I picked a tough one. After being defeated, the young genius on the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage smiled wryly. He was willing to admit his defeat and jumped off the high platform to stand in the left area. There was only one person left in the elimination area on the left. Subsequently, the young geniuses flew up to the stone platform one by one. After Duan Lingtian activated his divine eye, he discovered that these young geniuses were all on the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. None of them were on the Intermediate Mortal Shedding stage, let alone the Early Mortal Shedding stage. That's right. If you're not on the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage, it's almost impossible for you to pass the entrance assessment of the Moon Illumination sect. Duan Lingtian did not find it strange at all. As time passed, The young geniuses on the mastery mortal shedding stage went up to the stone platform in high spirits and challenged the young geniuses on the perfection mortal shedding stage. Soon after, 23 young geniuses on the mastery mortal shedding stage went up. However, all of them failed without exception. It's impossible for those on the mastery mortal shedding stage to defeat us on the perfection mortal shedding stage. We'll defeat as many as there are. On the stone platform, the group of young geniuses on the perfection mortal shedding stage who had yet to be defeated were in high spirits. At that moment, none of the young geniuses on the mastery mortal shedding stage below the stone platform went up. The defeat of the 23 people in front of them had affected their fighting spirit to a certain extent. The mastery mortal shedding stage is just a lowly ant. Ants should be trampled under our feet and never be able to turn the tables. A green-clad young man with an enchanting face and a sharp voice glanced at all the young geniuses below the stone platform in disdain. Ants? Should be trampled under your feet? Never be able to turn the tables? When the group of young geniuses below the stone platform were enraged, a cold gleam flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes. He smirked and turned into a bolt of lightning that shot up the stone platform. Chapter 1428. Come, step on me so that I'll never be able to turn the tables, Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly as he stood on the stone platform and looked at the green-clad young man who had challenged him earlier. The green-clad young man with an enchanting face obviously did not expect someone to step onto the stone platform because of what he said. He was stunned for a moment before he stepped out with a mocking smile on his face. It's good to be confident. However, overconfidence is arrogance. Do you think you're different from the 23 people who went up earlier? Do you think you can defeat me and pass the Moon Illumination Sect's entrance assessment? The green-clad young man said sarcastically in a sharp voice, Boy, don't say that I look down on you. I don't even take a mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivator like you seriously. I'm flattering you by calling you an ant. In my eyes, you're just a pile of mud. The green-clad young man mocked Duan Lingtian in an unbridled manner. His words were not polite at all. It's impossible for a mastery mortal shedding stage to defeat a perfection mortal shedding stage powerhouse. No matter how many people come up, they're just asking to be humiliated. Do you really think we're all perfection mortal shedding stage powerhouses? The difference in cultivation base is destined to determine the difference in strength. The group of perfection mortal shedding stage powerhouses on the high platform looked at Duan Lingtian in disdain. They did not think there was any difference between Duan Lingtian and the 23 young geniuses on the mastery mortal shedding stage who went up earlier. In their opinion, this purple-clad young man would definitely end up like the 23 young geniuses. He was destined to fail the challenge and have no fate with the Moon Illumination Sect. Naturally, there were 4 perfection mortal shedding stage powerhouses who were the exception. They were Ling Yun, Xionghu, and the 2 young geniuses from Luojiang City. Below the high platform, apart from the city governor of Mound Hill City, the city governor of Luojiang City, and the young genius on the mastery mortal shedding stage from Luojiang City, the rest of them did not think Duan Lingtian would win. The city governor of Mound Hill City knew Duan Lingtian very well. He knew very well about Duan Lingtian's strength. The city governor of Luojiang City and the young genius next to him had witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength yesterday. Duan Lingtian's strength was not something a perfection mortal shedding stage powerhouse could compare to. Mud? Hearing the green-clothed youth's words, Duan Lingtian laughed instead of getting angry. Then I'm very curious. What kind of expression will you have when you're defeated by mud? You're even worse than mud. What are you? Stop dreaming. What you said will never happen. The young man in green said with disdain, A pile of mud like you. I can defeat you in at most 3 moves. Really? The smile on Duan Lingtian's face became even more brilliant. He then took a step forward. He didn't wait for the green-clothed young man to make the first move. Silver shirt. In an instant, Duan Lingtian's body flashed with a layer of faint silver light, as if he was wearing a layer of silver armor. Because of the 52 Saint veins carrying the true qi, all of this happened in an instant. At the instant his body was suffused with a silver light, Duan Ling Tian had already stomped on the ground and shot towards the green-clad young man like a cannonball. His physical strength that was boosted by the silver shirt was completely unleashed, and his true chi was released without reservation. Even without using his movement technique, Duan Lingtian's speed was still frighteningly fast. In the blink of an eye, he was already close to the green-clothed youth. The green-clothed youth's expression changed slightly when he saw Duan Lingtian's speed. It was apparent that he did not expect a mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivator to be so fast. Even if he gave it his all and used his movement technique, his speed would only be this fast. Being fast doesn't mean that your attack is powerful. Now, I'll show you the difference between the mastery mortal shedding stage and the perfection mortal shedding stage. How dare a speck of light compete with the moon? The green-clothed young man roared in a low voice as he moved to intercept Duan Ling Tian. He shook the folding fan in his hand, and it was instantly covered with a layer of true chi. He then swept towards Duan Ling Tian. I'd like to see how you're going to take this attack of mine. The air was torn apart like paper wherever the folding fan passed. The fanlight was swift and swept towards Duan Ling Tian. Body and arrow synchronization. Duan Ling Tian took out the sun-shooting bow and shot an arrow. His body and arrow synchronization disappeared from the green-clothed youth's sight in just a blink of an eye. Impossible. The green-clothed youth's eyes shrunk. His face was filled with shock and disbelief. He felt that the purple-clad youth at the mastery mortal shedding stage seemed to have disappeared from his sight without a trace. He could not catch a glimpse of him at all. Nothing's impossible. Subsequently, he heard a voice coming from behind him. Although the voice was calm, it scared him out of his wits. When did he run to the back? As soon as the green-clothed youth had this thought, he felt a majestic force pressing on his back like a giant hammer. It made him feel as though he was being crushed by a mountain. In the next second, he felt his body tremble. His internal organs were in turmoil. Subsequently, his body flew out of his control as though he was riding on clouds. Boom! The green-clothed youth fell off the stage, not far away from the 23 young geniuses at the mastery mortal shedding stage who were eliminated. He was still in high spirits a moment ago, but he was now covered in dust. The 23 young geniuses at the mastery mortal shedding stage who were eliminated were already humiliated. Now that they saw the green-clothed youth who was the most arrogant was defeated, they gloated. You said that we mastery mortal shedding stage are ants and mud. Now it seems like you're worse than ants and mud. Weren't you arrogant just now? Didn't you get eliminated in the end? Who told you to underestimate us mastery mortal shedding stage? Are you dumbfounded? The 23 young geniuses at the mastery mortal shedding stage mocked the green-clothed youth one after another. Currently, most of the people on and off the stage had their eyes on Duan Ling Tian. Even the Moon Illumination sect's outer court elder, Dong Chong, and the other two outer court deacons were dumbfounded. It was apparent that the scene earlier had shocked them as well. He defeated a perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator in just a blink of an eye. Was this really done by a mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivator? Amazing! I have some impression of him. He was standing next to City Governor Fong Hui of Mound Hill City earlier. It seems like he's a young genius from Mound Hill City. Among the young geniuses from Mound Hill City, I only know that Su Chi from Mound Hill City is very powerful. Could he be Su Chi? He's not Su Chi. I heard that Su Chi was taken away by Elder Lu Huan's direct disciple, Zhou Qi, half a year ago. Su Chi must be an inner court disciple now. I can't believe the city governor of Mound Hill City got such a monster after losing Su Chi. The other 16 city governors were also discussing among themselves. Their eyes were filled with envy as they looked at Fong Hui. Fong Hui could not help but feel a little smug. Duan Ling Tian. Fong Hui's eyes were filled with tenderness as he looked at the purple figure on the stone platform. It's too fake. Impossible. Even if a mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivator can defeat a perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator, it's impossible for him to defeat him in such an exaggerated way. I know now. That fella must have let him win on purpose. I knew it. That fella mocked the purple-clad young man so much just now. It's just a facade. His goal is to let the purple-clad young man win. I strongly request that both of them be eliminated. That's right. Eliminate both of them. Many young geniuses on the perfection mortal shedding stage on the stone platform snapped back to their senses after being stunned for a moment. They looked at Duan Lingtian and clamored. Naturally, there were also many young geniuses on the perfection mortal shedding stage who were quite powerful who noticed something. His speed is too fast. That's speed. Is it something that someone on the mastery mortal shedding stage can do? Even I, who's already at the peak of the mastery mortal shedding stage, can't compare to him in terms of speed. If he's really on the mastery mortal shedding stage, isn't that too insane? These were all young geniuses on the perfection mortal shedding stage who had good judgment and were quite powerful. The green-clad young man finally stood up after consuming the healing pill. His eyes were filled with malice as he looked at Duan Lingtian again. How dare you eliminate me, Deng Yu? You're dead. You're dead. Although Deng Yu knew his opponent was far weaker than Duan Lingtian after the battle earlier, it did not change his mind. However, this did not affect his hatred for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had eliminated him and destroyed his dream of entering the Moon Illumination sect. Uncle, I can't accept this. I can't accept this. I'm already 37 years old this year. 5 years later, when the Moon Illumination sect holds the entrance assessment again, I'll be over 40 years old and won't be qualified to participate. Deng Yu looked at one of the middle-aged men next to Dong Chong. His true energy voice transmission was filled with unwillingness. Uncle, you must have a way. You must have a way, right? Little Yu, I'm just an outer court deacon. I don't have the authority to recruit those who've been eliminated into the sect. The middle-aged man was one of the 2 outer court deacons next to Dong Chong. His name was Deng Wei. Uncle, I can't accept this. I can't accept this. Deng Yu's face was filled with unwillingness. Little Yu, don't worry. Although I can't let you join the sect, it won't be difficult for me to avenge you. Even if this brat from Mound Hill City enters the Moon Illumination sect, I won't let him live for long. Destroying you is equivalent to destroying our Deng clan's future. I won't let him go, Deng Wei said through true energy voice transmission as a cold gleam flashed across his eyes. That's right. Kill him. Kill him. The unwillingness on Deng Yu's face faded away gradually when he heard Deng Wei's words. Duan Lingtian glanced at Deng Yu nonchalantly. He was not interested in looking at him anymore. Instead, he looked at the Moon Illumination sect's outer court elder, Dong Chong. Elder Dong Chong, I should be considered to have passed the entrance assessment, right? Yes, yes. Dong Chong finally regained his senses when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He could not regain his senses for a long time after witnessing the earlier scene. Then, a Moon Illumination sect's outer court disciple went up the stone platform, preparing to take Duan Lingtian away. Dong Chong looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a smile, Little fellow, I'm interested in taking you as my direct disciple. Are you willing? The strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed earlier made him want to cherish him. Whoosh! Chapter 1429. Who was Dong Chong? He was an elder of the Moon Illumination sect. Although he was only an outer court elder, his position in the Moon Illumination sect was only second to the Supreme Elder, the sect leader, the vice sect leader, and some inner court elders. At once, the eyes that were looking at Duan Lingtian were filled with envy and jealousy. Damn it! Deng Yu's expression changed drastically. Deng Wei, who was standing next to Dong Chong, had a grave expression on his face. Earlier, he had promised his nephew that he would definitely kill Duan Lingtian. However, his immediate superior, Elder Dong Chong, wanted to take Duan Lingtian as his direct disciple. If Duan Lingtian really became Elder Dong Chong's direct disciple, he would not dare to act recklessly even if he was given 10 guts. Although he could make a move secretly, it would be fine if he succeeded. However, if he failed, he would be doomed eternally. Elder Dong Chong, thank you for your kindness. However, I don't plan to take you as my master for the time being. Duan Lingtian smiled apologetically and said. The people who were shocked by Dong Chong taking the initiative to take Duan Lingtian as his disciple were petrified when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. This brat really doesn't know what's good for him. That's right. Elder Dong Chong, taking him as his disciple means he thinks highly of him. I can't believe he rejected it. Many people scolded. They thought Duan Lingtian had an exaggerated opinion of his own abilities. How despicable. Deng Yu's eyes gleamed brightly. He was relieved that Duan Lingtian had rejected Dong Chang's offer. Deng Wei's heart that was hanging in the air finally calmed down. As long as this purple-clad young man did not become Elder Dong Chang's direct disciple, he would be a piece of meat on his chopping board if he had the chance in the future. Perhaps he might not even have to make a move. Elder Lu Huan's people. They won't let the people from Mound Hill City go easily. Deng Wei thought to himself with a sinister smile. Dong Chong was stunned for a moment when he heard Duan Lingtian's direct rejection. When he regained his senses, he smiled awkwardly. I've been rude. May I know your name, little friend? Little friend. When everyone saw that not only was Dong Chong not angered by Duan Lingtian's rejection, but he even addressed Duan Lingtian as little friend, they were all dumbfounded. What was going on? At this moment, shouldn't Elder Dong Chong be the one to forcefully deprive this purple-clad young man of his opportunity to enter the Moon Illumination sect? Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian didn't expect Dong Chong to be so easy to talk to. He immediately responded with a smile. At the same time, he had a good impression of Dong Chong. Duan Lingtian. Dong Chong nodded and smiled at Duan Lingtian. Then, he looked at the Moon Illumination sect's outer court disciple next to Duan Lingtian. Bring Duan Lingtian to report to the outer court. Yes. The outer court disciple responded. Then, he brought Duan Lingtian away from the stone platform and headed to the Moon Illumination sect's outer court. When Duan Lingtian followed the outer court disciple, he turned his head to look at the city governor of Mound Hill City and nodded at him. Then, he looked at Ling Yun and Xiong Hu. I'll wait for you guys in the outer court, Duan Lingtian said to both of them through true energy voice transmission. Both of them nodded. Duan Lingtian knew Ling Yun and Xiong Hu's strength very well. Therefore, he was certain they would pass the Moon Illumination sect's entrance assessment and become outer court disciples. However, Duan Lingtian had no idea. After he left the Moon Illumination sect's entrance assessment, 2 dark horses appeared among the remaining 30 over young geniuses on the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. They defeated 2 young geniuses on the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage. These 2 dark horses successfully passed the Moon Illumination sect's entrance assessment and became outer court disciples. Junior brother Duan. I can't believe you're so powerful when your cultivation base is only on the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. This is really shocking. The Moon Illumination sect's outer court disciple could not help but exclaim when he brought Duan Lingtian to the outer court area. Duan Lingtian smiled but did not reply. At this moment, he did not know how to continue the conversation. What's more unexpected is that Elder Dong Chong actually publicly accepted you as his direct disciple. Junior brother Duan, you're right to reject Elder Dong Chong. With your innate talent and strength, it's not impossible for you to be accepted as a direct disciple by an inner court elder as long as you stand out in the sect. The Moon Illumination sect's outer court disciple who was walking in front of Duan Lingtian continued. As an outer court elder, Elder Dong Chong's position in the sect is only higher than the inner court deacons. Compared to the inner court elders, his position is still slightly lower. Do you think I rejected Elder Dong Chong because I want to become an inner court elder's disciple? Duan Lingtian was stunned. He did not expect that his rejection of Elder Dong Chong would be interpreted as him looking down on Elder Dong Chong in the eyes of this person. Isn't that the case? The outer court disciple asked back. Of course not. Duan Lingtian shook his head. I've never thought of becoming an inner court elder's disciple. Junior brother Duan, your goal is really ambitious. I hope you'll succeed. The outer court disciple sighed emotionally. Ambitious? Duan Lingtian was stunned. You know my goal? Of course. The outer court disciple nodded. Since your goal isn't to become an inner court elder's disciple, then you must want to become the vice sect leader, or even supreme elder's disciple. However, junior brother Duan, I have to remind you of something. If your innate talent isn't too monstrous, the vice sect leader, and supreme elder won't accept you as their disciple. It's the same even if you can defeat opponents with a higher level. They value long-term innate talent more than temporary strength. The outer court disciple explained patiently to Duan Lingtian. It seemed as though he was trying his best to persuade him. Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded. In this guy's eyes, he, Duan Lingtian, had become someone who sucked up to the rich and powerful? At this moment, he was too lazy to explain himself. At this moment, the more he explained, the worse it would get. Under the outer court disciples' lead, Duan Lingtian arrived at the outer court area of the Moon Illumination sect and received the personal token of the Moon Illumination sect's outer court disciple. As for the uniform, there was no requirement for him to wear a uniform. Duan Lingtian had noticed this long ago. Whether it was the Moon Illumination sect's outer court elder Dong Chong, the other two outer court deacons, or the outer court disciple, all of them were wearing casual clothes. However, there was an eye-catching token hanging on their waistbands. It was the Moon Illumination sect's identity token. On the personal token that Duan Lingtian received, other than the words outer court disciple on the front, there were 3 new words carved on the back: his name. Junior brother Duan, I'll bring you to the outer court disciple's residence now. After the outer court disciple greeted Duan Lingtian, he brought him to the outer court disciple's residence. Senior brother Yang, I heard from my teacher that the Moon Illumination sect's outer court disciple's residence is divided into 3, 6, and 9 levels. The stronger one's ability, the better one's residence is. The weaker one's ability, the worse one's residence is. On the way, Duan Lingtian asked, is that so? During this journey, Duan Lingtian had become more familiar with this outer court disciple. He even learned his name, Yang He. Yang He had entered the Moon Illumination sect 5 years ago. He was 43 years old this year, and his cultivation base had already entered the paramount mortal shedding stage. That's right. Yang He nodded. The outer court disciple's residence is divided into 3 levels. The best is the independent courtyard. Not only are there quiet rooms to cultivate, but there's also a spacious courtyard to cultivate the Saint-grade martial tactic. The second is the independent stone house. The environment is much worse compared to the independent courtyard. Moreover, there's no place to cultivate the Saint-grade martial tactic. The outer court disciples who stay there can only cultivate the Saint-grade martial tactic in the training field. The worst is the independent wooden house. Among the wooden houses, the ones that were recently repaired are still fine. However, some of them haven't been repaired for a long time. They'll leak every time it rains. Yang He told Duan Lingtian about the different levels of the outer court disciples' residence in one breath. Independent courtyard. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he muttered to himself. He had a goal in mind. Although he did not have to worry about not having a place to cultivate the Saint-grade martial tactic, even if he stayed in a stone house that was slightly worse than an independent courtyard, the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda could provide him with a place to cultivate the Saint-grade martial tactic. However, since the best was available, it was only natural that he wanted the best. Junior brother Duan, don't tell me you're thinking about the independent courtyard? Yang He's ears were sharp. He could not help but ask with his eyes wide open when he heard Duan Lingtian's muttering. Is there a problem? Duan Lingtian asked when he saw how surprised Yang He was. Of course there's a problem. Yang He smiled wryly. Junior brother Duan, do you know? Although I've broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage 6 months ago, I'm still no match for the weakest person in the independent courtyard until now. The residents of the Moon Illumination sect's outer court disciples could be forcefully occupied with their strength. If one was more powerful than him, one could replace him. This rule was exactly the same as the latent dragon camp in the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City. Those who were more powerful would live in a better environment, while those who were weaker would live in a worse environment. Are there very few independent courtyards? Duan Lingtian asked. He did not expect Yang He, who had entered the Moon Illumination sect 5 years ago and was already at the paramount mortal shedding stage, would not live in an independent courtyard. There are a total of 100 of them, Yang He replied. There are 100 of them. 100? That many? Duan Lingtian was shocked. There are so many independent courtyards, but you can't even get one? 100 of them isn't considered many. Yang He smiled wryly. Every 5 years, the sect will recruit outer court disciples from the outside. Every time they recruit, there will be over 100 of them. After 5 years, It would be considered good if half of these outer court disciples can pass the inner court test and become inner court disciples. Among these outer court disciples, many of them have been stuck at the paramount mortal shedding stage for 10, 15, or even 20 years due to various reasons. Since they can't break through to the Saint Rudiment stage and can't pass the inner court assessment, they're still in the outer court until now. The older ones among these senior brothers and senior sisters in the outer court are even close to 100 years old. Yang He sighed. Close to 100 years old? Needless to say, Duan Ling Tian was shocked by what Yang He said. Yes. Yang He nodded. There's a rule in the sect. If you can't enter the inner court after 100 years old, you'll be expelled from the sect. Naturally, there are many outer court disciples who left the sect before 100 years old because they know it's hopeless for them to enter the inner court. Chapter 1430. The journey of the martial Tao was like sailing against the current. If one did not advance, one would fall behind. For many martial and Tao cultivators with good innate talent and high comprehension, breaking through to the Saint Rudiment stage was only a matter of time. On the other hand, martial and Tao cultivators with mediocre innate talent and low comprehension might not be able to break through to the Saint Rudiment stage for the rest of their lives. The outer court disciples' residences have always been fixed at 100 independent courtyards and 300 independent stone houses. As for the independent wooden houses, the number is not fixed. Duan Ling Tian had a certain understanding of the Moon Illumination sect's outer court disciples' residences from Yang He. According to Yang He, the Moon Illumination sect's outer court disciples who could stay in 100 independent courtyards were the best among the paramount mortal shedding stage. As for those who could stay in 300 independent stone houses, almost half of them were on the paramount mortal shedding stage. Apart from that, there were also some outer court disciples who were at the peak of the perfection mortal shedding stage. Unknowingly, Duan Ling Tian followed Yang He to somewhere near the outer court disciples' residences. What entered his eyes was a vast martial arts practice field. Behind the training field were the residences with distinct levels. The ones closest to the training field were the wooden houses that were very close to each other. Some of the wooden houses were old and some were new. The old ones looked like they would collapse at any time. The outer court disciples who stay in the wooden houses are the weaker ones. However, the weakest outer court disciples who stay there are on the perfection mortal shedding stage. Yang He said, the wooden house area is the closest to the training field, so it's relatively noisier. The stone house area is behind the wooden house area, so it's relatively better. However, you can still hear what's going on in the training field. The small courtyard area is behind the stone house area. It's also the quietest area. You can barely hear anything from the training field. Yang He finished his sentence in one breath. When Duan Ling Tian heard this, he looked over and saw rows of stone houses behind the rows of wooden houses. There were independent courtyards far behind the stone houses. There was an exquisite house in each of the courtyards. The courtyards were filled with flowers and plants. It was refreshing. Independent courtyards. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's desire for independent courtyards grew even stronger. He was determined to live in one of the independent courtyards. In the spacious outer court martial arts practice field, there were many outer court disciples practicing the Saint grade martial tactic. Some of the outer disciples were even sparring with each other. However, when it came to exchanging pointers, they would stop at a certain point. As a seventh-rate sect, the Moon Illumination sect had strict rules. Within the sect, killing and maiming were forbidden. Of course, the maiming here referred to injuries that couldn't be healed even with the use of healing pills. Duan Ling Tian had been lucky enough to obtain an immortal spirit herb that could regrow a severed arm and leg. However, it was a legendary medicinal herb after all. Even in the entire Tao martial saint land, it was still extremely rare. Even the highest grade 9-star saint tier healing pills did not have the ability to regrow a severed arm and a severed leg. Ha 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 ha. This should be the junior brother who just passed the entrance exam, right? Yang He, aren't you going to introduce us? A voice resonated and pulled Duan Ling Tian back from his thoughts. With just a glance, Duan Ling Tian looked in the direction of the voice and saw 3 people walking towards him. The three of them were led by a middle-aged man. Behind the middle-aged man were two young men, who were his followers. The middle-aged man who was the leader was laughing out loud. Damn it, he's got his eyes on us. Yang He's expression changed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. He looked at the middle-aged man who had arrived in front of him and Duan Lingtian and greeted him respectfully. Senior Brother Zhangji. Duan Lingtian, this is Senior Brother Zhangji. Senior Brother Zhangji's strength is ranked at the 85th position among us outer court disciples. After greeting the middle-aged man, Yang He looked at Duan Lingtian and introduced him. After introducing him, he secretly said to Duan Lingtian through true energy voice transmission, Duan Lingtian, this Zhangji is an outer court disciple who lives in an independent courtyard. His cultivation base is close to the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage. He joined the sect 20 years ago, so he's considered a veteran in the outer court district of the sect. He often extorts saint stones from outer court disciples below the paramount mortal shedding stage. If he asks you for saint stones later, just pretend to be poor and give him some as a token of appreciation. If you give him too much, he'll target you again. Yang He's tone was mixed with a bit of fear towards Zhangji. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian glanced at Zhangji and greeted him nonchalantly. Senior Brother Zhangji? You're Duan Lingtian? What an arrogant name. Judging by your name, you must be from an extraordinary background. You must have a lot of saint stones with you, right? Since you've just joined the sect, you must be sensible and be filial to us, your senior brothers. Understand? Zhangji said meaningfully as he sized up Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was stunned. It was an eye-opener for him to be able to describe extortion in such a dignified manner. Understand what? Duan Lingtian asked nonchalantly as if he really did not understand. Duan Lingtian. Yang He did not expect Duan Lingtian to not only ignore him, but he even pretended to be dumb in front of Zhangji. His expression changed immediately as a worried expression appeared on his face. Perhaps Duan Lingtian's innate talent was good. However, Duan Lingtian was only at the mastery mortal shedding stage. Even if he could defeat an ordinary perfection mortal shedding stage powerhouse, it was impossible for him to be compared to an outer court disciple who was close to the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage like Zhangji. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was going to suffer a great loss. Pretended to be dumb? As expected, Zhangji's face turned completely gloomy when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He said in a deep voice, Boy, in the past 20 years, I've met many people like you who had just joined the sect and were reckless. Do you know what happened to them in the end? Let me tell you. Every one of them, including the ones who were in the best condition, were bedridden for an entire month. Zhangji's eyes gleamed when he reached the end of his sentence. A terrifying aura rose from his body all of a sudden and swept out toward Duan Lingtian like a hurricane. However, Duan Lingtian remained unmoved. You're telling me this. Are you trying to tell me that you haven't become an inner court disciple even after 20 years in the sect? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. Boom. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, it was like a bolt of lightning that shocked Yang He and the two outer court disciples behind Zhangji. Even Zhangji was dumbfounded. Not being able to break through to the Saint Rudiment stage and become an inner court disciple after 20 years in the sect, this had always been the biggest pain in Zhangji's heart. It was the biggest scar in his heart. He did not expect that someone would dare to reopen his scar today. Moreover, the person who reopened his scar was a hothead who had just entered the sect. Boy, if I don't make you bedridden for 3 months, I, Zhangji, swear I'm not human. Before Yang He and the two outer court disciples behind Zhangji could react, Zhangji said with a solemn expression. He was practically shouting when he reached the end of his sentence. His voice rumbled like thunder in the sky above the training field, causing the group of outer court disciples in the training field to stop what they were doing and look over. It's Senior Brother Zhangji. Judging from Senior Brother Zhangji's tone, it seems like someone has angered him. In the outer court, other than those senior brothers and senior sisters whom Senior Brother Zhangji can't afford to offend, nobody dares to anger Senior Brother Zhangji. This guy who angered Senior Brother Zhangji must have just entered the sect today. Haha. Looks like this hothead is in for a bad time. Let's go. Let's go and join in the fun. One by one, the moon illumination sect's outer court disciples surrounded Duan Tian. Did I say something wrong? In the face of the enraged Zhangji, Duan Tian asked with a smile. He did not seem to realize that Zhangji had almost lost his mind. Both of you, keep an eye on Yang He. If he dares to make a move, make him bedridden for 10 days to half a month. As for this boy, I'll teach him a lesson. Zhangji said to the two outer court disciples behind him. When he reached the end of his sentence, his sharp gaze landed on Duan Tian. He was filled with rage. Senior brother Zhang, Duan Tian did not mean to offend you. Please have mercy on him. Horror dawned on Yang He's face. He was the one who brought Duan Tian in. If something happened to him, although he would not be punished, he would feel uneasy. Yang He, you can't even protect yourself, and you still care about others? That's right. If you dare to make a move, don't blame us for being impolite. The two outer court disciples stepped out from behind Zhangji and blocked Yang He's path on both sides as they sneered. Yang He's face was extremely grave. Duan Tian, if only you didn't reject Elder Dongcheng and become his direct disciple. At the very least, if you become Elder Dongcheng's direct disciple, Zhangji won't dare to touch you as long as I say so. Yang He's heart was filled with bitterness. There was nothing he could do about Duan Tian's current predicament. He could only hope that Zhangji would show mercy. But he also knew that it was impossible. Duan Tian's words had violated Zhangji's taboo and completely enraged him. It had been 5 years since he entered the Moon Illumination sect, but this was his first time seeing Zhangji so enraged. At this moment, the group of outer court disciples on the training field had also surrounded them. They looked at Duan Tian and Zhangji, who were confronting each other as though they were watching a good show. This brat is really bold. He dares to offend senior brother Zhengji as soon as he entered the sect. There are close to 1,000 outer court disciples, and senior brother Zhangji's strength is ranked 85th. This brat who just entered the sect is seeking death by offending senior brother Zhangji. He'll soon find out why the flowers are so red. Mocking gazes landed on Duan Tian, one after another. It was apparent that the group of outer court disciples who were watching did not think that Duan Tian would be able to gain an advantage over Zhangji. Looks like you've accumulated some prestige after staying in the outer court for 20 years. At the very least, they think you're going to defeat me. Duan Tian smiled faintly as he looked at Zhangji. You're seeking death. Chapter 1431. Duan Tian stood still like a mountain in the face of Zhangji, who was charging at him like a lightning bolt. Is he scared out of his wits? The group of outer court disciples who were watching thought Duan Tian had forgotten to dodge when they saw Zhangji approaching Duan Tian, but Duan Tian did not move at all. His strength is close to the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage. It's indeed extraordinary. At the very least, he's stronger than Xiao Zhuai from Luojiang City and Su Qi from half a year ago. Nobody thought Duan Tian still had the time to think about other things when he was facing Zhangji's lightning-fast attack. After Zhangji arrived in front of Duan Tian, he punched out his fist. With a whoosh sound, it shot toward Duan Tian's abdomen like a rocket launcher. It set off a gust of wind and thunder wherever it passed. There were rules in the Moon Illumination sect that forbade killing and maiming. Therefore, Zhangji's punch did not hit Duan Tian's vital parts. His goal was to make Duan Tian lie in bed for 3 months. Moreover, to make a person lie in bed for 3 months without crippling them was undoubtedly a technical skill. Zhangji's eyes were red as he punched out like a collapsing mountain. His true energy was like a dragon as he charged toward Duan Tian's abdomen. In his opinion, this punch was enough to send this hothead who had just entered the sect flying. This is just the beginning. Zhangji thought to himself with hatred. At this moment, he was extremely enraged. He vented his anger on Duan Tian. Great. Duan Tian did not dodge Zhangji, who was charging at him menacingly, because he did not want to. Although Zhangji's strength was not weak, he might still be able to fight him if he gave it his all. However, even if he gave it his all, it would still be difficult for him to defeat Zhangji. If he did not rely on the strange pupil, he would only be able to fight Zhangji to a draw at most. But now, he had other ideas. He planned to activate the strange pupil without holding back and use its unpredictable spatial teleportation ability to defeat Sangji and intimidate the other outer court disciples. When Sangji's punch was about to land on him, Duan Ling Tian's spiritual energy that he had long accumulated in his mind surged into his left eye without any reservation as he activated the strange pupil with all his might. In an instant, a small black vortex appeared in Duan Ling Tian's left eye. The black vortex spun rapidly like a bottomless pool with no end in sight. If anyone noticed the abnormality in Duan Ling Tian's left eye, they would definitely be lost in the black vortex. It wasn't just their eyes. Even their consciousness could be swallowed by it. Duan Ling Tian activated his strange pupil without holding back. In his left eye's vision, Sangji's fist became extremely slow, as if it had stopped moving. With a single thought from Duan Ling Tian, Sangji's fist instantly disappeared from its original position and shifted to Duan Ling Tian's side. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian's strange pupil relaxed. Boom, 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 boom. Sangji's fist brushed past Duan Ling Tian's robe, setting off a series of thunderous explosions, but it did not touch Duan Ling Tian at all. How is this possible? This strange scene caused Sangji's expression to change drastically. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. While Sangji was still in shock and disbelief, Duan Ling Tian struck out with lightning speed, mimicking Sangji's punch, setting off the sound of wind and thunder as it landed heavily on Sangji's abdomen. He was giving Sangji a taste of his own medicine. Sangji's body was brought forward by the momentum of the punch. It was as if he had taken the initiative to meet Duan Ling Tian's punch head-on. Bang! With a loud bang, Sangji let out a muffled groan. His body trembled and shot out like an arrow from a bow. It was as if his body was no longer under his control. As Sangji flew out, Duan Ling Tian did not show any mercy and quickly followed after him. When Sangji's body was about to hit the ground after flying for tens of meters, Duan Ling Tian kicked Sangji's back with lightning speed, sending him flying. Sangji, who had been holding back a mouthful of congested blood because of the punch earlier, was unwilling to spit it out. At this moment, he could no longer hold back and spat out a mouthful of congested blood. It was to the extent that the turbulence that came from his internal organs caused him to spit out a few more mouthfuls of blood after spitting out the first mouthful. At the same time, Sangji's body shot up into the air like a rocket. Bang! With another loud bang, Duan Ling Tian stomped his feet on the ground, causing a spiderweb-like crack to appear on the ground. Then, he used the force to shoot up and chased after Sangji, who was in the air. Sangji's expression changed when he heard the sound of wind whistling from below. He realized what kind of situation he was in. Without any hesitation, he hurriedly swallowed a healing elixir. After recovering some of his injuries, he quickly moved his hands and feet to turn around in the air. You're courting death. Sangji did not have time to think about why his punch had deviated. At this moment, he was fully focused on Duan Ling Tian, who was shooting up. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. His legs rotated like a windmill, and he used the force to dive down. At this moment, a 7-foot-long spear appeared in Sangji's hand. With a shake of the long spear, the tip of the spear flashed fiercely as if it could pierce through the sky. Then, it swept down toward Duan Ling Tian, as if it wanted to crush Duan Ling Tian with one strike. The long spear in Sangji's hand was naturally not an ordinary weapon. This was a human-tier high-grade saint artifact. Even though Sangji was heavily injured and could not display the power of his peak condition, the spear still created a gust of wind. Its might was unstoppable. Bang! Sangji's heart skipped a beat. It was as though he could already see the purple-clad young man being crushed by him. However, he was shocked to find that a strange scene appeared again. The spear that was supposed to land on Duan Ling Tian strangely appeared beside Duan Ling Tian again. The powerful attack brushed past Duan Ling Tian's robe again. His entire body was exposed to Duan Ling Tian again. Perhaps it was an accident this time. However, was it really an accident this time? Who the hell are you? Sangji was terrified. He was completely terrified. He looked at the purple-clad young man who was getting closer and closer. Fear rose from the bottom of his heart. The same strange thing had happened twice, but he could not figure out the reason behind it. He could not help but be afraid. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was no different from a ghost in his eyes. Bang! With another punch, Duan Lingtian sent Sangji flying into the air again. Although there was a flight prohibiting formation above the moon illumination sect's estate that prevented him from flying, Duan Lingtian still managed to catch up to Sangji quickly. I admit defeat. What are you trying to do? Sangji spat out a few mouthfuls of blood again. He was so injured that he no longer had the will to fight. Horror dawned on his face when he saw Duan Lingtian catching up to him. Currently, he no longer dared to make a move against Duan Lingtian. What a joke. His attack could not even touch Duan Lingtian. Although my spiritual energy has become much stronger after I've broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage, I can only activate the strange pupil twice at most. It's very difficult. Duan Lingtian felt dizzy when he caught up to Sangji. It was a sign that his spiritual energy had been drained. He did not doubt it at all. If Sangji attacked him now, he would not be able to block it at all. Apart from the dizziness, he felt his limbs were weak and powerless. At this moment, he could not attack Sangji anymore. He could only step on Sangji's body and fall from the sky. Sangji sighed in relief when he saw Duan Lingtian did not attack him. However, a moment later, the sound of wind whistling entered his ears. He was getting closer to the ground, but Duan Lingtian had no intention of stopping him from falling. Horror dawned on his face. Boom, boom. Although he was severely injured, he did not hesitate at all. He threw 2 punches at the ground nearby, stirring up 2 rolling airwaves that slammed onto the ground. The 2 rebounding forces slowed down his falling speed. At this moment, Sangji was completely exhausted. He allowed his body to smash onto the ground, stirring up dust. He sighed in relief when he felt the pain coming from every part of his body. Fortunately, he had thrown 2 punches earlier. Otherwise, he would be the first outer court disciple to fall to his death in the history of the Moon Illumination sect. At the same time, Duan Lingtian landed next to Sangji and looked down at him from above. His eyes were cold and emotionless. I admit defeat. Sangji was completely terrified now. He struggled to speak with the last of his strength. Gasp. At the same time, the group of outer court disciples who were watching finally regained their senses from the shock earlier. They burst into an uproar. The scene earlier was still vivid in their minds. Sangji had been in the sect for 20 years. His cultivation base was close to the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage, but he was beaten up by an outer court disciple who had just joined the sect. They would not have believed it if they had not seen it with their own eyes. Am I seeing things? I'm not dreaming, am I? Isn't this too exaggerated? Many outer court disciples rubbed their eyes. Some even pinched their thighs hard. They only realized they were not dreaming when they felt the pain. Yang He was dumbfounded. He was completely dumbfounded. Although he knew Duan Lingtian was strong, he did not expect him to be this powerful. He had defeated Sangji with his cultivation base at the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. Although he also felt that the scene just now was inconceivable, the truth was right in front of him. Sangji himself had admitted defeat. So even if he didn't dare to believe it, it was still the truth, an ironclad truth. I'll take your independent courtyard. Do you have any objections? Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice as he looked down at Sangji. He was relying on his willpower to support himself. Otherwise, he would have collapsed like Sangji since his spiritual energy was almost depleted. No objections. Sangji tried hard to shake his head, but he realized he could not move at all. He could only reply in a hoarse voice with a bitter expression. Senior brother Yang He, please bring me to the independent courtyard where he stayed before. Duan Lingtian's gaze flashed past the 2 outer court disciples that were originally following behind Sangji, scaring them to the point their faces went pale. After continuously retreating a few steps, his gaze descended onto Yang He. All right. Chapter 1432. Duan Lingtian noticed. After he defeated Sangji, Yang He's attitude toward him had changed completely. He was now humble. Although it was not to the extent of groveling, he was no longer as casual as before. Duan Lingtian merely shook his head. He was not surprised at all. The Tao Martial Saintland had always been about the strong ones being respected. The strength he displayed was enough to intimidate the Moon Illumination sect's outer court and make all the outer court disciples fear him. This was also his purpose. Otherwise, he would not have risked exhausting his spiritual energy to use the strange pupil twice. He did that to establish his authority. Putting aside the fact that he was new here, it was easy for people to look down on him. Even the enmity between his teacher, the city governor of Mount Hill City, Feng Hui, and the inner court elder, Lu Huan, forced him to do this. If he did not establish his authority earlier, would there not be a group of outer court disciples who would take the initiative to provoke him just to suck up to Lu Huan? Although this would not solve the problem once and for all, it was still much better than before. At the very least, after establishing his authority today, there would not be more than 100 outer court disciples who would dare to provoke him in the future. This was his purpose. As senior brother Duan, I'll take my leave first. After sending Duan Lingtian to the independent courtyard where Tsengji stayed, Yang He changed his way of addressing him in a timely manner. He no longer dared to address Duan Lingtian as junior brother. Although Duan Lingtian was younger than him, in the Tao Martial Saintland, one's strength was more important than one's age and experience. Since Duan Lingtian was more powerful than him, he was, naturally, qualified to be addressed as senior brother. Thanks. After thanking him, Duan Lingtian no longer said anything to Yang He. He turned around and walked into the independent courtyard. He knew very well in his heart. After the battle earlier, Yang He could no longer be as casual as before in front of him. Due to this reason, he did not bother to say anything. He and Yang He had only met by chance. If Yang He had not become unfamiliar with him because of the strength he displayed, he would not have relied on his strength to get along with Yang He in a condescending manner. Duan Lingtian was not the kind of person who would bully others just because they were not as strong as him. If he was that kind of person, he wouldn't have called Yang He senior brother from the very beginning, because he already knew that his strength was stronger than Yang He's. No matter what, Yang He was only an outer court disciple who had just broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. Even if he did not use the strange pupil, he was confident that he could defeat him. When Duan Lingtian walked into the independent courtyard, what entered his eyes was a stone table and 3 stone stools. Behind it was an exquisite little house. He pushed the door open and entered. He could see the simple environment inside. Other than a bed, there were only a few decorations left. Because of the decorations in the room, it didn't look monotonous. After casually closing the door and making sure that the windows in the room were airtight, Duan Lingtian took out the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and turned it into a speck of dust. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian disappeared from the room with just a thought. Naturally, he did not really disappear. Instead, he entered the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Walao. The first thing Duan Lingtian did after entering the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda was not to cultivate on the second level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Instead, he looked for Hualao. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with indescribable excitement as he looked at Hualao. I refined the little devil dragon's blood and refined a total of 5 drops of blood essence. All 5 drops of blood essence are here. As Hualao spoke, he tossed out a small bottle as though it was trash. When Duan Lingtian saw the small bottle flying over, he hurriedly caught it in a panic. He was worried that it would fall to the ground and break. You only need to use 1 drop. As for the other 4 drops, you can give them to others. Hualao said. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and nodded slowly. If he used 1 drop, he could give 2 of the remaining 4 drops to his 2 fiancées. As for the remaining 2 drops, he could give them to Little Black, Little White, or Little Gold. As for his 2 unborn children, he did not take them into consideration. It was not that he had forgotten about them. Instead, he felt that the 5-clawed devil dragon's blood essence could be used more effectively. Whether it was his 2 fiancées or the 3 little fellows, they were not far away from the Saint Rudiment stage. The 5-clawed devil dragon's blood essence was only useful for consolidating the variant beast phenomenon. As for his 2 unborn children, who knew when they would break through to the Saint Rudiment stage? Moreover, he believed that by the time his 2 children broke through to the Saint Rudiment stage, he would definitely have the ability to obtain the other 5-clawed divine dragon's blood essence. I suggest you give the 2 drops of the little devil dragon's blood essence to the white-clad little girl and the black-clad little boy. Hualao said, Little white? Little black? Duan Lingtian naturally knew who the white-clad little girl and black-clad little boy that Hualao mentioned were. Their true forms are originally WYRM pythons. If they can integrate with the little devil dragon's blood essence, it can transform their bloodline. Hualao added. Duan Lingtian naturally believed Hualao's words without a doubt. It seems like little gold is not fated with the 5-clawed devil dragon's blood essence. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, should I avoid little gold when I give the 5-clawed devil dragon's blood essence to little black and little white? After greeting Hualao, Duan Lingtian went up to the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. After he sat down cross-legged, he took out a drop of the 5-clawed devil dragon's blood essence from the small bottle. As expected of the 5-clawed devil dragon's blood essence, it's so rich. Duan Lingtian was secretly shocked when he looked at the 5-clawed devil dragon's blood essence in his hand. He could clearly feel that this drop of 5-clawed devil dragon's blood essence exuded a majestic blood chi after it left the bottle. If it was an ordinary person, this blood chi would have killed him. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. As for the integration method of the 5-clawed devil dragon's blood essence, it was not difficult at all. He just had to guide his true chi to divide it and bring it into his body so it could circulate through his saint veins. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, 9 Dragons Transformation. In Duan Lingtian's body, the 9 dragons carried his true chi and the devil dragon's blood essence and circulated it in great cycles. It was no different from when he was cultivating normally. After circulating about 30 great cycles, Duan Lingtian could feel that the blood essence had already spread throughout his body through the 52 saint veins in his body and integrated into his body. He could clearly feel the changes in his entire body due to the integration of the blood essence. Whether it was his flesh and blood, his bones and tendons, even his skin, they seemed to have undergone earth-shattering changes. They had become more powerful than before. Could it be an illusion? Duan Lingtian secretly gasped. As far as he knew, an ordinary martial cultivator or Dao cultivator before the perfection saint rudiment stage would not have any changes in their body even if they integrated the saint beast's blood essence. They could only condense the corresponding strange beast phenomenon when they were at the perfection saint rudiment stage. Other than that, the saint beast's blood essence had no other use. However, now, he had integrated the 5-clawed devil dragon's blood essence and discovered that his body seemed to have undergone earth-shattering changes again. The reason why he said again was because he had experienced this change when the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda used the remaining energy to transform his body. Of course, the change this time was not as exaggerated as the previous time. I don't know if it's an illusion or if my body has really become stronger again. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian began to experiment. Boom, 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 boom. Duan Lingtian did not use any true chi. He only moved with the strength of his body. He punched and kicked, dancing rapidly in the air. Unsurprisingly, wherever his punches and kicks passed, there would be a series of explosions. I've really become stronger. After experimenting for a while, Duan Lingtian stopped moving and lowered his head to look at his spread hands. His eyes were filled with excitement and disbelief. After experimenting, Duan Lingtian could clearly see the changes in his entire body. Although the changes this time were not as exaggerated as the previous time, the improvement was still great. With my transformed body, even if I don't use the strange pupil's ability, I'm confident that I can defeat that Tsangji if I fight him again. Duan Lingtian was filled with confidence. If he did not use the unpredictable ability of the strange pupil previously, he would only be able to fight Tsangji to a draw at most. On this point, he was still aware of his own limitations. Now, even if I don't use the unpredictable ability of the strange pupil, I'll be able to fight a martial or Dao cultivator at the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage. Even an ordinary martial or Dao cultivator at the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage might not be a match for me. After his body had integrated with the 5-clawed devil dragon's blood essence, The transformation that had happened again filled Duan Lingtian with confidence. It was an indomitable and indestructible confidence. Moreover, these are not the only benefits the five-clawed devil dragon's blood essence has brought me. When I break through to the perfection saint rudiment stage, I'll be able to consolidate the divine dragon phenomenon with this drop of five-clawed devil dragon's blood essence that has integrated into my body today. It'll be a five-clawed divine dragon phenomenon. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he became even more excited. At this moment, he could already see the scene of him fighting alongside the five-clawed divine dragon phenomenon after he had broken through to the perfection saint rudiment stage. His strength could be said to be invincible among those of the same level. If he had the five-clawed divine dragon phenomenon, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. I'm confident, when I break through to the perfection saint rudiment stage, I'll be invincible among those below the saint stage. After half a day, Duan Lingtian finally suppressed the excitement in his heart. The most important thing now is to break through to the perfection saint rudiment stage. Once I break through again, let alone being invincible among those below the saint rudiment stage, even those at the early saint rudiment stage might not be a match for me. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian immediately sat cross-legged and began to cultivate diligently with the saint's stone in his hand. Apart from the transformation of the Qi Si and the change of the true energy at the early and intermediate saint rudiment stage, there were no other special techniques. Special techniques could only be mastered and used when one broke through to the mastery saint rudiment stage. Chapter 1433. The true energy consolidated weapon was a divine weapon that could be formed from one's true energy to assist one's opponent without affecting one's attack. The divine weapon would fight side by side with one's opponent. It was a powerful technique for those above the mastery saint rudiment stage. Due to this technique, the gap between the mastery saint rudiment stage and the intermediate saint rudiment stage was huge. If a mastery saint rudiment stage powerhouse did not use the true energy consolidated weapon, an intermediate saint rudiment stage powerhouse would be able to hold on for a while, even if they could not defeat a mastery saint rudiment stage powerhouse. However, once they used the true energy consolidated weapon, they could defeat an intermediate saint rudiment stage powerhouse in just a blink of an eye. It was similar to the scene when Zhou Qi, the direct disciple of the Moon Illumination sect's inner court elder Lu Huan, fought with Feng Hui, the city governor of Mound Hill City in the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. Initially, Feng Hui was able to hold his ground against Zhou Qi. However, when Zhou Qi consolidated the divine weapon, the gigantic hammer, with his true energy and smashed down, Feng Hui was suppressed and defeated. The gap between the mastery saint rudiment stage and the intermediate saint rudiment stage was obvious. Although the gap between the two cultivation bases was only one level, the gap was as wide as a chasm when the former attacked with all his might. It was an insurmountable chasm. Duan Lingtian was cultivating on the second level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda and had forgotten about everything. Therefore, he did not know that the outside world was in an uproar because he had defeated Zhangji. An outer court disciple who had just entered the sect had defeated Zhangji, who was ranked 85th in the outer court before he even found his own place on the first day. In the history of our Moon Illumination sect, I don't think there's anyone who has just entered the sect who has defeated the top 100 in the outer court, right? Our Moon Illumination sect has always only recruited young geniuses below the age of 40. Perhaps these young geniuses have a good innate talent, but it's impossible for them to defeat those who are ranked in the top 100 in the outer court when they just entered the sect. Which one of the top 100 in the outer court isn't close to the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage? These people can completely crush an ordinary martial cultivator at the paramount mortal shedding stage. Looks like that outer court disciple, Duan Lingtian, who had just entered the sect, has created a new history in the sect. A history of defeating 100 outer court disciples as soon as he entered the sect. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have dared to believe that such a freak exists. Even in the Dao martial saint land, such a freak can be considered as a rare genius in the martial Dao, right? In the outer sect, a group of senior outer sect disciples were discussing animatedly. They were all talking about how Duan Lingtian had crushed Zhangji. Their faces were full of shock. Even though many outer sect disciples had seen Zhangji's fist move in a strange manner and avoid Duan Lingtian's attack during his first attack, they were still shocked. But almost all of them thought that they were seeing things. As for the second time when Tangji used the Saint Artifact Spear, they didn't see it because they were too far away. Otherwise, the current topic would have revolved around this. Yang He, you were the one who brought that Duan Lingtian in. Do you know where he came from? Soon after, many people came to Yang He. They were all curious about Duan Lingtian's background. They were curious as to what kind of treasured land could give birth to such a monstrous figure. I don't know. Yang He shook his head. Earlier, he had gone up to the back of the stone platform to receive Duan Lingtian, so he did not hear the group of people whispering in front of the stone platform. He did not know that Duan Lingtian was from Mound Hill City. I really didn't expect the outer court disciples recruited by the sect this time to be of such high quality. That Duan Lingtian seems to be the 13th person at the paramount mortal shedding stage. An outer court disciple exclaimed. 10 years ago, when I passed the entrance assessment and entered the sect, there were only 9 people at the paramount mortal shedding stage. Another outer court disciple could not help but sigh. That's still much better than the time I entered the sect. That time, there were only 5 people at the paramount mortal shedding stage. Another outer court disciple said. At that moment, the few outer court disciples who surrounded Yang He began to sigh. Each of them kept shaking their heads as though they wanted to shake their heads off. He's not at the paramount mortal shedding stage, Yang He said with a frown. Yang He's words were like a drop of rain during a drought. It attracted the attention of the surrounding outer court disciples, causing them to shut their mouths immediately. Yang He, who are you saying is not at the paramount mortal shedding stage? You. Don't tell me you're talking about Duan Lingtian? What a joke. Duan Lingtian was someone who had defeated Zhangji. Even the 12 people at the paramount mortal shedding stage who entered the sect before him had to hand over the saint stones obediently when Zhangji extorted them. Now, you're saying Duan Lingtian is not at the paramount mortal shedding stage? Yang He, don't think we're gullible. The crowd of outer sect disciples surrounding Yang He once again burst into an uproar. He's really not at the paramount mortal shedding stage. Yang He smiled wryly. He was not surprised that the people in front of him did not believe him. If he were in their shoes, he would not believe that the person who defeated Zhangji was not at the paramount mortal shedding stage. The few outer court disciples frowned when they saw the wry smile on Yang He's face. Yang He did not look like he was lying. Don't tell me he's at the Saint Rudiment stage? One of the outer court disciples gasped and asked. Saint Rudiment stage. The other outer court disciples were shocked as well. They gulped at the same time and looked at Yang He eagerly. Yang He, don't tell me he's really at the Saint Rudiment stage? If he's at the Saint Rudiment stage, then everything can be explained. A Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse, even if he's only at the early Saint Rudiment stage, let alone Zhangji, even the strongest person in our Moon Illumination sect's outer court might not be a match for him. That's right. Soon, the few outer court disciples came to a consensus. He's not a Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator. Yang He shook his head. He's also a mortal shedding stage martial cultivator like us. Mortal shedding stage martial cultivator? You mean, he's just a perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator? An outer court disciple asked with a frown. Hey, Yang He said the outer court disciple Duan Lingtian who overpowered Zhangji as soon as he entered the sect is only at the perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. Do you believe me? Another outer court disciple shouted at the outer court disciples in the distance, as if he wanted to see the world in chaos. Duan Lingtian is at the perfection mortal shedding stage? The group of outer court disciples in the distance snorted. You must be kidding. A perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator overpowered senior brother Zhangji, whose strength is ranked 85th in the outer court? Haha. Yang He, are you dreaming? Perhaps, even Yang He didn't expect the new disciple he brought into the sect would be someone more powerful than senior brother Zhangji. Yang He, are you feeling inferior after witnessing the strength of the other party? Is that why you came up with such an excuse to overpower him in terms of cultivation base? More and more outer court disciples gathered around and mocked Yang He. Yang He's face turned red from the mockery. In the end, he could no longer hold it in and exploded. I didn't say he's at the perfection mortal shedding stage. Let me tell you, he's a mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. Mastery mortal shedding stage. One must admit that Yang He's words carried a lot of weight. At the very least, the more than 10 outer court disciples who surrounded him fell silent, as though someone was choking their necks when his words left his mouth. Yang He could not help but feel smug when he saw that the crowd was dumbstruck. Are they shocked? He's crazy. This Yang He is crazy. If he's not crazy, he must be sleepwalking. What he's saying must be nonsense. A mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivator defeated a paramount mortal shedding stage powerhouse? Moreover, it's a one-sided victory. This must be the biggest joke I've ever heard in my life. Yang He, you should take your medicine. The more than 10 outer court disciples were stunned by Yang He's words before they mocked him even more. They did not believe that Duan Lingtian was at the perfection mortal shedding stage. Naturally, they did not believe that Duan Lingtian was at the mastery mortal shedding stage. You're the crazy ones. You're the one who's sleepwalking. You should take your medicine. Yang He glared at them and shouted, "It's fine if you don't believe me. I don't care if you believe me. Anyway, you'll know if I'm telling the truth when the other people who passed the entrance assessment come in." After shouting, Yang He walked out of the crowd and returned to his stone house. His heart was filled with grievances. Only more than 10 outer court disciples were left looking at each other. Yang He seems to have been cornered by us. He's quite good at pretending. At first, I still believed him. After all, it's not impossible for a perfection mortal shedding stage powerhouse to defeat a paramount mortal shedding stage powerhouse. It's just not that exaggerated. Yes, I believed him at first. However, he said Duan Lingtian was at the mastery mortal shedding stage instead of the perfection mortal shedding stage. Does he really think we're idiots? Defeating a paramount mortal shedding stage powerhouse with a mastery mortal shedding stage cultivation base? Moreover, he defeated someone who was close to the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage? What a fool's dream. The group of outer court disciples cursed. They did not believe what Yang He said at all. Someone's coming in. It's Pengjia. I remember that Pengjia followed the outer court deacon to the assessment site today. That unfamiliar face beside him is also someone who just passed the entrance assessment? Suddenly, an outer court disciple with sharp eyes looked into the distance and shouted, "That unfamiliar face. Have you seen him before?" "I've never seen him before." "I've never seen him before either." It seems like he's really a new disciple who just passed the entrance assessment to enter the sect. Let's go. Let's ask them. That's right. Ask them clearly so that we can slap Yang He in the face the next time we see him. He tried to fool us, but he got anxious when he failed. He's quite good at pretending. More than 10 outer court disciples shouted as they walked toward the two people who were walking in the distance. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.